Chapter 001 Dragon Ball World. Standing in front of the door of Sun Wukong's house in Bunzishan, Guo Yang sorted out his clothes and hairstyle to make himself look cleaner and more handsome, then raised his hand and rang the doorbell. Soon, the door was opened from the inside. It was a young woman who looked very young. She is Monkey King's wife Kiki. Looking at this handsome young man in front of him, who is about 1 meter 7 or 8 meters tall and about 18 or 9 years old, Kiki asked, "Who are you looking for?" "Hello ma'am." Guo Yang asked very politely and knowingly, "Is this Mr. Sun Wukong's home?" "Yes, this is Goku's home." Kiki smiled, "Come in, you're Goku's friend." Guo Yang introduced himself, "My name is Guo Yang, and I came to Mr. Sun Wukong to practice with a teacher." As he spoke, he lifted the gift in his hand and said, "This is a small gift for you and Mr. Sun Wukong." Going to someone's house and bringing a gift is a courtesy and respect, and Kiki doesn't push back on anything. She took the gift and took Guo Yang to sit on the sofa in the living room. "Goku, he went out with Gohan, he may not be back until lunchtime, if you are not in a hurry, wait here first." "No rush, no hurry," Guo Yang said with a smile. Kiki looked up at the clock hanging on the wall, 10:30 am. She turned on the TV in the living room and handed the remote control to Guo Yang. Later, he took the shoe fruit from the refrigerator clock and put it in the fruit plate on the coffee table. "I'll go to the kitchen first to prepare lunch, you can watch TV and wait for Goku to come back." After Kiki went to the kitchen, Guo Yang began to look at the living room of Sun Wukong's house. In the past, he watched it in cartoons, but this time he came to Sun Wukong's house to watch it. In addition to the stronger three-dimensional senses, it is no different from that in cartoons. Last night, he inexplicably crossed into the world of Dragon Ball and got a system. The system also gave him an irresistible task, to worship Sun Wukong. Mission duration, 24 hours. The task is completed, an ability can be selected for the body, and there is 100 million yuan in this world. Failed missions and return to the original world, but become permanently in vegetative state. Guo Yang doesn't want to go back to being a dog and become a permanent vegetative person. The system was also generous, giving him a start-up capital of 3,000 yuan. With these 3,000 yuan, he bought some gifts in the city and took a taxi to come here, and it didn't cost much. Looking at a photo hanging on the wall, Sun Wukong holds a very small photo of Sun Gohan and Kiki. Guo Yang judged that it should be in the Dragon Ball world. Sun Wukong's brother Raditz has not yet arrived on Earth, Sun Gohan has just been born a few years old, and has not yet gone to the Turtle Immortal house to see the party. "Kiki, we're back." Just as Guo Yang was thinking about these things, the dusty Monkey King held the 2 or 3-year-old monkey Rice and opened the door from outside and walked into the living room. After seeing a stranger sitting on the sofa in the living room, Sun Wukong was slightly stunned. Then he put down the Sun Wuhan in his arms, raised his hand to scratch his head, and said with a smile, "Hello, I am Sun Wukong, and you are Kiki's friend." Bunzishan is located in the middle of nowhere, and few people come here. And the people who can find his home and sit on the sofa in the living room must know him. Sun Wukong himself does not know Guo Yang, it must be his wife Kiki who knows. Sun Wuhan at his feet, a little afraid to grab Sun Wukong's trouser legs, but with some curiosity in his eyes looking at the stranger on the sofa. Guo Yang got up from the sofa, reached out and took out a few beautifully packaged candies from his pocket and handed them to Sun Wuhan. "You are Mr. Sun Gohan, and your father, Mr. Sun Goku." There is no child who does not like candy. Sun Gohan wants to reach out and take it, but he does not dare to take it, and his big eyes look at his father Sun Wukong as if asking for advice. "Uncle gave it to you, just take it." Sun Wukong thought that Guo Yang was Kiki's friend, so he did not become an outsider. "Thank you, uncle." Sun Gohan happily took the candy from Guo Yang. "Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review." Chapter 002. Etiquette is light and affectionate. Going to other people's homes to bring gifts to adults and children will get a good impression. At this moment, both Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan are less strange and more favorable to Guo Yang. Mr. Monkey King. Guo Yang bowed to Sun Wukong, and after showing respect, he said, "My name is Guo Yang, and I came to your house to visit you this time to worship you as a teacher and practice with you." Sun Wukong was a little stunned by Guo Yang's words and his bowing gift. Then he also bent down and bowed back. Sun Wukong opened his mouth and refused, "I'm very sorry, I don't accept apprentices. Again, I am very busy with my own practice, and I don't have time to teach my brother." Guo Yang had long expected this result, and he smiled and asked, "Is Mr. Sun Wukong really out of time to disciple his brother?" Sun Wukong nodded and said, "Of course it's true, my son Wukong has never lied and lied to people." A sly light flashed in Guo Yang's eyes, and he said, "Since Mr. Sun Wukong does not accept apprentices because he has no time to teach, then you see this. You can accept me as a disciple first, whenever you have time, and you can teach me to practice whenever you want. Mr. Sun Wukong, rest assured, after you accept me as a disciple, I promise not to delay your cultivation time too much." His words were very sincere, and Sun Wukong was a little hesitant for a while. But he still refused, "Your body is too weak to be suitable for cultivation, so I still can't accept you as an apprentice." Guo Yang said with a smile, "Cultivation is a kind of liking, a kind of love, a kind of persistence, Mr. Sun Wukong, when you worshipped the grandfather of the turtle immortal as a teacher. Isn't it also because he likes to love practice, persists in becoming stronger, and persists until now? Mr. Monkey King, can you bear to refuse a person who wants to become a warrior in your heart?" Sun Wukong opened his mouth, not knowing how to answer. "Wukong, anyway, you cultivate alone is also cultivation, and multiple people don't delay you anything." Kikai came to the hall from the kitchen with a stir-fry shovel in her hand, and said, "Didn't Guo Yang also say, you can teach when you have time, and if you don't have time, he doesn't have to pester you to teach, so you agree? Dad, you just accept Uncle Guo Yang and teach him to practice." Sun Wuhan, who took Guo Yang's candy, also began to help talk. Sun Gohan saw that his wife Kiki and Sun Gohan agreed, and he said a little helplessly, "Then from today onwards, you can stay here and practice with me." "Teacher." Guo Yang bowed to Sun Wukong and saluted. Bite. The system prompts, complete the task of worshipping the Monkey King, and clear the host to choose an ability for the body. A light curtain that Sun Wukong and Kikai could not see appeared in front of Guo Yang's eyes. There are 4 choices on the light curtain, waiting for Guo Yang to choose one. 1. The ability of body regeneration. As long as the head is not broken, it can be recovered and regenerated in a strong injury. 2. Thunder and lightning ability, can control lightning, movement speed can be greatly increased. 3. Never get tired ability, have endless physical strength and vitality, and can continue to fight for a long time. 4. Physical evolution ability, while the body becomes stronger. It will also have the ability to transform similar to Scion. After transformation, in a short period of time, various abilities and combat effectiveness of the body will be increased wildly, and can evolve infinitely and indefinitely. Without hesitation, Guo Yang directly chose the ability of 4, evolution and transformation. Bite. System prompt, the host body has completed gene conversion and has the ability to evolve and transform. Bite. The system prompts, 100 million yuan, has been deposited into the host's personal bank account. This has obtained the ability of body evolution and transformation, and there is still 100 million yuan. Guo Yang clicked on the host's personal information with some excitement. Some new data suddenly appeared on the light curtain in front of him. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent value, 20 / normal person. Talent value is not bad, need potential value, 20 / 100, a little potential value can add a little talent value. Combat effectiveness, 5 / skills, none / unused potential, 0 / number of body evolutions, 0 / body evolution requires potential, 0 / 100. Combat power after transformation, unknown / ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Chapter 003. Gaku, Guoyang, Gohan, come and eat. Kiki brought all the food to the table and shouted at the three people in the living room. Eat, eat. Hearing that he could eat, the big stomach King Sun Wukong was happy like a child, and the swish turned into a breeze in Guoyang's eyes and rushed into the restaurant, and the speed was so fast that he couldn't even see an afterimage. Brother Guoyang, please. The very young son Gohan, under Kiki's tutoring, is very polite. He made an inviting gesture like an adult, and walked into the dining room next to the living room with Guoyang. When I entered the restaurant, I saw 8 large plates of dishes on the table, and Kiki was serving rice in a bowl for the 4 of them. Sun Wukong sat on the chair and looked at the food on the table with a hungry face. Sit down. Kiki pulled out 2 chairs for Guoyang and Gohan from under the dining table. Guoyang said politely, "Thank you, senior lady. Don't call me Xiniang, call me old." Although Kikai's married Sun Wukong and gave birth to Sun Wuhan, she is actually only 2 or 3 years older than Guoyang. You are just like Gaku, call me Kiki in the future, or Sister Kiki. Guoyang also didn't want to call a woman about his age Xiniang, so he went down the slope and directly agreed to come down. After sitting down, Kiki said, "Let's eat." Sun Wukong picked up the bowl and chopsticks in front of him as quickly as possible, and began to frantically pull the food into his mouth without any image, exactly the same as Guoyang saw in the animation. Kikai was slightly embarrassed and said, "Guoyang, don't laugh, he was like this when he was eating, he persuaded many times, and none of them worked." There was a rather helpless look in his voice. "Guoyang, you also eat, you also eat." Sun Wukong ate the meal, said 2 words vaguely, buried his head and continued to eat fiercely. Bite. At this moment, the system issued another irresistible task to Guoyang. The system prompts, make people happy and happy that the mission has been successfully started. Make people happy and happy tasks? Guoyang was stunned, what the hell is this mission? He clicked on the specifics of the task. Quite simply, as long as he makes Sun Wukong and his family happy, the system will increase Guoyang's combat effectiveness and potential value according to how happy Sun Wukong and his family are. It turned out to be so happy. Guoyang suddenly cried and laughed. If that's the case, the task would be easier. It's delicious. Guoyang took a bite of the meal and was surprised. Really? Kiki asked happily on her face. Bite. System prompt, Kiki is generally happy. Host combat power plus 0.1 / The host potential value is plus 1 / Guoyang opened the host's personal information on the system and viewed the combat effectiveness and potential value data table. Combat effectiveness was 5 / Combat effectiveness is now 5.1 / The potential value is preceded by 0 / The potential value is now 1 / Sure enough, it can be added, the excitement in Guoyang's heart. Don't look at the combat effectiveness only increased by 0.1, and the potential value only increased by 1 point. But you know, it's not easy to make a person laugh. The number of times and the number of days, the long speed of growth of combat effectiveness is absolutely terrifying. Guoyang nodded very seriously and said, "Of course, no lie. The food made by Kikai is the best I have ever eaten, and it is better than that made by the chefs of the world's top hotels. Where there is." Kiki said a little embarrassed. "Of course, Being praised for cooking is always the happiest thing for cooks. Bite. System tip, Kiki is delighted. Host combat damage plus 0.5. Host potential value plus 2. Listening to the sound of the system prompting to increase combat effectiveness and potential value, Guo Yang was full of enthusiasm to praise Kikai. What looks good, what temperament plus, what clothes are beautiful, what eyes are good looking, what cleans up the house, what. There is also Sun Wuhan. Guo Yang has not fallen, praising him for being smart and sensible, praising Master Sun Wukong for being powerful, and so on. The only pity is that Sun Wukong is not easy to laugh with Sun Wuhan and sister Kiki. From the beginning of lunch to the end of dinner, whether Sun Wukong went out to practice or was at home, he kept praising Kiki and Sun Wuhan, or saying some internet jokes to make the two of them laugh, and his combat power and potential value were constantly increasing. In one day, use the same words and the same means to make Kiki and Sun Gohan happy. The second time will not increase the combat effectiveness and potential value, only wait until the next day. Monkey King's home is very large, and there are many rooms. Knowing that Guo Yang could not go home for a long time, Kiki packed up a room for him to live in. For Guo Yang living in his own home, Sun Wukong didn't think much. Anyway, he was busy with cultivation and didn't have time to take care of Kikai, and it was good to have someone at home talking to Kikai. Kiki also feels that Koiyang people are more lively and sweet-mouthed, understand more knowledge, and can help her tutor Gohan to study, which is much more useful than Sun Wukong, who knows how to practice and eat all day. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Chapter 004. In the room. Guo Yang lay on the bed and summoned the system light curtain interface. Click Host Personal Information. Special Abilities, Body Evolution, Transformation. Talent Value, 20, Normal People. Talent value is not bad to reach, potential value is required, 20/100, 1. Potential point can increase talent a little. Combat Effectiveness, 25/. Skills, none/. Unused Potential, 202/. Number of Body Evolutions, 0/. Body Evolution requires potential, 0/100. Combat Power after Transformation, unknown/. Now there are 202 unused potential points and the first evolution of the body to have the ability to transform requires 100 potential points. With excitement, Guo Yang used 100 unused potential points to add to the evolution transformation. Byte. System prompt, the host has reached the conditions of body evolution and is changing the body genetics. 5 minutes later. Byte. System prompt, the first evolution of the host body is completed, the physique is enhanced, and the combat power is extra plus 50. At this time, Guo Yang felt that every cell in his body was full of strength, and with a punch, he could shatter a mountain. Transform. Guo Yang clicked on the system light curtain with his consciousness, and there was a small red box with 2 words written on it. Byte. System tip, the host's talent is too low and the transformation conditions are not met. Right at this time, Guo Yang noticed that there was suddenly an extra item on the host's personal information, and the transformation condition, the talent reached a good level. His current talent is 20, which is ordinary, and he is still 80 years short of talent. Byte. System tip, the host's talent changes from ordinary to talent. Transform me. Guo Yang roared excitedly. Rumble. A loud noise that only Guo Yang could hear came from his body, and his body was boiling like a burst. The next moment, I saw a faint golden light on the skin of his body. At the same time, Guo Yang's forehead and eyebrows also had an extra golden vertical mark like lightning. After the transformation, a very powerful momentum emanated from his body, and his body floated up from the bed. Guo Yang turned on the host's personal information on the system light curtain at this time. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent value, 100/, not bad. Talent points are very good, and potential points are required, 100/1000, a little potential value can add a little talent value. Combat power, 75/, this is 50 combat power after the first evolution. Skills, none/. Unused potential, 22/. Number of body evolutions, 1/. Body evolution requires potential, 0/1000. Combat power after transformation, 225/. Duration 5 minutes. You can only transform once a day. Because evolution is easier, the transformation will become stronger with the number of times, and the first transformation will not increase much compared to evolution. Otherwise, the combat effectiveness will collapse. The 225 combat stats have exceeded Boomer's 206 combat power when he was in the Turtle Immortal House. Of course, Guo Yang knew that 206 was scared by Qin's normal state. If Qin uses Qi, after casting the skill, the combat power will increase several times, at least it has a combat power of about 1200. At the same time, Guo Yanjai calculated that after his body evolved for the first time, he could increase his combat effectiveness by 3 times. Because 225 is exactly 3 times as much as 75. If he could now send these skills of Qigong, Realm King Fist, and Qi Yuan Slash, the strongest combat power value would definitely exceed 225. Of course, Guo Yang is not sure whether the combat power that skyrocketed after the transformation is 3 times. This has to wait for tomorrow day after he takes care of Kikai happily and happily increases the combat effectiveness, and then looks at the specific combat power value changes in the transformation. What a powerful Qi! Who is it? At the moment when Guo Yang transformed, in the next room, Sun Wukong, who had been lying down and asleep, suddenly woke up. Before Sun Wukong could perceive the specific location, the strange airflow disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Sun Wukong said to himself in disappointment, when did such a master hide on the earth? If you can fight with him, it will be very cool, but it's a pity that his anger disappeared too quickly. Hey, Kiki, what are you hiding? Sun Wukong, who was just about to lie down and continue sleeping, suddenly his wife Kiki hid something under the pillow. He reached out and took out what Kiki had hidden. It was a not too thick book. Don't look! Kiki panicked in fright. Her scene aroused Sun Wukong's strong curiosity. When I opened it, it was full of comic pictures, which were even more exaggerated than the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal who saw it, and it was even more obvious, it was simply. Sun Wukong was suddenly a little dumbfounded and asked, Kiki, you were just reading this book? They all said that you don't look at it, you still have to open it and see. Kiki grabbed the book and hid it behind her. Sun Wukong lay down on the bed and said, I remember that there are many such books in the Turtle Immortals. Kiki, you like to read, tomorrow I will go to the Turtle Immortal house and bring you all those books of the grandpa of the Turtle Immortal. Anyway, the grandfather of the Turtle Immortal has seen it many times, and I don't mind if I show it to you. Die! Kiki punched Sun Wukong with a pink fist, and said angrily, if you dare to tell others about this, I will only give you half a bowl of rice a day and starve you. As soon as he heard that he was not allowed to eat, Sun Wukong suddenly became nervous, and quickly assured, don't talk about it, Kiki, don't worry, I won't say anything. That's pretty much it. Kiki turned her anger into joy and rested her head on Sun Wukong's body. Gaku, we haven't been for a long time. However, before she could finish speaking, Sun Wukong said sleepily, I'm so tired of practicing today, tomorrow. Kiki was angry when she heard about tomorrow, saying this every day, and the next night she slept like a dead pig and couldn't wake up. The angry Kiki was about to get angry with Sun Wukong, but found that he had fallen asleep. After a helpless sigh, Kiki turned off the light and went to sleep. Flowers. Appraise. Pass. Do you have? Chapter 005. Guo Yang has the habit of waking up early. Day 2, 5:05 am. This is the time he gets dressed, pushes open the door, and walks out of the room. I thought I should be the first to get up, but I didn't expect it to be the last. When you open the door, you can see the restroom without a door. In front of the wash basin, the little son Gohan stepped on a stool that was not too tall, brushing his teeth and washing his face, which showed that Kiki educated him correctly, unlike many children who can't even tie their shoelaces when they are 5 or 6 years old. Seeing Guo Yang coming out of the room, Sun Wuhan stopped the movement in his hand and said politely, "Brother Guo Yang is early." Gohan early. Guo Yang went to the bathroom and rubbed Sun Wuhan's little head twice, then pushed open the bathroom next to the bathroom to prepare for a convenient shush and put water. He Chengxiang actually saw Sun Wukong inside, releasing water. Guo Yang said in his heart, he didn't remember to lock the door when he went to the bathroom. Fortunately, it was not Shi Niang Kiki who forgot to lock the door inside. If it is, how embarrassing is that? Early. Sun Wukong greeted him with a smile, then stepped back, retreated to the root of the wall, and said without knowing how to write the word shame, "Come together, compare with one, see who puts farther and accurate." Con. Guo Yang sweated in his heart, how old is it, and who is still peeing farther and more chasing? Immediately thought about it, this person is Sun Wukong. He was relieved. For Du Bird, this guy has always been not ashamed, but proud. "Dad, I'll come, and I'll compare with you and brother Guo Yang." Sun Gohan got down from the stool, ran into the bathroom and stood against the wall, and was ready in the shortest time. Guo Yang looked at this strange father and son, thought about it, or go to the countryside and follow the customs. He also leaned against the wall, and Sun Wukong, Sun Wuhan lined up. "I'll come first." Sun Gohan came first, and a column of water rushed out like a line, landing exactly where it should be. After he finished, Sun Wukong was not polite and said directly, "Look at me." Just as accurate. The Sun family father and son are indeed experienced in this regard, and they are veterans at a glance. When he arrived at Guo Yang, he adjusted the angle several times, and when the water lived out, it was slightly deviated, that is, the urine was crooked, but he also reacted quickly and adjusted it instantly, but some still got some of it on the wall. Sun Wukong patted his palm on Guo Yang's shoulder and encouraged, "It's good to practice more in the future, don't look at this simple. This is also a kind of practice, and it is necessary to concentrate the spirit and energy to achieve 100 shots, that is, the bathroom is too small to be opened. If I were outside, I could wash down the birds that were falling from the trees 50 meters away." "All right. You are the Monkey King. You are the master, you are awesome." Guo Yang was really a little crying and laughing. At the same time, I also understood a little in my heart, why the system let me start to take care of the task of Shi Niang and coax Shi Niang to be happy. Feelings, this Monkey King has the body of an adult, but he has a childlike heart that will never grow up. It's not bad if others don't coax him, where will he coax others? At breakfast, Guo Yang praised yesterday's words in different ways, and Kikai was very happy, increasing his combat effectiveness by 8 points and his potential value by 5 points. Why is the increase so small? In good words, you can't say it all at once. The day is long enough to stay at noon, say in the afternoon. Guo Yang didn't expect that after breakfast, Sun Wukong would have time to train him in martial arts. In a woods under Bun Mountain, Guo Yang and Sun Wukong stood a few steps apart. Sun Wukong spoke, "Ordinary martial artists practice fighting skills, and in a powerful way, they break a wooden board several inches thick with one punch. And martial artists like us, who are beyond the scope of ordinary human abilities, must not only cultivate fighting skills, but also cultivate qi, enhance qi, and train the proficiency of qi, as well as the exploration of Qi, and create powerful Qi energy attack skills. Next, I will first show you what the energy power of Qi is, and then teach you how to perceive the existence of Qi, and when you perceive Qi, I am training you in martial arts, and at that time, you will be ready to be beaten. Don't look at Sun Wukong's simple and naive in terms of human feelings and worldliness, but once it comes to the cultivation of martial artists, his meticulous, serious and focused attitude really has the style of a grand master. As he spoke, Sun Wukong had already put on the posture of the turtle sect Qigong wave that he was most familiar with and good at. Turtle Pai Qigong. When he shouted the first word, Sun Wukong's Qi began to gather between his palms, as if the welding master between his palms was whispering, shining, dazzling, and dazzling. With each additional word, the more Qi gathers together, and the light becomes brighter and brighter, like a small sun. Wave. When this last word protruded from Sun Wukong's mouth, his palms jerked forward. Wang. A pillar of light that was as white as a horse shot out. With Sun Wukong's ability, a turtle faction Qigong wave is enough to beat the entire Bun Mountain into a big pit. But this was just a demonstration for Guo Yang, just breaking a large tree hundreds of meters away. This is the skill of the power of Qi. Sun Wukong put away the posture of the turtle sect Qigong wave and said, "Next, I will teach you how to sense the existence of Qi." Subsequently, he said how to perceive Qi, the method of existence, and how to guide this Qi. After a moment, Sun Wukong asked, "Have you written down everything I said? Make a note of it." Guo Yang nodded. "That's good." Sun Wukong said, "Since you have made a note, you will first sense the existence of Qi here, and I will have to cultivate." Shout. Under Guo Yang's gaze, Sun Wukong performed Wukong technique, flew to a distant place, and finally turned into a small dot and disappeared. After Sun Wukong left, Guo Yang raised his right hand in front of him. "Father." The next moment, a faint golden light mass lit up between the 5 fingers of the palm. This is the Qi in his body, the golden Qi in his body. After he transformed last night, he was full of anger all over his body, and he didn't need to feel it at all. Looking at the direction where Sun Wukong left, he looked at the location of Bunzi Mountain. A day in the woods is a pure waste of time. So as soon as Master Sun Wukong left, Guo Yang began to run to the mountain, impatiently going to find Master Niang Kikai to improve his combat effectiveness. Ask for flowers, seriously, the data on the first day is too bad, there is no motivation to write down, do not ask everyone for money tips, free flowers, evaluation, all more. Chapter 006. When Guo Yang was about to return to Bunzi Mountain, Kikai came out of the house with a large basin of freshly washed clothes to tie clothes on a clothesline in the sun. "The wind, you either don't blow it. The wind, either you will blow a little longer. The wind, you blow for such a short time. The wind, on purpose, right?" Guo Yang muttered 2 words in his heart. Even if she has given birth, Kiki is still slender, her lower abdomen is flat, and there is no fat on her waist visible on the side front. Kiki found that this very handsome boy, who was only 3 or 4 years younger than herself, had a somewhat unnatural expression. Immediately, she seemed to realize something, and her face turned red. Bunzishan is located in a remote area, almost a month or 2 cannot see an outsider. Kikai, this is forgetting Bunzishan and Guo Yang, a handsome young man of 17 or 18, she is wearing a cheongsam that she likes very much in Bunzishan. "Guo Yang, why did you come back? Gaku that?" Kiki is a person who has been married and had children, and reads villain books every day, and knows to use questions to divert the current somewhat awkward atmosphere. Guo Yang is not really only 17 or 8 years old, but after crossing into the Dragon Ball world, he became what he is now. If Kiki, who has just been married for a few years, can use the topic to divert the awkward atmosphere, then Guo Yang is an actor at the level of a movie king. He looked as if he hadn't seen anything just now, and said without seeing anything, Master Wukong taught some basic attempts about qi, let me sense the existence of qi in the forest alone, and then the master flew away to find a place to cultivate. Then you are sensing the existence of qi? Kiki asked casually, how could qi be so easily perceived? It's a pity that she has never been able to perceive the existence of qi, and she has always been just an ordinary martial artist, not a superhuman warrior like Wukong who can fly by relying on the qi in her body and release the skill of qi. However, what stunned Kikai was that a not too large golden light suddenly lit up in Guo Yang's palm. Guo Yang, yes Kikai, I already feel the presence of qi. Immediately, he looked at the large basin containing freshly washed clothes on the ground and asked, Kiki, you want to build clothes, let me help you build them together. As he spoke, he had already bent down to take out a piece of clothing from the basin and put it on the clothesline, which was the practice uniform with a turtle character on Goku's chest that Goku usually wore. Bite. The system prompts, the host helped Master Wukong's family work, helped Kiki build a dress, and Kiki was very happy. Combat power plus 0.15. Potential plus 0.1. Guo Yang's eyes watched the clothes in the basin glow, and he picked up another piece of clothing faster and put it on the clothesline. Sure enough, the next moment, the system prompted to help work, Kiki was very happy, and he increased a small amount of combat power and potential value. I'll come. Guo Yang grabbed the clothes she was about to put up from Kikai's hands like a grab, and with a shake of his hand, the clothes were put on the clothesline. Kiki, you go take a break, with me here, you don't care about these clothes. What a long, handsome and enthusiastic gentleman guy with a living eye. Looking at Guo Yang's hands and feet with his clothes, Kikai couldn't help but think of her husband Sun Wukong. If he could not only know cultivation all day, if he could help himself do some work like Guo Yang, and accompany him to chat with him more, how happy would it be? Under Guo Yang's speed full of energy and passion, this large basin of clothes was soon put on the clothesline, and after checking the system, he increased his combat effectiveness by 7.2 combat power and 5.5 potential values in such a big time. Guo Yang smiled and asked, Kikai, do you have any clothes to wash? Just leave it to me. Kiki's face was a little red and whispered, there is really a little, but I can't wash you, I have to wash it myself and build it myself. Guo Yang understood, the rest should be Kikai's underwear or something, this he really can't help to wash it, otherwise what does the master Sun Wukong, who is cultivating far away, think? Yes, the computer is in my bedroom and Goku's, you go and use it, I still have to wash the rest of my clothes. Kiki and Guo Yang walked into the living room together, one went to the bathroom to wash clothes, the other went to get the computer. When passing by Sun Wuhan's room, Guo Yang looked in through the crack of the door, and saw the small Gohan sitting straight at the waist, holding a pen and sitting on the desk. Guo Yang knew that Kiki hoped that Gohan would become a knowledgeable scholar in the future. Instead of not wanting to become a warrior like his father and fight and kill people, little Gohan has to do a lot of homework every day. In fact, from a mother's point of view, no one wants their child to fight with others all day like a punk. What's more, fighting is a dangerous thing, killing other people's children, can the adults of his family not be sad? If your own child is beaten to death, then must you not be sad to madness? What is wrong can only be that this Dragon Ball world is too unsafe, and the earth is in danger of being destroyed at every turn. Quietly walking through Gohan's door, Guo Yang entered Kiki and Sun Wukong's bedroom. There was a wedding photo of the two on the bedside wall. Goku was very handsome, Kiki was beautiful. Looking at the double bed covered with pink leaflets, Guo Yang couldn't help but have a picture in his mind. If Sun Wukong, who is a scion, was excited, would the bed be broken? Speaking of the update problem, don't spend money with everyone to give tips. As long as there are many free flowers and many reviews, the author update will definitely give power. But there are few data, and the author does not have much passion to write and ask for flowers. Chapter 007. The computer desk was near the balcony window. Guo Yang walked over and pulled the curtains halfway to block the sunlight shining on the computer screen, and then sat on the chair in front of the computer desk and turned on the computer switch. The computer turned on quickly, almost instantaneously, and the page on the screen was a photo of Kiki's family of 3. It looks like it should have been taken on Gohan's birthday, because there was a big cake and Gohan was wearing a small birthday crown on his head. Looking for a shopping mall page that can be delivered to the door, Guo Yang chose a lot of clothes on it, his own, Gohan's, Wukong's, the most is Kiki's, a whole 100 cheongsam, and the remarks were sent to Bunzishan. Guo Yang knows that Kiki hopes that Gohan can become a learned scholar when he grows up, and Guo Yang also hopes that Gohan can immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge and not influence himself like a big light bulb to improve his combat effectiveness. Therefore, Guo Yang kindly bought 500 or 600 stupid books for Gohan in 7 or 8 libraries that sold books, enough for him to read for a few years. Well? Suddenly, Guo Yang, who was about to turn off the computer after buying something, found that there were 2 folders at the bottom of the computer screen, which were very difficult to find. If it hadn't been discovered by accident, no one would have noticed at all. Because the color of this folder is similar to the color around it. Why are folders in such a hidden place? Would you like to open it and take a look? After only hesitating for a moment, his strong curiosity made Guo Yang click on one of the folders, and it was nothing, just wedding photos of Sun Wukong and Kiki, and daily photos of their family after Gohan was born. There are also socks under the bedside table that I forgot to wash them. After washing her intimate pants, Kiki shook off the water stains on her hands and left the bathroom to walk to her bedroom. After Chi Men entered the house, Chi saw Guo Yang in front of the computer desk looking at something seriously, thinking that he was buying something or checking information, and did not think much about it. How good it would be if Gaku could accompany me more at home and practice less. Looking at Guo Yang's silhouette, Kiki walked to the bedside table with a slight sigh in her heart, bent down and picked up 2 pairs of socks, which she and Gaku took off last night. Gohan's pencil is running out, and Guo Yang is on the main computer, so let him buy some directly online. Kiki, who had already reached the door, stopped and turned around and walked towards Guo Yang in front of the computer desk on the balcony. Ah! Guo Yang, how do you open the family portrait photos of our family privately? However, when Kiki came behind Guo Yang and saw a photo of herself stealing a selfie on the computer screen, she said dissatisfied. I'm sorry, Guo Yang explained in a low voice, I accidentally clicked, so I watched it. Looking at people's photos, it's not right. Even if his skin is thick, Guo Yang can't wait for a crack in the ground and get into it to hide himself. Kiki is definitely going too far at this time, and the photos are all ordinary wedding photos, daily photos of Gohan after he was born. Watched it, it's not a big deal. Mom, brother Guo Yang, what happened just now? Son Gohan, who heard Kiki's scream, walked in and looked at the 2 adults who had not seen anything and stood there with some doubt. Just now, a big bird suddenly appeared outside the window, which scared my mother and screamed. Kiki casually made up a reason. I want to see, I want to see. Son Gohan quickly ran to the window, and his toes were barely a little higher than the windowsill, but there was no big bird outside the window, and he asked, Mom, where is the big bird? Without waiting for Kiki to speak, Guo Yang cooperated. That big bird, just frightened by the shouts of the senior lady, flew away at once. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Say important things 3 times. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Thank you all. Chapter 008. At noon, Sun Wukong did not come back to eat. At the dinner table, Guo Yang also did not think of a way to make Shi Niang Kiki happy all morning because of the photos on the computer. And Kiki seems to be avoiding him, and has been tutoring him in Gohan's house. Many people who have watched Dragon Ball feel that Kiki is not worthy of Sun Wukong, and they are yelling and complaining to Sun Wukong all day, especially in terms of Sun Gohan's opposition to his practice of martial arts when he was a child, and many people feel that Kiki is not worthy of being a mother, delaying Gohan's lifelong combat effectiveness. But through this short day or two of touching, Guo Yang knew that Kiki was a very difficult woman. Sun Wukong can be said to be a rare innocence in the world, and his mind is simple, like the 3 or 4-year-old child who does not hear the world. But a person with such a character as a husband is definitely not a qualified husband. After he and Kiki got married, Kiki worked alone in the family, stir-fried rice, oil, salt, ginger vinegar tea, and washed the family. Sun Wukong is only responsible for uninterrupted cultivation every day, eating a lot when eating, sleeping when he is full, going to cultivation when he wakes up, and eating at home when he is hungry. As for making money to support his family, Sun Wukong has never considered it. Maybe in his eyes, the world's beasts and big fish are eaten, and it is enough for a family of 3 to eat for several days, and there is no need to make money at all. Anyway, hunger is not dead. It can be said that Sun Wukong is a person who has no bad intentions and does not have the heart to take the initiative to care about others. In Gohan's education, Son Goku hopes that Gohan can become a warrior like himself, free day by day. Sun Wukong's free, unrestrained concept is caused by her living environment since childhood. Before meeting Boomer, Sun Wukong had been living with his grandfather in the isolated mountains, and he didn't have a specific concept of money at all, let alone making money to support his family and care for his wife and take care of his son. Kiki is different. She was born in the castle of the Bull Demon King, and there are many servants around her to serve, eat, use, and wear, all of which are good, and all because his father, the Bull Demon King, is rich. Kiki's tutor is very good, knows what to do and what not to do, and does not encourage Goku to steal and rob because he is powerful. Similarly, the reason why Kiki does not let Gohan practice very much is that he is afraid that Gohan will grow up to fight with people, be bad in society, and become a punk who steals money and robs. So Kiki hopes that Gohan will read more, study more, grow up to become a great scholar, have a decent job, have a good income to support himself, and support his future family. Isn't this the right education? It can be said that Kiki is a woman worthy of respect, whether it is for her husband Sun Wukong or her son Sun Wuhan. Guo Yang had seen the Dragon Ball, and if it weren't for Raditz coming to find his younger brother Sun Wukong, maybe Sun Wuhan would really be insulated from martial arts and the powerful combat power of the Scions in this life, thus becoming a knowledgeable scholar among ordinary people. Of course, if there is no Raditz's arrival, which changes the original life of the Goku family. When the artificial man comes out of the laboratory on the 18th, I am afraid that Sun Wukong and they will all die, because without the appearance of Vegeta and others, there will be no Super Saiyan transformation of Sun Wukong. In short, in the eyes of Guo Yang, Kiki is a beautiful and dignified woman who is at ease to serve her husband and educate her children. However, Guo Yang thought about it for a long time, but he didn't expect to see another side of Kiki in the computer, a woman who lacks to be cared for, lacks to be taken care of, and has strong hopes. Guo Yang couldn't help but think that the strange task that the system gave him to take care of Xi Niang and become stronger when she was happy was really just so simple as letting himself take care of Xi Niang. Kiki? Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. I used to see a lot of people scolding Kiki. Anyway, the author disagrees, thinking that it is because the angle and concept are different, and later for the sake of the earth, didn't Kiki also agree with Gohan to practice martial arts? Of course, Gohan's cultivation of martial arts is still the greatest credit to the great Demon King of Bike. Chapter 009. How do you sense the presence of Qi? When it was almost dark, Sun Wukong returned and asked him as soon as they met. Sensed. When Guo Yang replied, his 5 fingers opened slightly upward, and a faint golden light mass slowly rotated between his palm fingers. Sun Wukong looked at the chi light mass in him unexpectedly, and then faced Kikai, who was cooking in the kitchen, and said with a smile, I just said that chi is easy to perceive, you see Guo Yang has only sensed it in less than a day. I've taught you so many times, I don't know if you're too stupid or we're too smart. Gaku. You're sincerely angry with me. Kiki came out of the kitchen with a spatula for stir-frying, she wasn't in a good mood today, and Gaku was angry with her when he came back, and it was strange not to yell at her. Sun Wukong's emotional intelligence is very low, and he didn't see that Kikai was really not in a good mood, thinking that she didn't yell at herself or not, and asked with a smile, Kiki, when is the meal? I'm so hungry. Just then, the phone rang in the living room. Sun Wukong grabbed the phone next to him and asked, Who? Gaku, it's me Clin, tomorrow the Kames Enya party. Boomer, Yamcha, Puilu, Oolong, Yachai Lobe are all here, you also come, I haven't seen you for several years, I miss you all strangely. Sun Wukong said, Okay, I also miss everyone a little, I will arrive tomorrow. Okay, Gaku, then that's settled. Clin hung up the phone on the other side of the phone, and Sun Wukong looked at Kiki and said, It was Clin who just called, tomorrow the Turtle Immortal House party, I promised, Kiki, let's go together. I'm not going. Kiki turned back to the kitchen and continued to make dinner for everyone. She couldn't look at the group of people in the Turtle Immortal House and didn't want Gaku to contact them more. The Turtle Fairy is an old man. Bulma saw Fox 1, with Yamcha and worried about his family Gaku. There is also a Oolong, as the Turtle Immortals, what if Gaku is bad with learning? The bald Clin looks like a good man, but his heart is more than a sieve, and Gaku is with him and is about to be taken to the ditch. That Yamcha is with Boomer, and often secretly carries Boomer outside to pick up girls, which is no different from Turtle Immortals and Oolong. In short, in Kiki's eyes, those people whose husband Sun Wukong is in the Turtle Immortal House are not good people with good quality. Especially that Boomer, every time she looks at Goku's eyes, it will make her feel uncomfortable. A group of dog friends in the Turtle Fairy House party, what is she going to do? In the hall, Sun Wukong looked at Beiying who walked into the kitchen, he scratched his head with a smile, and said to his son Sun Gohan and apprentice Guo Yang, Kiki is not going, let's go. I tell you, the Turtle Immortal House will have a big meal tomorrow, let's go and eat, hey. I'm hungrier at the thought of eating, what happened to Kiki tonight, the dinner last night. Tomorrow is the day when Monkey King takes Monkey Rice to the Turtle Immortal House for a party, so doesn't that mean that Monkey King's brother Raditz will come to Earth the day after the party? Thinking of this, Guo Yang felt in his heart that he should tell Gaku not to take Gohan, and he could just follow. His current combat power is 80.5, and the triple increase after transformation is 241.5, if he is learning Turtle Qigong. The final combat power can still explode several times. How is it stronger than Gohan who received stimulation and awakened the power in the Saiyan body? With him and his master son Gohan, and the Vic Great Demon King, they will definitely be able to defeat Raditz. Only, how is he going to tell Sun Wukong, don't take Xiao Wuhan with him? After thinking for a long time, Guo Yang couldn't find a suitable reason. When she was at the dinner table, Guo Yang's worried look attracted Kikai's attention, and Kikai was still very concerned about this little brother who called her Shinyang and Shinyang all day, and asked with concern, Guo Yang, what's wrong with you? Guo Yang is still thinking about how to not let Sun Wukong take Xiao Wuhan to the Turtle Immortal House, and when Kiki asked him so, he was stunned for a moment, and he said half-truthfully. I was thinking about what the master would do if he used that Turtle School Qigong wave, but I couldn't figure it out. I wanted the master to teach me, and I was worried that the master was too tired to practice during the day and didn't have time to teach me at night. There is time, there is time. Hearing that he wanted to learn the Turtle School Qigong wave, Sun Wukong stopped and pulled the chopsticks of the rice in his mouth and said, I will go outside to teach you after eating. In fact, the Turtle School Qigong wave is very easy to learn, I listened to the principle from the grandfather of the turtle immortal at that time. However, Klin and Yamcha were very stupid and practiced for a long time to learn. Speaking of this, Sun Gohan also showed a hint of pride. Then he said, Guo Yang, you can explore and sense the existence of Qi alone on the first day. This understanding must be stronger than Klin and Yamcha, and when I finish telling you the principle of Turtle School Qigong, you can practice diligently. When I come back from this Turtle Immortal House party, I will train you in actual combat. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Who can guess how Guo Yang went to the Turtle Immortal House? Can he do a somersault cloud? Chapter 010. After dinner, Guo Yang followed Master Sun Wukong to the woods under Bun Mountain. At this moment, Sun Wukong made a gesture like in the morning. He lowered his voice and said in a deep voice, Turtle Pai Qigong Wave. Wang! A dazzling pillar of light burst out from the mass of Qi light between Sun Wukong's palms. Remember, the Qi we control is not a dead thing, but also a living thing and a feeling there. Sun Wukong said seriously, only by identifying with them and becoming friends with them, they will be like arms, optimistic. As soon as his words fell, in Guo Yang's eyes, the pillar of light that was about to hit a big tree suddenly avoided the big tree around a corner, and then rushed straight to the sky. Sun Wukong's control of Qi is indeed powerful, and the pillar of light is in the air like a spray plane being performed, sometimes rushing left, sometimes suddenly right, sometimes up and down like an electrocardiogram, and it looks like a light snake swimming in the air on the ground. Remember, only by practicing a lot and understanding with more heart, to feel, to communicate with Qi, can we achieve this level of control. Sun Wukong put away the energy of Qi in his hand, and the turtle sect Qigong wave light pillar that hit out immediately disappeared like a flashlight light pillar that suddenly turned off. Everyone's understanding is different, the speed of learning a thing is also different. I can only teach you how to use the turtle school Qigong waves. As for whether you can learn it, when you can learn it, it depends on your own understanding, and your efforts to succeed. Next, Sun Wuhan only told Guo Yang how to gather Qi into a turtle faction Qigong wave on both sides, and flew back to Bunzi Mountain. After Sun Wukong came back, he took Sun Wuhan to take a bath in the bath, and he didn't wear a bath towel or shorts or something, and walked from the bathroom through the hall and returned to the house. Don't wear a dress, if you are seen, you will not be ashamed. Kiki, who had already been lying on the bed, said dissatisfied. Can Monkey King know what shame is? He said of course, Guo Yang is a man and not a woman, just look at it, besides, I just came back with a bath towel, I don't have to take it off, it's a lot of trouble. It's still like this to come directly to save trouble. Kiki completely defeated Goku's somewhat revealing and shameless habit. After Sun Wukong lay on the bed, Kiki leaned over to him and said a little shyly, Wukong, we said that last night. However, the next moment, what made Kiki angry was that Sun Wukong, who had just been lying on the bed, actually fell asleep. Hey! Kiki let out a helpless sigh and immediately turned off the lights to sleep. The turtle sect Qigong wave was simple from Sun Wukong's mouth, but it was not so when Guo Yang cultivated, more than 10 times in a row, and not a single success. Guo Yang turned on the system, and the personal information appeared on the light curtain. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent value, 100/, not bad. Talent points are very good, and potential points are required, 100/1000. Combat effectiveness, 80.5/. Skills, none/. Unused potential, 23.5/. Number of body evolutions, 1/. Body evolution requires potential, 0/1000. Combat power after transformation, 240.5/. Duration 5 minutes. You can only transform once a day. Good talent. Learn everything quickly, and learn Turtle School Qigong is not a problem. However, he only has 23.5 potential points unused now, and if he wants to improve his talent from not bad to very good, he still needs 876.5 potential points. Diligence can make up for weakness, 10 times if you can't do it 100 times, 100 times if you can't do it, 1,000 times 1,000 times. Guo Yang is not a person who likes to rely on foreign objects or talents, and he also has the determination to work hard and work hard. Behind the light curtain of the closing system, Guo Yang continued to practice the Turtle Sect Qigong wave in this forest. Time dawned in a blink of an eye, until Sun Wukong now called him for breakfast on Bun Mountain, which ended the practice of Turtle Sect Qigong waves. After breakfast, Sun Wukong wanted to take Gohan and Guo Yang to the Turtle Immortal House. However, Kiki was reluctant to leave her son Gohan for too long, so she didn't let them go, and had to let them go to the Kamizan house after lunch. I didn't leave in the morning, and Sun Wukong, a cultivation maniac, didn't know where to cultivate. Kiki is tutoring Xiao Gohan in the house, which is both a mother and a teacher, and it is hard enough. Guo Yang did not go to the woods below the mountain, so he continued to practice Turtle Pai Qigong waves on Bunzi Mountain, and also learned that he could not beat Raditz in hand-to-hand combat now, but if he hid in the shadows to gather Turtle Faction Qigong waves to sneak attack, even if he couldn't kill Raditz, he could be injured and disabled. Tick. At 9:25 am, a car from the city came to a stop on Bunzi Mountain, and a male driver poked his head out of the window and asked, "This is Ms. Bunzi Kiki's home, I deliver it." Guo Yang knew that the things he bought online yesterday were delivered. The address was written Bun Mountain, and the signer wrote Kikai. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers, please give the author some motivation. Chapter 011. The address is written on Bun Mountain, and the signatory is Kiki. After Guo Yang moved everything into the house, Kiki came out to the driver and wrote the name of the signator. Goodbye. The driver sat in the cab, stretched out his arm out the window and waved to them, and then stepped on the accelerator. The car turned around and left Bunzi Mountain. In the house, Guo Yang divided the things sent into categories, and then said to Kikai, who was helping on the side. Kiki, this is the clothes I bought for the master, you open it and take a look and help the master sort it out. Ah, Guo Yang, you bought so many clothes for Wukong. Kikai opened the 15 or 6 exquisite boxes that Yang Tian was referring to. All of them were clothes that matched Sun Wukong's height and size, including a full set of suits, white, black, blue, and many shirts. 23,000 yuan. Kiki casually picked up a shirt, looked at the level above, and exclaimed in surprise. If the Bull Demon King's castle had not been burned by fire and destroyed by the Turtle Sect Qigong, Kiki would not have felt that 23,000 far away a shirt had anything. But now, for Kiki, who doesn't have much money at home, this is very expensive. Byte. The system prompts, very happy, the host's combat power increases by 0.8, and the potential value increases by 0.5. Guo Yang's ears heard the wonderful sound of the system. At this time, Kikai picked up another set of snow-white clothes, looked at the price on it, and suddenly widened her eyes and was shocked. 99999 yuan. Byte. The system prompts, very shocked, very happy, the host's combat power increased by 1, and the potential value increased by 0.7. Guo Yang looked at a large number of things on the ground, and felt that there would be a lot of system prompts for a while, so he simply turned off the prompts temporarily. At this moment, Kiki is still looking at the price of 99,999 yuan on the label in disbelief. Is Wukong's land a very, very low-key rich second generation? She did not suspect that the price on these clothes was fake, because the delivery car was the delivery van of the largest shopping mall on the earth, and she thought that Guo Yang bought only slightly better, but she did not expect that the things she bought were so expensive. Next, Kikai used her quick mental calculation of firewood, rice, oil, salt, sauce, and vinegar tea every day to calculate a terrifying number, and the price of these clothes that Guo Yang bought for Sun Wuhan added up to 123,4235 yuan. Knock knock knock. One of Kiki's hearts felt that it was almost insufficient, and the beating was so fast, as if it was about to explode. She was really shocked by the figure of more than 1.23 million yuan. Kiki and Wukong have been married for the past few years, and the family of three has been eating Goku's old book in the world's first martial arts meeting, but Wukong has not won a championship at the world's martial arts meeting for various reasons. All of them are second, and the money given is not much, spending it, and now there is not much left. By the way, Kiki, these are for you. Guo Yang pushed a large number of boxes in front of her. These? All for me? Kiki looked at the largest push box on her body and said in shock. Well, these are all for you. Guo Yang nodded affirmatively, and then pointed to the other 5 large boxes. I saw that Brother Gohan was very smart. And I thought that he studied hard and would definitely be a knowledgeable university scholar in the future, and all of them were books that I bought for Brother Gohan. Really, you also think Gohan is smart and thinks he can become a knowledgeable university scholar in the future? Hearing someone praise her son Gohan so much, Kiki's excited voice trembled, especially the trembling in front of her. Of course it's true. Guo Yang looked at his conscience and said seriously, the first time I saw Brother Gohan, I found that he was different, and he had the breath of being a university by nature, especially Brother Gohan is so studious, and he will definitely be a university scholar who has made great contributions to mankind all over the world in the future. As soon as she heard that Gohan of the Kouyang team had such a high evaluation, Kiki's heart was beautiful and almost fainted. It was really rare, it was rare for someone to have the same opinion as her. Mom, Brother Guo Yang, what are you talking about, so happy? The small son Gohan asked from the room to the hall. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Gohan has more books, and son Gohan is going to study hard, haha. Chapter 012. Gohan, come here. Kiki waved at him with a smile on her face. Oh. The small son Gohan wore a Dragon Ball hat, very well behaved and full of curiosity. Kikai pointed to the 5 large boxes on the ground and said happily, this is the book that your brother Guo Yang bought for you. Son Gohan looked at the 5 large boxes containing books, and his eyes widened. That's too much, right? When will I finish reading it? Kiki said, Gohan, thank you Brother Guo Yang quickly. He said that you will definitely become a scholar in the future, and will buy you more and more books in the future. You can't live up to the expectations of Guo Yang's brother and mother, and you must become a great scholar in the future, you know. Still want to buy me more books? Son Gohan grew his mouth and was almost frightened stupid. But he is very sensible and understands a lot of truth. Knowing Guo Yang's brother and mother, this is for his own good. Thank you Brother Guo Yang, Gohan will definitely study well and become a knowledgeable university scholar in the future. Sun Wuhan thanked Guo Yang in his heart like a sea of bitterness, so many books and eyes, he didn't have time to go out and play now. Oh my god! Kiki opened a box and took out a book from it, immediately attracted by the title. This is a teaching book that she has long wanted to buy for Gohan, but the price is too expensive and she has not bought it. Next, Kiki let out an exclamation every time she pulled out a book. These books are all books that she is optimistic about, but she feels that they are very expensive, so she did not buy them, and she planned to buy them for Gohan when the money was more expensive later. How much does it cost to buy so many books? No way. No one's money is blown by the wind. In the future, give these books money to Guo Yang. Kiki thought so, and took out the signed receipt given to her by the driver from her pocket. Oh my! So much money! Seeing the cost of buying books on the list, Kiki almost didn't stand. More than 2.85 million, which is too much. However, when she saw the 100 cheongsam written on the list, 6,084,000,000, the whole person was almost scared. Guo Yang is a man, and of course he can't wear so many cheongsam. The only thing she can wear is herself. Since marrying Sun Wukong, the clothes Kiki has worn in recent years have been bought by her father Bull Demon King before she got married. At this moment, Kiki's hand holding the list trembled, and her eyes continued to look. When I saw the price of a pair of cosmetics, it became more and more difficult to breathe. 2,040,050,000. Cosmetics are all the most famous brands on the planet, each of which is tens of thousands and hundreds of thousands. It is a mask, all 588 yuan a piece, a full 365 pieces a year, with a total price of 214,620 yuan. Especially at the bottom of the list, it also says to pay yuan in full. The number was too long, Kiki counted, really fainted. Guo Yang actually spent more than 11.2 million this time. Even when she was a child, when her father's castle of the Bull Demon King was not burned, she did not dare to spend money on things like this, which was enough to cover 1/10 of her family's property when it was richest. Guo Yang, these things are too many and too valuable. Let's all retreat. The value of these things is beyond Kiki's acceptable range. Kiki, I'm rich, so keep these things at ease. Guo Yang said with a smile, even if I return it now, the money can only be returned to me 70%, and it is a loss if it is returned. The money given by the system is hung by the wind, and Guo Yang is not distressed how much it is spent. Besides, the money in the Dragon Ball world, he can't bring back to the original world. If you can't bring it back, what do you keep so much money for? It is better to use it to make the master and lady happy, increase the combat effectiveness and increase the potential value. By the way, Kiki, I also bought a luxury flying car with a unit price of more than 20 million, and I will arrive in the afternoon or tomorrow, and then I will trouble the senior lady to help me sign it. The car, in fact, was also bought for Kiki. There is no hovering car in Goku's house, and Kiki can't fly. There is a flying car, and it is convenient for Kiki to go out. With a unit price of more than 20 million, Kiki's heart trembled. By the way, Kiki, I transferred 20 million to the bank card under your name yesterday, just as the tuition fee for my practice and study, as well as the money for eating and staying here. Kiki, don't say anything outside. Before the words fell, Guo Yang had already walked out of the house and went outside to practice the turtle sect Qigong wave. In the room, the rest of the room was Kiki, who was holding a list and her legs were a little soft, and Sun Gohan, who was worried about the big box of books. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Ask for a review. Ask for a review. Say important things 3 times. Chapter 013. When practicing Turtle Pi Qigong waves, Guo Yang clicked on the System Accommodation, the main personal information interface. Byte. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent is not bad, 100/. Talent points are very good, and potential points are required, 100/1000, a little potential value can add a little talent value. Combat effectiveness, 226.7/. Skills, none/. Turtle Qigong wave has not yet been learned. Unused potential, 463.3/. Number of body evolutions, 1/. The body needs potential for secondary evolution, 100/1000. Combat effectiveness after one transformation, 680.1/. In the normal state of seeing 226.7 combat effectiveness. And after transformation, it reached 680.1 combat effectiveness. There is still 463.3 unused potential afterward. Guo Yang was jumped. These tens of millions of yuan were really not spent in vain. He flipped through the system prompts that the sound was turned off. Guo Yang only found out that the highest increase in combat effectiveness was. It turned out that he boasted that when Gohan grew up, he could become a scholar that made Xiniang Kiki happy, increasing his combat effectiveness by 38.1 and his potential value by 120.3. The second was the 100 clothes he bought for Kiki, which made Xiniang Kiki so happy that her heart was overwhelmed. Her combat effectiveness increased by 33.5, and her potential value increased by 99.7. The remaining increased combat effectiveness and potential value data were all those things that were bought, which made Xiniang Kiki happy to various degrees, and accumulated together. Through this, Guo Yang had a plan in his heart. In the future, he will not only praise Kiki more beautifully, but also praise Gohan more in front of Kiki. Because, from the system prompt message is logged on the record. It is easy to make Kiki happy, and the increase in combat power and potential value is also very considerable. If I learn the Turtle Sect Qigong in the past 2 days. Combat power after transformation 680.1. The Turtle Sect Qigong wave increased its combat effectiveness several times. The combat effectiveness can reach at least 2000 or more. Although it is only 5 minutes. It is estimated that he can also defeat Sun Wukong's brother Raditz. It's just that. This Turtle Sect Qigong wave is really not easy to learn. Hey, Guo Yang suddenly sighed in his heart. If not today's Kame's Enya party, but in a few months. With his ability, he can definitely make Xiniang Kiki laugh every day. That potential value, and combat effectiveness must have increased to several thousand. At that time, he will transform in 1 second time, and his combat power will explode to tens of thousands. Don't say it's Raditz, Monkey King's brother, but what if Vegeta is here? In fact, practicing every day will also increase a certain combat effectiveness. But compared with the one that made Xiniang Kiki happy, the gap was simply too big. After lunch, Kiki stood at the door and said to the 3 who were about to go to the Turtle Immortal House, "You guys go early and return early, don't stay in the Turtle Immortal House for too long. Especially Goku, you must take care of Gohan and don't let Gohan see those unhealthy things of Grandpa Kame's Ento." "Okay Kiki, I see." Sun Wukong was a little disgusted by Kiki's wordiness, and directly shouted at the sky, "Du Yun! Shout!" At the same time, the golden heel cloud suddenly appeared from the sky, like a meteor dragging a long golden tail flame, across the sky, and came to Sun Wukong, like a puppy who had not seen its owner for many days, rubbing Sun Wukong's thigh affectionately. "Long time no see, Du Yun." Sun Wukong smiled and touched the soft and fluffy somersault cloud, and after putting Xiao Wuhan on it, he also made it on the somersault cloud, and turned his head to look at Guo Yang. "You also come up and sit." Guo Yang nodded, his heart was extremely excited. If so, let him pick 2 favorite things in Dragon Ball. The first is definitely Dragon Ball, which can grant any wish. The second is definitely this somersault cloud, sitting on it, a golden light streaks across the sky. If you want to pull more wind, you will pull more wind, absolutely puff up the magic of pretending. Guo Yang liked to touch the soft cloud of the somersault cloud, and his body sat on the somersault cloud with a slight uplift. However, the next moment, poof! Guo Yang fell from the cloud to the ground. "Oh, I forgot to tell you." Sun Wukong slapped his head and said, "Only people with pure minds can sit on the somersaults. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Ask for a review. Ask for a monthly pass." Chapter 014. "Dad, brother Guo Yang can't sit on Du Yun, what should I do?" The small son Gohan sat in his father's arms and asked with a worried face. Although son Gohan really wants to go to the Turtle Immortal House and meet his father son Goku's friends. But Gohan's naturally somewhat timid personality makes him very afraid of living people, and he has a good relationship with Guo Yang in the past 2 days, and naturally hopes to have a familiar person around him. I have an idea. Sun Wu suddenly thought of a way, and he said with a smile, find a rope to tie around Guo Yang's waist, I'll pull him and fly to the Turtle Immortal House, isn't that okay? When Kikai, who was standing at the door, heard this, he was immediately reluctant to say, Guo Yang can't sit on the somersault cloud, don't let him go, if he really uses a rope to tie his waist, when he gets to the Turtle Immortal House, his waist can't be broken. I can go, I can go. Guo Yang ran into the house and soon came out again. He took an extra sheet in his hand and circled it under his arm. He said, the rope tied to the waist is too bad, and the sheet area is large, so it will not spoil me. I'll see. Sun Wukong nodded, saying that this apprentice of his own is quite smart. Since you have to follow them, then I don't care about you. Kikai glanced at Guo Yang with some displeasure and found that this guy was too. It's hard to tell. If you have to follow to the Turtle Immortal House to see those people with unhealthy minds, you can't stop here? Du Yun, let's go. As Sun Wukong's words fell, the cloud slowly rose into the air and flew towards the direction of the Turtle Immortal House, gradually increasing in speed, leaving a golden rainbow across the sky. Being carried under the somersault cloud, but Guo Yang's heart was never excited, this is the benefit of the Dragon Ball world, you can fly. Of course, although he is flying in the sky with a sheet tied around his arm now, it does not mean that he cannot fly by himself in the future, you must know that he can now use the power of Qi. Thinking of this, Guo Yang turned his head to avoid the oncoming wind, and he asked, Master, can you teach me how to use the power of my Qi to fly in the air? Yes. With nothing to do, Gaku said, there are two types of flying with Qi. The first is ordinary flight, which uses Qi to make one's body weight super light, that is, to reduce the gravity of the earth on the body. Then use the Qi in the body as power, just like the power of the tail of a rocket missile, form a burst of gas to eject kinetic energy, and you can fly. The speed of the flight and the distance of the flight are also related to the strength of the warrior's internal Qi. The second is to learn a flying skill that drives Qi, so that flying is not only faster, but also saves the power of Qi in the body. It's like my self-created Gaku flying technique, which is a skill that can fly quickly in the air. Now that there is still a while before I arrive at the Turtle Immortal House, I will tell you about my Gaku flying skills. And just when Sun Wukong taught Guo Yang Wukong book. In a distant grassland pasture, a chubby middle-aged farm uncle stared wide-eyed at the sky, where a flame of light like a meteor was falling rapidly. The uncle's voice trembled with fear, this is... What is this? Boom boom. The unknown slammed into the pasture, and under the deafening sound, the ground trembled violently as if a major earthquake had occurred. The chickens, ducks, cattle, sheep, and herds on the farm were frightened, and they all ran around uneasily, and the ranch uncle was also so frightened that he almost collapsed to the ground. A moment later, the ranch uncle, who had recovered from the shock, muttered, "What the hell is it? Is it a meteorite or a flying saucer? Would you like to go over and take a look?" Subsequently, the ranch uncle drove the half-cut trough car that pulled grass from the ranch, all the way to the throttle, to the place where something had just dropped in the sky. "There's a big pit there." The ranch uncle took the shotgun and walked to the edge of the big pit. Looking down, it's such a deep pit, that thing doesn't look like a meteorite, what is it? At this time, something deep in the big pit suddenly opened a door, and a figure walked out from inside, and in the stunned eyes of the ranch uncle, the person actually flew up with his feet off the ground. After the man flew up, the ranch uncle saw clearly that it was a burly young man with thick limbs, muscles bulging like rocks, black and thick hair, and a fierce and vicious attitude. The ranch uncle was frightened and trembled by the ferocious momentum on the young man who flew up from the pit, and involuntarily took a few steps back. "The people on this planet are really alive," cockroached this fool. Raditz, who had just flown up, said in a rather dissatisfied tone. "You? Who the hell are you?" The middle-aged uncle, who was quite afraid, loaded the shotgun in his hand and asked in a somewhat frightened voice. Raditz raised his hand and pressed down in front of his right eye, the combat effectiveness gauge, and looked at the ranch uncle. A row of analytical data appears on the lens. Soon, a 5 appeared on the gauge. Raditz walked towards the ranch uncle and said sarcastically, "The combat effectiveness is only 5, it's just rubbish. You don't come here, or I'll be. But just shoot." The ranch uncle threatened while pointing his shotgun at Raditz in fear. However, Raditz did not put this ranch uncle with only 5 combat power in his eyes at all, and continued to walk forward. Bang! Under the pressure of Raditz's momentum, the ranch uncle finally couldn't bear the panic and fear in his heart, and made the first move and shot at Raditz. Bullets, this stuff is too pediatric for Raditz. In the eyes of the ranch uncle, I saw that as soon as the young man on the opposite side raised his hand, the bullet was grabbed by him in the palm of his hand. Shout! Just when the ranch uncle was stunned by Raditz grabbing the bullet with his bare hands, Raditz hung a cold and merciless arc at the corner of his mouth, his fingers flicked slightly, and the caught bullet immediately flew out, directly hitting the ranch uncle's brain, and died on the spot. Looking at the corpse of the ranch uncle who fell to the ground, Raditz said with contempt, "There is such a weak nation." A face full of contempt. Well? At this moment, the combat effectiveness measuring device worn in front of his right eye suddenly came to mind. Raditz looked at the numbers that kept beating on it. He guessed, there is a guy with great strength, at a distance of 4,480 kilometers, is it Kakarot? Su. Raditz's body suddenly rose into the air and flew quickly in the direction shown on the probe. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Free flowers and reviews to point, thank you all. Chapter 015. On the desolate and uninhabited breakthrough, the Vic Great Demon King sitting on it suddenly stood up in shock, and he felt a very terrifying force approaching. This force. Could it be? Could it be the Monkey King? The Great Demon King of Vic nervously looked at the distant sky, his eyes were surging with light, and his eyes were constantly shining at a distance, with the effect of a telescope. Hey? Not the Monkey King. Soon, the eyes of the Great Demon King Vic saw a burly young man, his arms and legs, thick and strong, bulging muscles like rock carved from rock, full of explosive power, a thick and long black hair with the wind to the back, rough face filled with a fierce aura like a beast. When this burly young man who did not know landed in front of him, the Great Demon King of Vic suddenly became nervous. It was really the power on the other party, and the momentum exuded was too strong and frightening. Looking at the green-skinned man in front of him, Raditz said, "You are not Kakarot." The Vic Great Demon King wondered, "Who are you? Why are you looking for me?" Raditz said coldly, "I'm not looking for you." The Vic Great Demon King was ready for battle in his heart, and asked in a deep voice, "Then what are you doing here? Come looking for death? Hey, hey, hey!" Raditz sneered, quite daring. As he spoke, he rang the combat effectiveness detector worn on his right eye. Soon, the detector detected the combat power data of the Great Demon King of Bike. Oh! The combat strength is 322. Raditz was a little surprised, and immediately said nonchalantly, "It's really good, but you are not my opponent yet." "You said I'm not your opponent." The warlike Vic Great Demon King suddenly became angry. "Do you know who you are talking to?" "I don't know." As Raditz spoke, an invisible and shadowless power emanated from him. This. What a powerful momentum! The Great Demon King of Vic suddenly made a state of battle in shock. His hands and arms became thicker in vain, his palms gathered together, his palms glowing brightly, and a dazzling pillar of light shot out. Rumble! The target was hit as if a bomb had exploded. The sound was like thunder, and the ground was dusty. "Isn't it good?" The Vic Great Demon King let out a long breath, but the power emanating from the other party was too strong, so strong that he had a feeling that he did not dare to move, as if he would be killed by the other party if he moved. At this moment, the Vic Great Devil King, who had just taken a breath, widened his eyes sharply, staring in disbelief at the figure who was still standing there after the smoke and dust dispersed. "Hey!" Raditz sneered, "Carving insect tricks, the conductor is just raising some dust, there is no use. This. How is this possible?" The Vic Great Devil spoke nervously. Raditz's face gradually cooled. "This time it's my turn to strike, right? Then show your eyes open." Well? When Tiz was about to teach Vic the Great Devil a lesson, the combat effectiveness measuring instrument he was carrying in his right eye emitted a crosstalk, and a series of data jumped on the lens. "There is another powerful force." Raditz was startled, and his body flew directly into the air. "Over there, the distance of 12,990 kilometers is very strong, and this force is likely to be the most powerful force on this planet." Raditz suddenly laughed. "There is no mistake, it must be Kakarot." "Su." Raditz flew directly towards the target, ignoring the Vic demon on the ground. Poof! After Raditz flew out a long way, the Vic Great Devil, whose nerves had been tense, directly collapsed to the ground, as if all the strength in his body had been taken away in an instant, cold sweat, panting roughly. After taking a few breaths of relief, the Vic Great Devil, who had palpitations, said to himself, "It's impossible. I was actually calmed by the momentum emanating from that guy, unable to move. Who is he? Who is Kakarot he is looking for? Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review." Chapter 016. Buzz. At this time, a small helicopter landed in the open space outside the Kamizan house. Then a woman with short light blue hair opened the door and walked out of it. She wore a white short-sleeved outer, and a blue tights underneath, and the proud parts seemed to be about to be exclaimed. The lower body is a small white skirt of the same color as the short-sleeved tunic. Two white tender thighs that were as straight as pencils did not wear stockings, and a pair of light brown casual shoes on their feet, and the whole person exuded a youthful vitality. As soon as the woman got off the plane, she ran directly into the Turtle Fairy house, greeted the Turtle Fairy and the little bald Klin with a smile, and said, "Good afternoon, long time no see. It's Boomer." Klin, who was holding something in his hand, looked up at the door and said happily, "Miss Boomer, long time no see. You told me to play, so I came." Boomer put his hands in his trouser pockets. The turtle immortal sitting with his back to the door heard that it was Boomer, and immediately stood up and turned around. Behind the black sunglasses, his squinted eyes looked at Boomer from bottom to top, drooling, "It's really been a long time." Because the turtle immortal was wearing black sunglasses, Boomer did not notice the meaning of his gaze and words, but looked around the room and said, "It still looks like this, and it hasn't changed at all." The turtle immortal kept staring at the proud place and said, "Boomer, you are really ruthless, you don't come to play without looking for you, it's really too much, I don't know if we can all miss you." The turtle immortal did not say, "Everyone in his mouth" refers to his own eyes, not Klin and others. The turtle immortal has been staying on the island for several years, except for comics, he has not seen a real woman. Boomer does not come, he has no eyes. At this time, Boomer took out a beautifully wrapped gift box and said with a smile, "This is steamed buns, not respect." "Oh, why be so polite, we are not outsiders." The turtle immortal suddenly approached Boomer, the distance was closer, his eyes widened, and he said happily, "Just let me touch me and I will be satisfied, come." Saying that, he reached out and touched it. Touch! Boomer smashed the gift box in his hand on the head of the turtle immortal and said angrily, "You old man has not changed at all." The turtle immortal covered the place where his head was smashed and said in pain, "You still don't understand the same humor, I'm joking with you. I believe you, old lust." Boomer wrapped his arms around him and said dissatisfiedly. Klin on the side knew what kind of virtue teacher Wushin was, and seeing that the two people were about to quarrel, he quickly opened his mouth to change the topic and asked, "By the way, Boomer, why didn't Yamcha come together? Two people are a couple. Humph. Hearing these 3 words of Yamcha, Boomer was angry, and she gritted her teeth a little. Yamcha, that bastard, humph, I don't care about him, he is really too much. It almost me off, so I didn't tell him that everyone was gathering here today. Turtle Immortal Humane, you two, why do you quarrel if you have nothing to do? Klin also said, that's right. Don't tell me about Yamcha again. Boomer snorted, and immediately looked left and right, but did not see Lankai. She asked. Lankana. Klin picked up the gift box that fell to the ground, sat on the sofa and said, 5 years ago, Lan Chi left with Tianjin dinner, and I didn't make a phone call or a letter or anything, and now I don't know where to go. At this moment, above the sea, a golden cloud moved rapidly. Sun Wukong held little Sun Wuhan in his arms, and his mobile phone dragged the sheet wrapped around Guo Yang's arm to look, where is the Turtle Immortal house? Needless to say, Guo Yang has already recognized that the house on the sea-level island in front of him is the Turtle Immortal house, and now he is going to see the real person of the Turtle Immortal. Guo Yang is very excited in his heart. Although the Turtle Immortal is lecherous and lewd, this does not affect the popularity of the Turtle Immortal in the Dragon Ball mystery, which looks like the guy's lecherousness is also the best of the best. Of course, you can also see the bald Klin, and Boomer, who made countless people feel that he could not become a couple with Sun Wukong in the end. Soon, Guo Yang's feet landed on the ground outside the Turtle Immortal house, and Klin in the house just saw them. It's Wukong, they've arrived. Gaku. Gaku. The Turtle Immortal and Boomer were surprised. Immediately, the 3 of them rushed out of the house, all looking very happily at the Monkey King, who had not been seen for several years. Well? Boomer's attention was immediately attracted by the child in Sun Wukong's arms, and asked, Wukong, who is this child? Klin guessed, Gaku, are you working as a male nanny now? Gaku smiled and looked at Gohan in his arms, and said to Boomer and the 3 of them, this is my son. In a word, Boomer, the Turtle Immortal, and Klin were stunned in shock. In disbelief, he said, your son? Yes, my son. Gaku turned to Gohan and said to him, greetings to everyone. The little son Gohan immediately bowed obediently and greeted, hello everyone. The 3 of Boomer also immediately bent down and said, hello. Sun Wukong introduced, his name is Sun Wuhan, and the disciple I accepted next to him is called Guo Yang. Goku's disciple? When Boomer, Klin, and the Turtle Immortal heard this, they noticed Guo Yang standing next to Sun Wukong. Oh my god! So handsome, so cool, so stylish. Boomer was immediately attracted by Guo Yang's handsome appearance, and launched a flower idiot, and his eyes were straight. Hello everyone, my name is Guo Yang. Guo Yang bent down and saluted. Klin bent over, hello, my name is Klin. The Turtle Immortal bent over, hello, my name is Wu Tian. Hello, my name is Boomer, can I take a picture with you? With a smile on his face, Boomer walked up, and did not ask Guo Yang to agree or not. The 2 were acquainted, put their hands around his neck, and took out their mobile phones to take a selfie with themselves and Guo Yang. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. The more you vote, the author updates quickly. Chapter 017. Guo Yang, you help me take a few pictures. Boomer pulled Guo Yang, who was a little blushing, to leave, leaving the Turtle Immortal in front of the door, Klin and Sun Wukong to chat. Guo Yang, how is my posture? Boomer took a very sexy pose, supported the wall at the back of the Turtle Fairy house, and said softly, you want to take a picture of me better? Click. No way, Guo Yang can only take pictures of Boomer. After shooting for a while, Boomer seemed to be tired, leaned against the wall behind the Turtle Immortal house, stretched out his hand and greeted, Guo Yang, you are also tired, come and sit. After taking photos, the 2 became acquainted. Guo Yang walked over and sat down next to Boomer. He asked, looking at the way you sigh, is there something unhappy in your heart? Boomer wrapped his hands around his thighs, put his chin on his knees, a little sad and helpless, and asked, Guo Yang, do you have a girlfriend? Guo Yang was slightly stunned, but without waiting for him to reply, Boomer said to himself, I have a boyfriend whose name is Yamacha. Guo Yang, do you know, he has been getting more and more excessive recently. Unexpectedly behind my back, he went back and forth with other girls, and hooked up into adultery. Especially the day before yesterday, I asked him to accompany me shopping, and he said that he was busy and had no time. I thought he was really busy, so I went shopping at the mall alone. But at any time while shopping, I actually saw Yamacha shopping with other women. Those who carry large bags and small bags in their hands, there are people who talk and laugh. That's all. He Cheng thought that the two of them were walking and kissing each other's faces. You know, this isn't the first time I've found out. This is the 5th time, and each time it is a different woman. Every time I forgave him and hoped that Yamacha would be with me well. But this time, I suddenly found that Yamacha and I were really not suitable to be together. But I'm a little reluctant to let him. What do you say I should do? Listening to Boomer's question, when Guo Yang watched Dragon Ball, he finally understood what he had been trying to understand. No wonder Boomer finally married Vegeta and gave birth to Trunks, not married to Yamacha. In the final analysis, Yamacha had a tryst with other women and was met by Boomer. It is likely that this time made the crack between Boomer and Yamacha bigger and bigger, and then the cold and handsome Vegeta practiced in the spaceship of Boomer's family, and after a long time of contact, Boomer finally chose Vegeta and gave up Yamacha. After figuring out the cause and effect of Yamacha and Boomer not being able to get together in the end, Guo Yang had another question in his heart. Boomer broke up with Yamacha first, and then with Vegeta? Or did Boomer roll the sheets with Vegeta in a daze before he officially broke up with Yamachadi? Maybe there was no bed at that time, and the sky was directly used as a bed for the bed, sofa, and chair. Maybe it. There is one point, Guo Yang is the most curious. If there was no formal breakup at that time, Vegeta rolled the sheets with Boomer, and Yamacha found out, what was it silently repairing and leaving? Or did you fight with Vegeta? Or was he afraid that Vegeta would leave in ashes? It's not that he gossiped, but Boomer and Vegeta finally got together and gave birth to a Trunks out. Which is really a big suspense. Of course, even if Guo Yang knows that Boomer did not end up with Yamacha, but from the current situation, Boomer and Yamacha are still in love, and the kind of thing that persuaded Boomer and Yamacha to break up should not come out of his mouth. Guo Yang thought for a while, pointed to his chest, and said, what to do? In fact, it is easy to do, it is difficult to do, it is good to be happy and happy, if you are unhappy and unhappy, it is not good. Ask your heart more, you will have the answer. Ask your own heart. Boomer was stunned, then released the hand holding her legs, and leaned her head against the wall behind the Turtle Fairy house, her eyes closed, and she didn't know what she was thinking. For a moment, neither of them spoke, knowing that a small figure rode over on a slow giant turtle, and this silent atmosphere was broken. Brother Guo Yang, Aunt Boomer. Son Gohan, who was sitting on the back of the turtle, politely took care of the two. Gohan is good. Boomer waved and smiled sweetly. Brother Gohan, come here. After Guo Yang saw the tail behind Gohan's butt, he suddenly remembered something. Good. Sun Wuhan got down from the back of the big sea turtle and came to the near front, not understanding why Guo Yang's brother called him over. Guo Yang pulls Gohan between himself and Boomer and makes him sit down. Asked, Gohan, do you want to play games with brother Guo Yang and Aunt Boomer? Think. As soon as Son Gohan heard the game played, he said happily without hesitation. Guo Yang said with a smile, well, then let's play rock paper scissors, whoever wins will remember a number, and in the end, whoever has the largest number will win well or not. Good. Son Gohan said happily. Next, under Guo Yang's insistence, Boomer, who didn't want to play very much, also played rock-paper-scissors with him. Not long after, Guo Yang suddenly heard a voice from the front door of the Turtle Immortal house that made him wait for a long time. "Cockroach, I finally found you." Although he didn't see anyone, Guo Yang knew that the owner of this voice was Sun Wukong's brother Raditz. Guo Yang stopped playing rock-paper-scissors and looked at Boomer with a somewhat solemn face. "This person may be looking for trouble. You and Gohan don't go over here, don't go over, remember to don't go over." His eyes looked at Sun Wuhan again, and said, "Brother Gohan, before Brother Kouyang called you over, you are very Aunt Boomer staying here, and you are not allowed to go to the front, you know." Sun Wuhan didn't understand too much why Brother Guo Yang didn't let himself go to the front, but under Kiki's education, Gohan was a very well-behaved and sensible child, and he nodded and said, "Gohan knows, Brother Kouyang doesn't call me over, Gohan can't go over, just play with Aunt Boomer here." Gohan is really obedient. Guo Yang touched his head and got up and walked towards the front door of the Kames Enya. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Ask for evaluation. Chapter 018. After Guo Yang left, Boomer took little Gohan into his arms. He asked, "Gohan, what do you want to do when you grow up?" Gohan said, "When I grow up, I want to be a great scholar." "Learn." "Scholar?" This answer really surprised Boomer. He didn't expect Sun Wukong to be so powerful, and his son actually grew up to be a scholar. Sun Wuhan said, "Mom said that the world is already peaceful, and there is no need to practice martial arts to fight around like a punk. Only by learning good knowledge and becoming a great scholar is the most productive." Just when Boomer and Sun Wuhan were chatting quietly, Guo Yang had already come to the front door of the Turtle Immortal house and saw Raditz, who was now opposite Sun Wukong, Klin, and the Turtle Immortal. "I hid Sun Gohan behind the Turtle Immortal house, so that Raditz would not see Sun Gohan and use it to threaten Sun Gohan, and I don't know how much what happens later will change." Guo Yang silently walked to the little bald head Klin, thinking about these things in his heart. You know, the Dragon Ball in the anime does not have his number one character, and he does not hide Sun Gohan behind the Kamizen house. This is to say, pulling the whole body, like that butterfly effect. God knows what will happen in the Dragon Ball world in the future. How much will it change because of his appearance? I don't know what you're talking about, and I'm not a cockroach. Sun Wukong said while secretly vigilant, ready to fight at any time. The man who said that he was cockroach, the aura on his body was too powerful, and there was a sense of oppression that suffocated him. Raditz looked at the brother in front of him. There was not much affection for the brother's family in his eyes, and said indifferently, "Although you have grown up, I still recognize it at a glance. Cockroach, you look too similar to your father, it's just exactly the same." Except for Guo Yang, who knew what was going on, everyone else didn't understand the meaning of Raditz's words. Klin touched his bald head and said confused, What is this person talking about?" Raditz looked at Klin, who was speaking, and then at Monkey King. He asked, "Cockroach, what the hell did you do with this planet? Isn't your mission to destroy all humanity on this planet? What the hell are they going on and what game are you playing?" Raditz's words immediately made Goku, Klin, and the Turtle Immortal feel stunned, and they couldn't understand what he was saying. Klin said, "This gentleman, no matter who you are not welcome here, please leave quickly and go back." As he spoke, he was about to drive Raditz away, but his arm was pulled by Guo Yang on the side. "Don't be impulsive yet." However, Klin broke free from Guo Yang's wrist and said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I'm very powerful, don't worry about me." As he walked towards Raditz, Klin waved his hand like a fly. "Really, I met a drunk who talked nonsense in the daylight. You go, I don't want to bully you. Good words are difficult to persuade to be beaten by ghosts. It's not that I don't pull you, it's that Klin yourself has to go up and be beaten." Guo Yang silently mourned for the little bald Klin in his heart. At this moment, Sun Wukong suddenly noticed a change in the qi in Radit's body, realized that the man might be about to strike, and quickly reminded, "Klin, come back quickly, don't go near him." However, at this time, it was already a little late to remind, and I saw that the tail wrapped around Radit's waist like a belt glowed slightly. Syllable. The tail was as fast as a bolt of lightning, whipping on Klin's face. Ugh! Klin screamed in pain, and the whole person suddenly flew out quickly. Guo Yang saw this, and his figure flashed directly to pick up Klin's body. However, in the next instant, Guo Yang felt a huge force penetrate, passing through Klin's body into his arms, and before Guo Yang could react, he was flown out by Klin together. "Oh, don't hit my old man's house!" The turtle immortal in the back was strong and flashed to the side without any righteousness. Bang! The wall was suddenly knocked out of a large hole by Guo Yang's back, and both he and Klin were both landed on the ground in the house. What a terrifying power, he is so strong. Guo Yang was not lightly hit this time, if not for his body has been evolved and improved once, and he has more than 200 combat power. If you change to an ordinary person, I am afraid that the vertebrae in the back have long been shattered, the internal organs will be cracked, and you will die on the spot, and the hospital does not need to be sent, just go to the crematorium. It's a tail, this person also has a tail. Monkey King looked at Raditz' tail in shock. Raditz said, "It seems that you finally want to know my true identity." "Your true identity?" Sun Wukong asked a little puzzled, "What do you mean by this?" "Cockroach." Raditz said dissatisfiedly, "You have forgotten to this point, you have forgotten who I am." "Sun Wukong, I don't understand what you're talking about, I'm not Cockroach, my name is Sun Wukong, this is my name." "You don't even remember who you are." Raditz was silent for a moment, and then asked, "Cockroach, did your head suffer a heavy blow when you were a child? Then he broke his brain and lost all his memories as a child." "You talk," he said. Raditz took 2 steps forward imposingly and asked, "Is there any, you tell me?" "Yes." Sun Wukong raised his hand to his head and said, "Although I can't remember exactly, my head was indeed severely injured when I was very young, and the scar is still here." Raditz said, "My guess is not wrong at all, the memory of your head has been damaged hard, and you have lost all your memory." Sun Wukong said, "But this does not mean anything, I am Sun Wukong, not Cockroach in your mouth." "Gaku." The turtle immortal took 2 steps forward and said, "I remember, your grandfather." The next thing that the turtle immortal has to say, as well as the dialogue between Sun Wukong Raditz, is exactly the same as what Guo Yang saw when he watched the anime, that is, what happened after his grandfather's son Gohan picked him up. Sun Wukong also knows that he is not an earthling, but an alien from another planet. The guy with the tail in front of him is his own brother Raditz, also a scion, whose ancestral home is Vegeta Star. Their parents died on Vegeta when a meteorite hit Vegeta, and the entire planet Vegeta exploded. Especially when listening to Raditz tell him about why he was sent to Earth, and his own scion cold-blooded, cruel, and murderous formation in the universe. Except for Guo Yang, everyone listened to it creepy, and they didn't expect that there was such a race in the universe as scions with bloody hands and killing people for the pleasure of fighting. Hey? There were 2 more people, and I went to see who they were. Raditz's brows furrowed slightly, but he still noticed Boomer and Son Gohan behind the Turtle Immortal house. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Ask for a review. There is a pitiful lack of all kinds of data. Chapter 020. Gohan. Gohan. Looking at the distant figures of Raditz and Gohan, the Monkey King who fell to the ground reached out to the sky to grab it, calling his son's name in a hoarse voice. Goku, I'm so sorry, we didn't help. Klin and Guo Yang lifted Sun Wukong up from the ground, their faces full of guilt. Sun Wukong waved his hand and said, I don't complain about you, it's that he is too strong. Du Yuan. Goku looked up and shouted to the sky. Shout! Du-Yun dragged a long golden rainbow down from the sky and came to him. Seeing this, the turtle immortal quickly stopped and said, Wukong, don't be impulsive first. Boomer, don't chase, you'll be killed by him. Klin, do you think you can defeat him now? Thinking of the strength of his brother Raditz, Sun Wukong sat on the ground bald all of a sudden, and asked, Then you say, what should I do now? Don't worry. Turtle immortal, let's think of a way together. Boomer said, Gaku, cheer up. I know that this incident must have hit you hard, and the brother who met unexpectedly turned out to be the kind of big evil. You must be very uncomfortable, sad. Klin said, Your eldest brother is too strong, he is not an ordinary person who can deal with it. That's right, Tail. Sun Wukong suddenly thought of one of his weaknesses, and he said, If you grab his tail hard, he should also lose his strength like me back then, I used to be like this. The turtle immortal's eyes also lit up and said, Yes, the tail is your weakness. Klin asked, Gaku, are you sure about grabbing your eldest brother's tail? Sun Wukong shook his head and said, There is no way to do it just by looking at me alone. Turtle immortal humane, Wukong, if there is anything you need to help, just say it. You can only Yamuti, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and the three of them are not there. Klin said, Gaku, you and I join hands, you deal with him, I will sneak attack, maybe I can defeat him, if unfortunately die. Speaking of this, Klin looked at Boomer and said, Boomer, if I die again, I will trouble you to use Dragon Ball to help me resurrect again. Boomer promised, Klin, don't worry, this matter will be wrapped up in me. Klin. Sun Wukong said, Shenlong said that Shenlong will not have the same wish for the second time. You and Grandpa Turtle Immortal have already been resurrected once with Dragon Ball, and if you die this time, there is no possibility of resurrection again. Klin was stunned, and immediately said, But, I don't care. Zindao, in fact, I am also afraid of anger, but who made you Gaku my best friend? It's just that I'm not married yet. Sun Wukong was moved, Klin, thank you. Boomer suddenly said, You guys say, how about we find the Dragon Ball and ask the Divine Dragon to save the world? Yes. Klin agreed, that's a great idea. You don't have to die this time. The turtle immortal poured a basin of cold water on them and said, This method doesn't work, can you collect all 7 Dragon Balls in one day? That's what I said. Klin hung his head and said dejectedly. Gaku said, No matter how much it is, we must save Gohan, and we must also defeat Raditz, otherwise he will kill everyone on Earth. Then he looked at Boomer and asked, Boomer, do you have the Dragon Ball radar on you? Boomer then remembered and said, The hat on Gohan's head has 4-star Dragon Balls. And if you find the Dragon Balls with radar, you will find Gohan and Raditz. Boomer took out the Dragon Ball radar, and soon, the radar showed the location of the Dragon Ball. Boomer said, This moving Dragon Ball is the one on Gohan's hat. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar from Boomer's hand and said to Klin, Klin, let's go. Master, take me with you. Guo Yang said at this time. Sun Wukong asked, Aren't you afraid of death? Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Guo Yang generously admitted, and immediately said, Although I am afraid of death, I also divide what is the matter, how to die. Didn't Raditz say that he would kill everyone on Earth? I am also an Earthling. Since sooner or later you have to face Raditz. I'd rather die fighting the enemy with my master than waiting for the enemy to come and kill me. Well, that's a backbone. Klin, Turtle Immortal, Boomer, and Sun Wukong all appreciated Guo Yang's courage. Especially Boomer, there were too many little stars in his eyes to count, and said in his heart, He looks so handsome and has so much courage, when I turn back, I will start with Yamcha and chase this handsome and brave little brother of Guo Yang. Sun Wukong looked at Guo Yang with satisfaction, and then shook his head and said, I am very satisfied with your courage, worthy of being my son Wukong's disciple, but you are too weak now, you can't help if you go, you can only be killed, or now here and the grandfather of the turtle immortal they are waiting for news from me and Klin. He's too weak to help much, but I can help you. At this moment, a sudden voice suddenly came from above. Hearing this voice, Guo Yang said in his heart, here it is. Immediately, everyone looked up at the sky overhead. Sure enough, it was the great devil of Vic dynasty. Seriously, the author is a little contradictory in the plot of writing here, I may be a little too long, readers who like it will continue to read it, don't scold the next plot if you don't like it, and finally ask everyone for flowers and evaluations. Thank you. Chapter 021. Seeing the sudden appearance of the Vic Great Devil, the Turtle Immortal, and Klin, they were all a little surprised and nervous and scared. Especially Boomer, she trembled with fear, directly collapsed on her knees, and said while her teeth chattering as she stepped back, then. Vic! Vic the Great Devil! The Vic Great Demon King appeared here at this time, even Sun Wukong became nervous, not afraid, in fact, he still has to save his son now, and he doesn't want to fight with the Vic Great Demon King who is not much weaker than himself at this time. Sun Wukong asked, Vic, why did you come here, what are you doing here? I came here with that guy. The Great Demon King of Vic turned to Sun Wukong and said, even if you two go, you will definitely not be able to beat that guy. Walking forward, the Great Demon King of Vic said, I know better than any of you how powerful that guy is, and if you join hands with me, there is a little hope. Vic. Gaku was puzzled and asked, why are you helping me? Don't get me wrong. The Great Demon King of Vic sneered, I didn't suddenly become kind, the life or death of your son, and the life or death of all the people on the earth have nothing to do with me. But the existence of that guy is already a huge threat to me. I'm not helping you, I'm helping myself. After hitting that guy, I'm hitting you, and I'm starting to conquer the earth. As for what words of thanks, don't say more. Bike, if you want to harm other humans, I won't give you this opportunity. Sun Wukong said, however, now I need your strength, and I agree to cooperate with you, because this is the only way to hit my eldest brother Raditz. Ha ha ha. The Great Demon King Vic laughed loudly, it's right for you and me to cooperate, in fact, thinking that I want to join hands with you to help you hit someone, my heart is also very reluctant. But that person is really too strong, I can't beat him alone, otherwise I won't help you, I want to join hands with you. Well, when we hit my eldest brother Raditz, the two of us will fight each other. Sun Wukong was not a grinder either, he looked at Boomer, Boomer, lend me the Dragon Ball radar. Good. Boomer quickly handed over the Dragon Ball radar to Gaku. Vic, let's go. Sun Wukong took the Dragon Ball radar, jumped on the somersault cloud, turned around and asked, can you keep up with the speed of the somersault cloud Vic? Do you need me to find a rope to pull you for a ride? Hey! What a joke, this great devil's flying technique is many times faster than your somersault cloud and your dancing air technique. The Great Demon King Vic flew into the sky. Well, since that's the case, then let's compare it once and see who is faster. When the words fell, Sun Wukong stepped on the somersault cloud and flew directly into the distance. After the two of them left, Boomer, whose legs were weak, got up from the ground and said with a long breath, the Great Demon King Vic is finally gone, but it scares me to death. The Turtle Immortal smiled and said, the two strongest people on the earth join forces, maybe they can really defeat Goku's very terrifying scion brother. Klin thought of a question and said, Goku's personality is too simple, he works with the Vic Great Devil, I am always worried that the Vic Great Demon will play tricks, I mean, if they really beat that scion Raditz, when the time comes. Both of them will run out of oil, will the Vic Great Demon sneak up on Gaku? The Turtle Immortal froze for a moment and said, we have to guard against the Great Demon King of Vic, let's go over and take a look, it's best to guard against it. Klin looked at Boomer and asked, "Do you have a way to track down the Monkey King?" "Yes. I installed a tracker inside the Dragon Ball radar," Boomer said as he took out the universal capsule. Touch. A small fast speeder appears. The next moment, Boomer, Klin, Turtle Immortal, and Guo Yang all entered the small fast car. "Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Try to update more today, let's have some flowers and reviews." Chapter 022. Bun Mountain, Goku's home. Kiki, who was sorting out Son Gohan's desk and textbooks, missed her son a little, and she said to herself, "I wonder if Gohan is happy to play over there in the Kama-sen house. I don't know if Guo Yang will learn badly from teacher Wuxian's old ghost, if he learns badly." Thinking of this, Kiki couldn't help but blush, but she remembered that Guo Yang saw her extremely humiliating photos on the computer. "Oh, I forgot to bring Gohan homework for cram school, and I don't know if it will affect his academic performance." Kiki looked at the textbook with some concern and said to herself. Inside a small fast-flying car, Guo Yang asked, "Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I have been studying the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave for several days, can you give me some advice?" Sun Wukong's use of the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave is incomparable to the Turtle Immortals. But if you talk about teaching the Turtle School Qigong Wave, Teacher Wu Tian, the founder of Turtle School Qigong, absolutely Tengaku is not comparable to one Turtle Immortal. It's like teachers and professors at universities teaching students the methods of becoming wealthy businessmen and high-ranking officials. However, this does not mean that the teachers and professors themselves can do what they say they can do. In short, what the teacher said is theory, which is a feasible method. It's like Sun Wukong, although he is powerful, he is not good at disciples. Otherwise, he would not have said both sides of the method of casting the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave, and he would have thrown Guo Yang there to realize himself. The Turtle Immortal is different, he will teach according to his personal condition, relative to teaching, just as when he taught Sun Wukong and Klin, he also guided according to the physical condition and specialty of the two in certain aspects. Guo Yang's performance today has won the extreme recognition and praise of the Turtle Immortals, and he has already regarded him as his own apprentice, and the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave naturally has nothing to point out. The Turtle Immortal asked Guo Yang about his specific feelings when he was performing the Turtle School Qigong, pondered for a moment, and gave a few suggestions for Guo Yang's question about the Turtle School Qigong Wave. After listening to the advice given by the Turtle Immortal, Guo Yang suddenly had a feeling like he was suddenly open, and his mind began to practice the Turtle School Qigong waves. A moment later, Guo Yang said to Boomer, who was driving a speeding car, "Miss Boomer, can you open this window?" "Okay, no problem." Boomer turned around and glanced at the handsome Guo Yang like a fool, and casually pressed a button, and the glass window of the flying car on the right side of Guo Yang slowly descended, and a loud wind roar suddenly sounded in his ears. Fortunately, the design of the flying car is very reasonable, and after the window glass is lowered, there is not much wind coming in. Guo Yang looked at a hill far away, raised his hands, gathered his chi between his palms, and said in a low and slow voice, "Turtle Pai Qigong Wave." Wang. When the last word was spit out, a dazzling pillar of light suddenly burst out from the chi light mass in his palms. Bang! The Turtle Qigong Wave light pillar was like a very powerful missile hitting that hill. In the sound waves and light of the violent explosion, the entire mountain exploded and disappeared in an instant. A huge pit appeared there, and from a distance, it was as if there was suddenly a huge black pot there. "It's done." Looking at the big pit that was beaten out by himself, Guo Yang almost jumped up with excitement. This power is simply awesome. If this is to return to the original world, who dares to offend himself? Directly a turtle faction Qigong wave passed, so that he does not even have bone slag left, and the cremation fee is saved. What a strong force! The eyes of the Turtle Immortal and Klin's eyes widened at once, and they were both shocked by the effect of Guo Yang's Turtle Qigong wave, especially Klin. He felt that if he and Guo Yang were against the Qi wave, he would definitely not be able to scare Guo Yang's Qi wave. You know, this pair of Qi waves competes with the strength of Qi in the body, not the fighting skills in close combat. It's worthy of being the disciple of Sun Wukong, which is also perverted enough. The Turtle Immortal and Klin couldn't help but say in their hearts. Ask for evaluation. Ask for a review. Ask for flowers. Today I just don't eat lunch, but also to update more, return everyone's votes for flowers and evaluation votes. Chapter 023. In the pasture where the Raditz spaceship fell. Sun Gohan hid under a car in fear and cried, "Daddy, Dad!" Crying and crying to death. Raditz was upset by the crying. His burly body walked to the front of the car, and with one hand he lifted the car in 2 or 3 tons, and casually his palm shone, and with a loud bang, the whole car exploded violently and shattered into countless tiny pieces. Raditz grabbed Gohan, who was hiding on the ground and crying in fright, and impatiently walked towards the spaceship in the pit, and said without getting tired, "You have the blood of the Scions, the first fighting nation in the universe. Crying is simply a shame for the Scion. Like my scrambling brother, you'll never be a good Scion warrior. How can I have such relatives as the two of you? What a shame for Scions and my Raditz. If it weren't for the fact that there were only a few of us left, I probably wouldn't even remember the existence of my brother with my waist. Let's get inside." The next moment, Raditz threw Sun Gohan into the spaceship and locked him up, and suddenly felt a lot quieter in his ears. He flew out of the deep pit and said, "I'm a little hungry, I should also go find something to eat and come back to eat my stomach." Drip, drip, drip. Before he could go to find something to eat, the combat power detector worn on his right eye suddenly rang. Raditz snorted suspiciously, and immediately said to himself, "Strange, how can the detector appear alert prompts?" He clicked the scout button on the detector, and a string of data appeared on the detector. What? Combat effectiveness 721? It's near me. Raditz's expression suddenly became nervous, and he looked around to find the guy whose combat strength reached 721. Soon, Raditz discovered the source of the data, and it turned out to be a spaceship in the big pit behind him, and his nervous nerves suddenly relaxed. There was only his useless nephew Sun Gohan, who loved to cry. How could he have a combat power of 721? Damn it! The detector must be malfunctioning. Raditz complained dissatisfiedly and left to find something to eat. At the same time, Sun Wukong and the great demon king of Vic also approached the ranch. Sun Wukong said to Bic, "In order to be safe, let's go down from here, quietly approach my eldest brother Raditz, and sneak up on him first, so that we have a greater chance of defeating him." The great demon king Vic snorted and said, "Let's just go straight over, it's impossible to sneak up on him. What that guy carries in his right eye can detect the strength and location of our power fluctuations." Sun Wukong was a little disappointed and said, "So, my eldest brother Raditz, does he know that we are coming now? In other words, we have no choice but to clash with him head-on." There was a lot of food in the ranch, and Raditz, who found a lot of food, walked towards the big pit on the side of the spaceship while eating. Just as he was about to approach the big pit, the detector sent an alarm again, and Raditz found the source of the clue. It turned out to be from the spacecraft in the pit. He scolded, "The quality of this detector is really bad, just used not long ago, there was a failure, hateful. Hey!" At this time, the cursing Raditz raised his head sharply. And the combat power detector carried by his right eye began to appear continuously. There were actually 2 reactions approaching my side, one with a combat power of 320, and the other with a combat power of 334. Raditz frowned. One of them is the same as Kakarot, but that kid shouldn't have come. He should know that his odds of defeating me are almost 0. And he is even less likely to know where I found me. It must not be that someone is approaching, but that the detector is really broken and malfunctioning. Well? Suddenly, Radith's gaze froze and jerked up to look up at the sky again. At this moment, he saw two figures. That's not right. The detector did not malfunction. It's not right. How can the little ghost locked up in the spaceship have a combat power of 7,821? Must be a malfunction in the detector there? Su. At this time, Sun Wukong and the great demon king of Vic had already fallen from the air to the ground. Sun Wukong didn't see Gohan and asked anxiously, "Where did you hide, Gohan?" "Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Seek evaluation, today at least several more, at least 6 more." Chapter 024. Raditz played with the gourd-like fruit in his hand, narrowed his eyes slightly, looked at the Monkey King who was standing opposite, and finally fell his gaze on the great demon king of Vic and said, "It turns out that the other guy is you." Then he asked with some doubt, "Tell me, how did you find me?" "I won't tell you." Sun Wukong continued to ask, "My son that? Where did you hide him?" Raditz took a bite of the fruit in his hand and asked lightly, "I'll tell you where your son is later, first tell me what you are doing here. Do you still need to ask?" Sun Wukong said loudly, "Of course, I came to take back my son and hit you." "Hey!" Raditz's tone suddenly turned cold, and he asked, "That is to say, as a scion, you do not want to join the scion companions, but want to be an enemy of your eldest brother?" Sun Wukong said, "I have said this a long time ago, I will not join you." "Dad! Dad!" In a spaceship in a big pit. Through the transparent glass of the spaceship, Sun Gohan saw Sun Wukong standing in the big pit outside. While excitedly shouting out to his father, he violently pushed the door of the spaceship with his hand. Gohan himself did not realize that at this time, a terrifying force was awakening in his body. And at this time, Raditz suddenly crushed the fruit in his hand because of Sun Wukong's sentence that "I don't have a big brother," and the inner atmosphere was extreme. The tone was cold and emotionless. "Kakarot, I'll give you a day to consider. I thought you should recognize the gap and be smarter. I can't imagine that your last thought turned out to be stupid, wanting to be an enemy of your big brother. You have disappointed me so much. You will not come here with wishful thinking. You too can defeat me, right? Kakarot, I'll give you another chance. You have to think clearly about whether to make enemies with your eldest brother or kill all the Earthlings to join the Scion partner team. Although you are my own brother, I am the best Scion warrior. Even my own brother, my own nephew, I can also get my hands on and kill it. Don't say it, I don't have a cruel, cold-blooded, ruthless big brother like you. Quickly return Gohan to me." Sun Wukong said angrily. At this time, the great demon king of Vic took off the white cloak on his body, threw it to the ground behind him, and said to Sun Wukong, "No need to talk to that guy more, just him directly." At this time, Sun Wukong looked back and looked at the white cloak that the great demon king Vic had just touched the ground with a bang, and asked a little unexpectedly, "Your cloak is very heavy. Are you also training yourself in overweight clothes?" "Good." The great demon king Vic shook his body and said, "It's been a long time since I was so relaxed, and I almost forgot what it was like." "Well?" The detector worn on the right eye began to have a string of numbers jumping, and Raditz saw the data that stopped at the end of it, and said in his heart, "The combat effectiveness has been increased to 408. But I didn't expect that this guy actually hit his combat effectiveness." Sun Wukong took off the overweight training uniform on his body, touched the ground on the side with a muffled sound, and then began to take off the overweight shoes and the lead block on his leg. He said, "It turns out that you have been practicing hard like me. So it is better that you and I will defeat him." Taking off all the weight-bearing things on his body, Sun Wukong got up from the ground, moved the joints of various parts of his body, and said, "This time will not be hit by your blow as easily as last time." At this time, Raditz used the probe to check Sun Wukong's battle again, and was surprised to find that Kakarot's combat power had increased to 416, which was a few more combat power than the green-skinned ugly man just now. Ha ha ha! Raditz laughed disdainfully at the two. Do you think this is strong? It's really laughing at me. This bit of strength came to challenge me. You guys are too self-sufficient. Sun Wukong said, fighting this thing, the important thing is not only brute force, the mind is also very important. We have planned the battle plan, defeating you is not impossible. Raditz sneered and said, Kakarot, I have completely given up persuading you to join us. Not only because your combat effectiveness will reduce the overall strength of our team. Even more because you are the least qualified garbage of our scions, you are a disgrace to our scion race. When he spoke again, a powerful momentum erupted from Raditz, rushing towards Sun Wukong and Vic Great Demon King at a very fast speed. Today, I represent the scions. Solve the shame of your family with your own hands. Go and die. Ask for evaluation. Ask for a review. Ask for flowers. The author went on to codeword. Chapter 025. Well? It's so fast. Just when Sun Wukong and the Vic Great Demon King were surprised at each other's speed, Raditz had burst in front of both of them. Then, when the two were about to strike, Raditz's figure disappeared in vain. Without waiting for Sun Wukong and the Great Demon King Vic to react, the disappeared Raditz appeared behind the two of them. Touch! Touch! In the next instant, Raditz's thick elbow full of explosive power slammed into the waist pillar of the two at the same time, and Sun Wukong and the Great Demon King of Vic were suddenly knocked up in pain. Fortunately, Sun Wukong and the Vic Great Demon King are very rich in actual combat experience, and when they were in mid-air, they unloaded the huge force of Raditz's elbow on his body. When the two landed, they unloaded the residual strength onto the ground through their feet and hands, and did not cause too serious injuries. So fast! It's incredibly fast! Sun Wukong and Vic Great Demon King were both shocked, and their hearts trembled. At this time, small fast-speeding car. Boomer closed the window of the speeding car. Guo Yang clicked on the personal information of the system host. A string of data appears on the screen. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent is not bad, 100/. Talent points are very good, and potential points are required, 100/1000. A little potential value can add a little talent value. Combat effectiveness, 226.7/. Skills, Turtle Kigong Wave/. Destructive power tripled. Unused potential, 463.3/. Number of body evolutions, 1/. The body needs potential for secondary evolution, 100/1000. Combat effectiveness after one transformation, 680.1/. When you see the back of the Turtle Pi Kigong Wave, it marks that the destructive power has increased by 3 times. Guo Yang's heart almost jumped out of his throat. You know, his combat power after transformation is 680.1/. After using the Turtle Pi Kigong Wave, the destructive power is multiplied by 3. His combat power of 680.1, the final degree of destruction can reach the effect of 2040.3 combat effectiveness. Guo Yang remembered. At any time when the Vic Great Demon King was using the magic light killing cannon, the strongest combat power destruction effect reached more than 1600, directly penetrating Raditz and Sun Wukong, causing the two to die together. More than 1600 combat power destruction effects, you can already kill Raditz. After he transformed, using the Turtle Sect Kigong was the strongest, and he could cause 2040 points and 3 combat power. As long as he can hit Raditz, he can definitely blast him with no slag. At the same time, Guo Yang also knew through the data that the Turtle Sect Kigong Wave and the magic Guang Guang killing cannon were more destructive. Guo Yang remembered that Sun Wukong removed the weight-bearing cultivation suit on his body before fighting the great demon king of Vic Eurydice. Sun Wukong's combat strength under normal conditions is 416. The combat power of the Vic Great Demon King under normal conditions is 408. Sun Wukong's use of the Turtle Qigong Wave to increase the damage level of 3 times the combat power, that is, 1248, did not have any effect on Raditz. And after the Vic Great Demon King used the magic light killing cannon, the final destruction effect reached more than 1600, killing Raditz. From this data, it can be analyzed that the Vic Great Devil's magic light killing cannon increases its combat effectiveness by 4 times. However, it is difficult to say who is good or bad between the Turtle Sect Qigong and the Demon Guang killing cannon. Because the time required for the magic light killing cannon to gather chi is too long, this time is enough for the enemy to interrupt him at close range, or kill him directly. The Turtle Qigong Wave is relatively low, but the time to gather chi is not so long. Think like Sun Wukong, the fire controlled by the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave is pure blue, and the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave is launched almost instantly. In short, each has its own advantages. At the same time, Guo Yang also analyzed that Raditz's defensive power should be around 1350, otherwise Sun Wukong did not have much effect on Raditz after using the Turtle Sect Qigong Wave. Since he can kill Raditz, Guo Yang is not worried about anything. He said to Boomer, who was driving a speeding car, "Miss Boomer, can you drive faster? I'm worried that if we go late, there will be some accident with Wukong." Clin echoed, "Boomer, I'm also a little worried about Gaku. Let's hurry up." Once there, with Sun Wukong, the great demon king of Bike, me, and Guo Yang, a master, I should be able to defeat Raditz. Since Guo Yang fought out a Turtle Faction Qigong Wave just now, he has become a very strong martial artist in the hearts of Clin and the Turtle Immortals. Yes, Boomer, drive faster. The Turtle Immortals are also in favor of going early. Got it. Boomer replied, directly increasing the speed of the speeding car to the maximum, and headed towards the battlefield on Sun Wukong's side. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, seriously, analyze how much combat effectiveness the Turtle Faction Qigong Wave and the Magic Light Killing Cannon add to themselves, but the author studied for a while, don't scold if you think it's wrong. Chapter 026. It was obviously rushing from the front, but it appeared behind us in front of us. The Vic Great Demon King was terrified in his heart. Hehe, your defense is quite clever, you can even stand up. Raditz said proudly, it's only possible, you can't beat me, and sooner or later you will die at my hands. He reminded, you two pay attention, from now on, I will gradually add attack power until I break you two. The great demon king Vic had a cold sweat on his face. Is there really such a huge difference in strength between us? Sun Wukong also became nervous, and kept pondering in his heart, no, you must find a way to hold his tail and make him lose his strength. Ha ha ha, be afraid, be afraid. Raditz laughed loudly, no matter what method or tactics you use, you are vulnerable in the face of absolute strength, and you will not be able to defeat me. Before you die, I'm telling you one thing. The other two scions besides me were several times more effective than me. What? The battle of the other two scions turned out to be higher than this Raditz. The hearts of Sun Wukong and the Vic Great Demon King suddenly became terrified. Sun Wukong said, I knew that I didn't listen to you, but I actually completed a certain amount of pressure and fear in my heart. Raditz laughed and said, ha ha ha, what do you have to say now? If you have any, say it quickly, and I will send you on your way without me. Sun Wukong roared, say quickly, where exactly did you hide my son? Say ah. Say it quickly. Raditz pointed to the big pit behind him and said, I didn't hide him anywhere, he was too capable of crying, and I was upset when I cried, so I put him in the spaceship. Brush. After hearing this, Sun Wukong directly rushed to the big pit, wanting to rescue Sun Wuhan at the first time. Su. At the same moment, the great demon king of Vic also moved, rushing towards Raditz to buy time for the monkey king. I don't know if I'm alive or dead. The corner of Raditz's mouth sneered, raised his palm glowed brightly, and a pillar of light that closed his eyes and dazzled blasted out towards Sun Wukong. Brush! Raditz's figure flashed, super fast, and appeared directly in front of the Vic Great Devil. Die! Raditz drank loudly, and his fist hit the fist of the great demon king Vic, and the latter was like a ping-pong ball hit by a heavy hammer, and suddenly he screamed in pain, and the whole person hunched over and flew upside down into the sky. Not dead, the body defense is quite strong. Raditz sneered, and immediately his body rushed up, and his 5 fingers grabbed towards the neck of the Vic Great Demon like a steel hook. Ugh! A scream came from the mouth of the Great Demon King Vic, and although he dodged a grab by the neck, one arm grabbed and was directly cut off by Raditz again. Vic! Seeing this, Sun Wukong couldn't care about Sun Gohan, the son in the spaceship in the pit, and reflexively rushed to Raditz to save the Great Demon King Vic who was in crisis. Bang! 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 In an instant, Sun Wukong and the Vic Great Devil, who had only one arm left, and the Scion Raditz fists and feet, fighting faster and faster. Soon, Sun Gohan and the Vic Great Demon were beaten out by Raditz with his fists and feet, respectively, and fell to the ground with a bump. Although you only have one hand left, your hand-to-hand combat killing skills are really good. Raditz walked step by step towards the Vic Great Demon who fell to the ground. You give me death. Coming closer, Raditz is about to kill the Great Demon King of Bike. However, at this moment, Raditz only felt full of strength, like a faucet that had been replaced, and he had no strength at all, and his legs could not stand steadily, and he fell directly to the ground. He turned back hard, looked at Sun Wukong, who was grabbing his tail behind him, and said, You! When did you appear behind me? Sun Wukong said, Just now. The tail is the weakness of the Scion, once caught, it will lose all strength. At this moment Raditz has fear in his heart, he is afraid of death, he opened his mouth and begged, Kakarot, I am your own brother, you let me go for a while, I will leave the earth and never come back. Goku, don't take his word for it. Vic was afraid that Sun Wukong would be soft-hearted, and he thought of brotherly love, and hurriedly said, Kill him quickly, don't believe his words. Goku is not dead this time, how did Kiki and Gohan take care of Guo Yang? The foreshadowing is about to end, almost take care of it thoroughly, ha ha ha, throw some flowers with flowers, thank you. Chapter 027. Kakarot, the eldest brother is wrong, the eldest brother promises you, you will let me go for a while, I will definitely leave the earth, and I will never come to trouble you again. Raditz's assurance, and a mouthful of Big Brother is wrong, and finally it is the kind-hearted Monkey King who decided to release his pro-Big Brother once. The moment he released the tail he was holding in his hand, Raditz, who fell to the ground, had a fierce look in his eyes, and took advantage of Sun Wukong's precaution, stood up abruptly, and punched him out fiercely. This punch was very heavy, and Sun Wukong coughed up blood in his mouth. Ha ha ha! You stupid idiot! Raditz in laughter, stepped on Sun Wukong's chest fiercely, and he screamed in pain. I am the best Scion warrior, even my own brother I can kill. Nope! Don't hurt my dad! In the spaceship, Sun Gohan, who heard Sun Wukong's painful scream, was completely awakened by the Scion bloodline lurking in his body by power and stimulated by his grief-angry power. Rumble! Under the action of this huge force, the solid spaceship was directly smashed by Sun Gohan. Ah! You let go of my dad! Sun Gohan, who rushed out of the pit, saw his father Son Goku who was trampled underfoot, as if a volcano was erupting in his chest, and his petite body slammed into Raditz. And Raditz was shocked by Son Gohan, who suddenly had great power, and his lips were dry as he read out the combat strength data of Son Gohan on the detector, 1324. Rumble. Yes. The stunned Raditz was hit in the chest by Sun Gohan, and the whole person was like being hit by a giant beast with infinite strength, and the combat clothes on his chest were cracked, and he suddenly flew out 7 or 8 feet away, fell violently to the ground, and screamed. Little ghost, you are looking for death. After Raditz got up from the ground, his eyes stared at Sun Gohan like a cruel beast, while the detector on his right eye re-showed Sun Gohan's combat power, which was 1. It turns out that your strength ran out in the collision just now. Since you have such a strong potential, I will kill you first. Raditz felt that this little ghost could not stay, otherwise it would definitely be endless troubles in the future. No, don't. Seeing that his son was in danger, Sun Wukong, who was lying on the ground, stood up from the ground abruptly like chicken blood, burst out faster than usual and rushed behind Raditz and hugged him from behind. Bike, quickly use the magic light cannon you just had and kill him. Good Goku. Vic praised while accumulating the power needed to kill the cannon with his only remaining hand. How is it possible? His strength has climbed again, and it has reached 1632. Looking at the numbers on the detector, Raditz became terrified. However, no matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free of Sun Wukong's arm, and roared in fear, "Kakarot, are you crazy? Even though his trick can kill me, it can also penetrate my body and kill you. You're dead, let go." "I won't let go, it's death, I won't let go this time, my Monkey King will never be on the same thing, the second time, Vic, hurry up." Sun Wukong's tone was judged. Devil through light kill cannon. A moment later, the Vic Great Devil, who had finally accumulated the power of his masterstroke, pointed the dazzling light on his finger like a small sun towards Raditz's chest. Wang! A ray of light bursts out straight like laser infrared, and outside the light, there is still a circle of light band like halos rotating. Nope. No. I don't want. Raditz, who was terrified, widened his eyes as he watched the light that had reached 1632 combat power pass through his chest. Poof! Poof! The light not only penetrated Raditz, but also through the Monkey King who was holding him, and the two fell almost at the same time. Dad! Goku! Goku! Master! At this moment, the people in the speeding car that had just come to the sky nearby shouted in grief. The plot that everyone is looking forward to is coming. Goku went to the prefecture, Sun Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Vic for training, Guo Yang is going to live in the Bun Mountain house for a long time. What will happen? Ask for flower support. Chapter 028. Late at night, in the Turtle Fairy house. Guo Yang, Boomer, Turtle Immortal, Klin has long returned. Everyone sat on the couch, and none of them spoke. The atmosphere has never been more oppressive and dull. The Monkey King died with his scion brother Raditz. This made them, Sun Wukong's good friends, sad. But fortunately, you can also use the Dragon Ball to summon the Dragon God and revive the Monkey King. However, there was an even more terrifying news, which made everyone who knew the news sink to the bottom and feel that there was no hope. Hope maybe there is. But it's really slim. Before his death, Raditz said that his combat power detector had a telemetry communication function, and his death, his own Dragon Ball and other things had been transmitted to the other two scions. The combat power of those two scions was several times stronger than that of their Adites. One Raditz is terrifying enough, in the coming two more terrifying powerful beings than him, can the human beings on Earth still live? Moreover, those two scions will come to Earth in a year at most. In other words, everyone present may not live more than a year. Repression. Silent. Afraid. Fear. This is the only atmosphere in the Kamizen house at this time. And in this atmosphere, the phone in the Turtle Immortal house suddenly rang. The Turtle Immortal who was closest to the phone, saw the number displayed on the phone, did not answer it, and did not dare to answer it. He looked back at Boomer and said, "Boomer, you come and answer the phone." "Did you call from home?" Boomer asked, and walked to the phone. When she saw the phone number on it, she did not answer it, but angrily said to the turtle immortal, "You don't answer, you let me answer, you are an old color ghost with a bad heart, an old color ghost." The scolded turtle immortal was not angry, sat back on the sofa and closed the beer, silent. "Humph!" Boomer snorted coldly in dissatisfaction, and immediately looked at Clin, "You come and answer the phone." Clin walked over a little puzzled, after seeing the phone number on it. "Suddenly I was scared a little soulless." His mouth snorted, "Kiki! It's Kiki calling, Boomer, or you take it. If I can pick it up, I'll use you to pick it up." Boomer yelled at Clin. "Boomer, it's better for you to take it." Clin spoke from his heart, "I'm afraid, I don't know how to talk to Kiki. Sun Wukong died, and Sun Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Vic to train. Goku is dead, you can use Dragon Ball to resurrect the Dragon God, Kiki may still be able to accept it, and the blow in the heart may not be so great." However, they watched as Sun Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Bike, which could not be said. What a terrifying and ruthless person is the great demon king of Bike, who of them is not afraid? Sun Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Bike, and in the end, did he train stronger, or did he train people to death? This no one can say. They didn't know if Kiki could accept this blow after hearing the news, and whether she could withstand it. The atmosphere fell silent slightly, and Boomer shouted at Clin, "Are you afraid? Am I not afraid? Anyway, I will not answer this call. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review." This chapter is a little short, mainly today's small year, there are many people, now I want to eat. I can only send this here first, flowers for you, today I will update more. Chapter 029. Guo Yang, what do you mean, are you looking down on me, Vegeta? Vegeta barked like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Well, you continue, say it when you can't, don't be beaten to death, and you have to use the Divine Dragon to resurrect you, it's simply a waste of the opportunity of the Divine Dragon. Guo Yang flashed and pushed away, since this guy wants to die and suffer alive, if he doesn't let him make a bad crime, he is really sorry for being beaten by artificial people. You. Seeing that Guo Yang really left, Vegeta's face suddenly became wonderful, and he knew his current state better than Guo Yang. Guo Yang, who walked not far away, did not forget to remind, didn't you give you 2 fairy beans before, do you want to keep them and go to farm? Humph! Vegeta snorted coldly, took out a fairy bean and threw it into his mouth. It didn't take long for all of his lost energy to recover. Come on, let me see what skills you guy with a mask and dare not see people have. Vegeta gulped and lunged over. Bang bang! Bang bang! The next moment, the two fought fiercely, at a speed unimaginable to ordinary people. Guo Yang, who was watching the battle nearby, watched Vegeta fight with Man 22, while paying attention to Dr. Gallo, who transformed himself into a human being. This is also a ruthless person, in order to avenge Sun Wukong, in order to inform the world, he actually transformed himself. Guo Yang had to admire Dr. Gallo's courage. He was keeping an eye on Dr. Gallo, and the other party was watching him all the time. Dr. Gallo, who has been monitoring Sun Wukong with a miniature monitor, knows that Sun Wukong has such a person as Guo Yang by his side, and also knows that Guo Yang played a vital role in the battle to Vegeta's first arrival on Earth. Touch! At this moment, Vegeta, who transformed into the form of a Super Saiyan, was knocked down from the air by the 19th artificial man wearing a ghost face mask, smashing the ground and shaking. In Guo Yang's observation, the number 22 artificial man wearing a ghostly mask was much stronger than the fat number 19 artificial person before, and his combat power should be 378 million, which was not much different from Vegeta at this time. If Vegeta hadn't eaten the fairy beans before, he would have been defeated by the 22nd android wearing a ghostly mask. However, Vegeta's current situation is not optimistic, and his energy has been constantly decreasing. And the 22 artificial man wearing a ghostly mask was able to absorb energy from Vegeta's body for his own use in the process of the two fighting. After a long time, if Vegeta didn't have any tricks to turn things around, it was only a matter of time before he landed. Ugh! Vegeta suddenly roared at this time, and the momentum on his body suddenly skyrocketed, and Guo Yang could feel that his combat power was constantly improving. Almost increased the combat effectiveness of about one of the three, and the momentum released by Vegeta's body stopped soaring, and then Guo Yang saw his five-fingered void in front of him, and an egg-sized golden ball of light appeared in his palm, dazzling. Rumble! This egg-sized golden ball of light was incredibly fast, directly hitting the ghost face mask of the 22nd artificial man, and to everyone's surprise, the defense of that mask turned out to be very strong, and it actually blocked Vegeta's almost strongest move. Guo Yang, I can't do it, or you come. The proud Vegeta had to bow his head and beg Guo Yang to make a move at the moment. The energy ball just now was a new trick he had recently created, called the hole-piercing bullet, which could penetrate everything, but he thought about it but was blocked by the mask on the face of the 22nd artificial face. If he hit somewhere else, Artificial Man number 22 would not be able to stop it at all. It can only be said that Vegeta's luck is too back. See, Vegeta served softly. Guo Yang smiled slightly, waste a fairy bean in vain. Vegeta's face suddenly turned red, he only now found out that this Guo Yang was more annoying than that cockroach. However, now he couldn't beat Guo Yang, just snorted coldly, and retreated to Sun Wukong, Klin, and the others. I know you. Artificial Man number 22, wearing a ghostly mask, looked at Guo Yang. He said, you are the apprentice of Goku and Klin, you will turn into a strange human covered in golden light, your combat power is stronger than Vegeta and Sun Wukong, and we have seen the impact of your competition with miniature insect monitors. Therefore, in the face of a strong person like you, I also have to get serious. Just now I fought with that Scion Vegeta, I only used half of my strength. Rumble! As soon as the words fell, the 22nd artificial man's body suddenly exuded a very terrifying momentum. This momentum was not like the chi in Guo Yang's body, but an indescribable breath. With the momentum released by the 22nd artificial man, the void around him was distorted, as if looking into the distance through the fire. Guo Yang speculated that the current combat power of this number 22 artificial person wearing a ghostly mask should be close to about 450 million. In the past 3 years, Guo Yang has been to the spiritual time house to cultivate and increase more than 4,000 combat strength, coaxing Kikai to be happy every day, taking care of Lan Chi happy, although the daily increase in combat effectiveness is not much, but day after day, month after month, 3 years later, his basic combat effectiveness has now reached 95,621. The first transformation form increased its combat power by 3 times, which was more than 286,000 combat power. In the second transformation form, the combat power of more than 286,000 was doubled again, and it was more than 860,000 combat power. The third transformation form, more than 860,000 combat strength, once again doubled 3 times, is more than 2.58 million combat effectiveness. The fourth transformation form, 2.58 million combat strength, this time doubled 500 times combat strength, is more than 1.29 billion combat strength. The fourth transformation has a combat power of more than 1.29 billion, and it can already defeat the number 22 artificial man wearing a ghost face mask, and there is no need to carry out the fifth transformation, the sixth transformation, and the seventh transformation. In the past 3 years, Guo Yang's unused potential points have been praised enough, and he has the number of evolutions to the 8th transformation, but he firmly remembers the words of his daughter Trunk Lan from the future, not long after having the 8th transformation, he will be arranged by the system to go to almost lifeless tasks. In the past 3 years, Guo Yang's body has long had the ability to transform for the 7th time. And it was because he was worried about that unknown and terrifying mission that he did not have the ability to transform for the 8th time. In the midst of his thoughts, Guo Yang had turned into his 4th transformation form, full of golden light, and 4 imprints on his forehead like golden thunder and lightning formed a snowflake shape, releasing a dazzling light. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Keep up the good work and write. Chapter 030. Outside the Turtle Fairy House. The half-moon hangs high and the night breeze is cool. Clin stood on the beach, one hand raised above his head. He said, "The Qi Yuan chopping trick I created is mainly to gather the Qi together, let the Qi rotate at high speed, and compress the Qi into tissue paper in the process of rotation." As he spoke, a foot above Clin's palm, a light of Qi flew and spun. If you look at it from a distance in the sky, Clin's palm seems to drag a full moon with a round table, shining brightly. If you look at it from the same height, you will see a light as thin as a paper blade a foot above Clin's palm. A moment later, when the Qi Yuan chop expanded above the palm to about a square circle, Clin introduced, "The Qi Yuan chopper is not as explosive as the turtle sect Qigong wave, and it can destroy a large area. Qi Yuan chopping focuses on cutting, heavy on sharpness, heavy on splitting in two. Shout!" As he said this, Clin violently slashed out the Qi Yuan like a silver moon dragged on his palm, and the speed was so fast that it was a very terrifying mansion, and the void seemed to be cut open, leaving a long wave of twisted Qi. Under the gaze of Guo Yang and Kellen, the Qi Yuan like a silver moon flew across the sea and slashed on a low mountain on the opposite land, which was not too good. There were no explosions and no dazzling lights. It was as if Qi Yuan did not hit the mountain. Bang! Bang! However, not long after, the top of the mountain slipped down obliquely from the top of the mountain under a gust of wind, making a humming sound like muffled thunder. It turned out that this mountain was cut off by Qi Yuan, and the fracture was smooth as a mirror, like sandpaper polished. With Guo Yang's eyes, he could see clearly that it was not only this mountain. There were 2 low mountains behind, and the top of the mountain was also cut and broken by Qi Yuan, and slipped out from the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, and in the rumbling sound, there was a burst of dust. Qi Yuan slash, the stronger the gathering Qi, the greater the power of cutting. Speaking of this, Clin paused. Immediately, he said with some regret, although the Qi Yuan slash is powerful, the time to gather Qi and the time to condense and form is too long, otherwise, even Sun Wukong will not be able to beat me. Guo Yang knew that Clin's words were not bragging. Because, according to the plot of Dragon Ball, a year later, in the battle between Latin Nemesis and Frisia, Sun Wukong's turtle sect Qigong wave and tenfold realm King Fist are not helpless to Frisia. And one of Clin's Qi slashes cut Frisia lazily into 2. It can be seen that the power of the Qi Yuan slash is very powerful. In the entire Dragon Ball, almost no one dared to hard catch Clin's Qi Yuan slash, they all dodged it, or used Qi skills to bombard. The only one who dares to hard connect is Super God Gohan. Moreover, Gohan has also learned Qi Yuan chopping with Clin and knows how to pick it up. The place where it is connected is the center of the Qi Yuan chopping disc, which belongs to the skill, not the kind of next that directly allows the Qi Yuan to chop on the body. It can be said that in the entire Dragon Ball, Qi Yuan slash is a very powerful skill. But because the Qi Yuan chopper needs to gather Qi for too long, in the plot between the universes, the opponents of Clin, Goku, Vegeta and others are all god level, and the fast ones are all comparable to lightning, and there is no chance for Clin to cast the Qi Yuan slash, so the reputation of the Qi Yuan chop is not obvious. When learning Qi Yuan with Clin, Guo Yang found that after his talent changed from good to good, his ability to learn things and understand all greatly improved. After trying more than 10 times, he learned the Qi Yuan slash. It's just that this gathering time is too long. It took 3 minutes instead of the minute and a half that Clin had just taken. You learned Qi Yuan / so quickly, it seems that your talent is really very good. Clin looked at the Qi Yuan chopper dragged by Guo Yang with great satisfaction, and said, when I first created the Qi Yuan / the preparation time was 5 minutes, and with my continuous practice, it took thousands of times to speed up the speed to the current level. As long as you practice for a long time, practice can produce dexterity. This time to gather Qi condensation Qi Yuan chopper will be greatly shortened. Day 2. Early morning. Boomer leaves the turtle house in her helicopter to collect the Dragon Balls from Earth, preparing to resurrect the Monkey King when the Scions arrive a year later. Because Guo Yang didn't know those who returned to Bunza Mountain, under the Turtle Immortal and Clin Rock Paper Scissors, the lost Clin sent Guo Yang back to Bunzishan to seek Hikai. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for evaluation. The plot is a little stuck, and the plot of Kikai and Guo Yang getting along next, the author pondered it well. Chapter 031. A deserted place. Sun Gohan folded his coat neatly and placed it on the ground. Coming to the Vic Great Devil, he looked at the green face and said in fear. Practice. Practice. What the hell is practiced? You tell me what you want me to do. Because Son Goku died with Raditz, in order to face the 2 Scions who will come to Earth in a year, the 4-year-old Son Gohan was brought here by the Vic Great Devil. The Great Demon King of Vic wrapped his arms around him, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Said lightly, first of all, you don't have to do anything, as long as you live. Just live. The very young Son Gohan looked at the Vic Great Demon King in fear. Yes. A person lives safely and uneventfully. The Vic Great Demon King paused and continued, 6 months, as long as you can survive, I will teach you various combat techniques after 6 months. 6 months? You want me to be alone in this kind of place? Son Gohan shook his head and said, don't. I don't want to be alone in this kind of place, I'll be lonely, I'll die. The Great Demon King of Vic snorted coldly and said with a smile, you won't be alone, there are all bloodthirsty monsters around here. Strange. Beast. Son Gohan immediately trembled with fright and shook his head, don't. No. Please, don't leave me here alone. The Great Demon King Vic was unmoved, there is no time to be coquettish now, try to live for 6 months. First of all, you must learn to be strong, physically and mentally. But don't forget the impending crisis facing the Earth, which is still waiting for you to rescue. You have to believe in yourself and learn how to use that power in your body. Seeing that the Great Demon King Vic still wanted to leave him alone, the 4-year-old Son Gohan was suddenly frightened and stammered, but... The Great Demon King Vic interrupted him with a wave of his hand, don't blame me for not reminding you, this oasis is now surrounded by desert, and if you escape, you will die of thirst and starvation in the desert. When Son Gohan saw that he was leaving, he remembered something very important. Wait a minute, where is the food? What about bathing? What about beds? And books and pens? And... do you think I'll have those things for you? Gentlemen! The Vic Great Demon sneered. Son Gohan didn't hear anything, and whispered, You are so bad. The Great Demon King Vic looked at him, if you want to complain, complain about your own life. I'm leaving. Sue. The next moment, the body of the Great Demon King of Vic soared into the air and flew towards the distance. Hey! Wait! Son Gohan ran on the ground, chasing in the direction where Vic flew, and shouted, Wait! Wait a minute! Don't leave me alone! However, no matter how loudly he shouted, the Vic Great Demon King continued to fly into the distance without looking back. Until he could no longer see Bike's figure, Sun Wuhan knelt on the ground bald, and he thought of his mother, his father, and Guo Yang's brother. It is useless to cry, and the somewhat timid son Gohan, who also has a strong side in his personality, goes back to pick up the short sword left for him by the great demon King Vic and goes to find food. Soon, he found a dinosaur in the mountains and forests. Don't look at Son Gohan's small body, the body of a dinosaur is big. Son Gohan, who awakened the bloodline of the Scion, was even stronger than this dinosaur, and the dinosaur who hit began to suspect the dragon life, but he couldn't beat it decisively and ran away. Hey! Don't run! Later, Son Gohan shouted while chasing, "Your tail is so long, what does it matter if you borrow me to eat a little?" Don't look at the short stature of Sun Wukong, who is only 4.5 years old, but he runs very fast, and it didn't take long to catch up. Oh! Drawing his long sword, he jumped and reached the sky above the dinosaur's tail. Brush, brush, brush! 3 swords were cut down in succession, and the dinosaur's tail was suddenly cut off 3 short segments. Son Gohan pierced the 3 pieces of dinosaur tail meat together with his sword and waved at the dinosaur who had run away. "Thank you for inviting me to breakfast, thank you." Not long after, a flame rose in the mountain forest, and Gohan on the side squatted there and roasted the meat seriously. Wow! It's so fragrant! When the aroma of the roast is wafting away, Son Gohan looked intoxicated, the saliva is about to come out. After the roast, Gohan began to gobble it up. The Scion had a large amount of rice, and the meat on the tails of the 3 dinosaurs added up to more than 10 pounds. Soon his small stomach loaded all the more than 10 pounds of roast meat, touching his bulging belly. "It's so full, I really want to lie down and sleep, but..." And at the same time, Klin drove a red car and parked on the side of the road in a wooded area not too far from Bunza Mountain. At this time, Klin, who was very afraid to face Kiki, said, "Guo Yang, I will send you here, remember to call the Turtle Immortal House if you have something." After Guo Yang got out of the car, Klin drove away like an escape. Looking at the looming room on the top of Bun Mountain, Guo Yang thought about what way to say about Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan after seeing Kiki, and walked towards Bun Mountain step by step without hurry. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. How Guo Yang and Kiki will develop, you have to ponder and ask for flowers. Chapter 032. It's still the most comfortable to sleep back in the cage. After waking up early in the morning, she went back to bed and slept. Kiki, who had just woken up, stretching lazily under the covers. Since marrying Sun Wukong, no matter winter or summer, she will get up on time every day at 4:30 to prepare breakfast, and she has not slept back to the cage for 5 or 6 years. Yesterday, Sun Wukong and Sun Wuhan stayed in the Turtle Immortal House and did not come back. Kiki knew that with the character of her husband Sun Wukong, she would definitely have a hearty lunch in the Turtle Immortal House today, and would never come back in the morning. So when she went to bed last night, she pulled the curtains tightly and turned off the alarm clock at the bedside, saving it from ringing to disturb her sleep. I took the worry that the bedside had a holiday this morning and looked at the time. 9:03 minutes. Kiki decided to get up and clean up herself, cleaning up the house, and finally simply cooking herself some lunch. She lifted the light quilt covering her body, bare a pair of white and tender feet, and walked to the bathroom. Kiki has been an energetic girl since she was a child, waking up in the morning and taking a shower to do other things, and at night she will also take a shower to lie down in bed and sleep. Whoops! The faucet was unscrewed, and the slightly hot water suddenly erupted from the shower overhead, and Kiki stood under the shower and closed her eyes, raised her head, and let the hot water from the micro soup pour on her face and hair. She likes such a warm bath, she has liked it since she was a child, whether it is winter or summer. Because only this level of water temperature can make her feel that the water will be able to flush her body cleaner. After taking a shower and washing her hair, Kiki got dressed and walked out of the bathroom, saw her face in the mirror above the wash basin, and involuntarily stopped. How beautiful! Kiki spun left and right, looking at herself from the mirror. Kiki was only 17 or 8 years old when she married Sun Wukong. She has been married for 5 years now, and she is only 22 or 3 years old. Since getting married, she has been dressed more towards traditional women's dress, which looks a little rustic and not fashionable. But now she is perfect in the mirror, whether she looks from the front or from the side, no worse than any fashion beauty model. 10 fingers are slender, and the skin is as white and tender as mutton fat jade. It is impossible to see that this is a married young woman who has given birth and worked all day long. Even if she is put in a group of 17 or 18-year-old girls at this time, no one will doubt her age. Kiki, who was immersed in watching her beautiful appearance in the mirror, did not hear the sound of the living room door entering the key and unlocking it at this time, nor did she hear the sound of Guo Yang closing the door after entering the house. Guo Yang, who had just entered the house, suddenly felt a little urgent to urinate at this time, so he hurriedly went to the bathroom. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Just looked at someone voted for a reminder vote, and did anyone vote for the change? Is there anyone else? Chapter 033. Ouch! Restroom doorway. Guo Yang, who was hurriedly going to the bathroom, collided with Kiki. Be careful! The dizzy Kiki, who was hit by the impact, took a few steps back. Seeing that the back of her head was about to be able to be in the hard edges of the bathroom door frame, Guo Yang reacted super quickly and reached out and grabbed Kiki's arm. This one! Both were stunned. The big eyes stared at the small eyes at a loss. At this moment, Guo Yang's brain was almost cloudy. Young Kiki is not ugly, but beautiful. It's just that after she got married, whether it was hairstyle or dressing style, she was dressed like a country farmer, and she looked a little rustic and not as fashionable as Boomer. Kiki, who had just washed her hair in the shower, her hair was wet and scattered on her back, and there was no earthy dress on her body, and the whole person exuded a mature and charming and youthful and beautiful atmosphere. Kiki, I didn't know you were here. Guo Yang lowered his head and said this, and returned directly to his room opposite the bathroom. After Guo Yang left, Kiki recovered some strength, washed her face with cold water a few times, and returned to her bedroom with a thump in her heart. It's good that Gaku and Gohan aren't in the house, otherwise this. Kiki's heart was extremely apprehensive, there was fear, there was apprehension. And at the same time, the gods in the temple sensed Tianjin Rice on earth with the mind of God, informing them about the death of Sun Wukong, and that 2 very powerful scions would come to earth in a year, asking the 2 of them to come to the temple to practice, so that they could fight the 2 scions in a year. Dumplings, let's go to the heavenly god temple. Under the waterfall, Tianjin Rice faces the dumplings flying in mid-air. Tianjin meal, what are we going to the heavenly god temple for? Dumplings fell from mid-air and asked, tilting their heads. We went to be trained by God, and in a year we were ready to fight 2 scions in a year. Tianjin Rice walked while walking. Are those 2 scions strong? Dumpling asked. Tianjin Rice, it's not very strong, it's very strong, Gaku is so strong, he died with the weakest scion. Dumpling was shocked, what, Gaku is dead? Not only Tianjin Rice, but also Yamcha, Klin, Yachilobe, and others also received the divine transmission of God's thoughts. After Klin returned to the Turtle Immortal house and said goodbye to the 5 Turtle Immortals, he went to the Heavenly God Temple to join Yamcha, Tianjin's, Dumpling, Yachilobe, and others to receive a year-long training from the Heavenly God. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Don't dare to write too much, let's taste it yourself. Originally, I drank too much and was going to sleep, and when I saw the flowers skyrocketing, I endured sleepiness to write this chapter and ask for flowers. Chapter 034. Half a day later. Guo Yang came to Kiki and Sun Wukong's bedroom door, hesitated slightly, but still knocked on the door. Kiki, I can come in, I want to tell you about brother Gohan. Hearing his voice, Kiki in the room suddenly found out that Guo Yang had returned, but why didn't Gaku and Gohan come back? You can wait for me in the living room first. Well, okay. Outside the door, Guo Yang walked to the living room and sat on the sofa. His hands were rubbing a little cramped, really not knowing how to face Kiki for a while, as if rubbing his hands would make him more calm. Not long after, Kiki came to the living room. Asked, "You were just about to tell me about Gaku and Gohan, what happened to them? Why didn't I come back with you?" Speaking of business, Guo Yang thought for a while, so he tactfully said that Gaku and Raditz died together, and that Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Vic to practice. Hearing that Gaku could be resurrected with Dragon Ball when he died, Kiki was sad but acceptable, and did not cry or make a fuss. But after hearing that his baby son Gohan was taken away by the demon king of Vic to practice, Kiki suddenly ran into the kitchen with a kitchen knife, and wanted to find the Vic great demon king to desperately save her son Gohan. In Kiki's heart, the great demon king of Vic is a great demon who does nothing evil, looking at the incomparably bloody and cruel great demon king who conquers the world, and his son Gohan can be fine if he falls into his hands, what if he is killed and eaten alive? Fortunately, Guo Yang had long thought of the several reactions that Kiki would have after hearing that his son Gohan was taken away by the great demon king of Vic to cultivate, and he immediately pulled the impulsive Kiki. Repeatedly lying and assuring that the great demon king of Vic told everyone that he was a disciple of Gohan and would definitely not hurt Gohan, and Kiki was relieved. However, the great demon king of Vic is famous, and his son Gohan is in his hands. How can Kiki not worry about it, lying in Guo Yang's arms and crying? Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Thank you very much. And thank you very much to the readers who voted for the change and monthly tickets last night and this morning. Chapter 035. After a long time, Kiki cried and fell asleep in the house. Guo Yang looked at the time, 12:25 noon. He knew that Kiki might not have eaten in the morning or at noon, and when she woke up, her stomach would definitely be on her stomach. He pulled some frozen chicken from the refrigerator in the living room and took it out for soup. Stewing over high heat and simmering on low heat is the best way to bring out the nutrients in the chicken. At about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, Kiki woke up and looked at the roof of the shed in a daze, thinking all she was about her son Gohan. At this time, Guo Yang, who found that she was awake through the crack in the door, brought out a bowl of chicken soup from the pot in the kitchen, gently pushed open the door, walked to the bed, and said, "Kiki, drink some chicken soup. Let's put it first." Kiki didn't have any appetite to eat now, and she asked, "Guo Yang, you said that the Vic Great Demon King really won't hurt Gohan. Can your own children not worry?" Guo Yang put the chicken soup on the bedside table and said, "Of course not, brother Gohan. He awakened the Scion bloodline, very, very powerful, and with a little training, he is a very, very powerful warrior, and he is the main force against the two Scions who are about to come to Earth in a year." Seeing that Sister Kiki's face was a little better, Guo Yang continued, "After those two Scions came to Earth, they wanted to kill all the Earthlings, and the Vic Great Demon King himself couldn't defeat them. Whether it was for the sake of the entire human race on Earth, or for the sake of him Vic Archdemon himself, he would definitely not kill Gohan. Let's eat something first. Only by taking care of yourself can you wait for the victory of the Great War in a year to take care of Gohan." "Well, Guo Yang, you're right, I can only take care of Gohan in the future if I take care of myself." Kiki listened to what Guo Yang said, picked up the bowl of chicken soup placed on the bedside table, sat back on the bedside wall, and drank Guo Yang's chicken soup. Although the chicken soup was delicious, Kiki, who had no appetite, did not drink any taste, and barely finished drinking, so she got up to clean up the house. However, when she came to the living room, she found that the inside and outside of the house had long been cleaned, and she didn't need to think about it, she knew that Guo Yang made it. For 7 or 8 days in a row, Kiki was in a state of sometimes days and sometimes in a daze, and the person also lost a few points. Time flickered, more than a month passed, under Guo Yang's careful care. Kikai's brows tightened day by day, and there were more smiles on her face from time to time. There is no grief and trauma that time cannot erase. Gohan was taken away by the Vic Great Demon for training, and was not taken by the Vic Great Demon to kill and eat. Kiki can only pray in her heart that the Vic Great Demon can be kind to Gohan during training, and don't bully and scare Gohan. At noon that day, Kikai was in a good mood and wanted to cook, and asked, "Guo Yang, what do you want to eat at noon?" "You can eat anything," Guo Yang said with a smile. "Without him cooking, where will he pick and choose to order?" "Then sweet and sour ribs." "Good." Kiki took the ribs from the fridge and walked into the kitchen. Guo Yang thought for a while and said, "Sister Kiki, I am also a martial artist with a very strong chi power, but I am not good at hand-to-hand combat, and I can even say that I have no experience. Kikai, you will train me in hand-to-hand combat in the afternoon, and when those two scions arrive, I can also help brother Gohan." "Okay, I'll do hand-to-hand combat training for you that afternoon." Saying this, Kiki paused for a moment, and immediately said, "Since I got married, I haven't practiced martial arts much, my body doesn't know how far it has degenerated. I can only teach you some basic moves and essentials of hand-to-hand combat. As for sparring versus something, I can barely be a sparring partner for you." "Kiki, you are modest, but I know Kiki, your demeanor when you participated in the world's first martial arts conference, that is, punching the southeast, northwest, and no opponent, kicking Megatron in all directions. Give me such a sparring partner, one finger can hit me 100. Guo Yang's exaggerated tone, Kiki giggled, and found that this was the life she longed for in her heart, and how good it would be if Gaku could coax herself like this. After lunch, rested for an hour, Guo Yang and Kikai came to the woods under Bunzi Mountain to prepare for hand-to-hand combat training against Guo Yang. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for all kinds of tickets. Chapter 036. In the woods under Bunzi Mountain, the tall trees have lush foliage, covering the sun in mid-air, making the originally hot summer not hot, but slightly cool. Kiki, who has not practiced martial arts for many years, rarely wears her training uniform. Her black hair is tied into a ponytail at the back of her head, and her whole body is full of a clean and neat breath. Practicing martial arts is self-cultivation, cultivation of mind, and cultivation of the mind. Kiki looked at Guo Yang, who was standing a zhang away from him. She said seriously, "Self-cultivation is to enhance the strength and reaction ability of the body through exercise. Cultivation is to let me endure the suffering and fatigue I endure during training, no matter whether it is hot summer and winter or thunderstorms and windy weather. It cannot stop our will to stop cultivating. Cultivating the mind, because of practice, we will have a combat power far beyond ordinary people, but because we are strong, we cannot bully the weak with the strong." In other words, the purpose of practice is to strengthen oneself and constantly break through one's own limits, not to fight with others and do evil. I won't say much about cultivating the mind, and I won't say much about cultivating the mind. Today I will teach you the skills and essentials of hand-to-hand combat. In hand-to-hand combat, the main thing is our body's reaction. When someone punches us, we can see, even hear, and feel the direction of the punch, so we can choose to fight hard or dodge. In the next few days, Kiki only taught Guo Yang some basic defensive and offensive methods, and Guo Yang's current talent is very good, he learns quickly, and he is proficient. Kiki is the daughter of the Bull Demon King, who in turn is a disciple of the Turtle Immortals. Under the martial arts training of the Bull Demon King since childhood, the basic fighting moves and skills that Kiki will know are no different from the basic moves of Sun Wukong and Klin, both from the Turtle Immortal faction. Basic moves do not bring much power to people in combat. It is necessary to go through actual combat to flexibly use various moves and skills to play a real fight and fight. The same teacher, the same moves and skills, different students will have different comprehension and usability, which causes a huge contrast in combat effectiveness under the same strength, some warriors can fight 100 warriors alone, and some warriors can only be scored by other equivalent warriors. Of course, the warrior's body is strong to a certain extent, and he can ignore the skill, and he can smash people with a direct slap. Just like Goku, Klin, and the great demon king of Bike, they can smash a mountain with a casual punch. Ordinary people are quick to react and have to block, and there is only one result, that is, the arm is directly shattered. For the next 2 months, Kikai has been accompanying Guo Yang to fight to increase his actual combat experience. Of course, Guo Yang didn't use the slightest bit of chi power in his body, otherwise he was afraid that if he was not careful, Shinyang Kikai would have to be broken into slag by him. In the blink of an eye, another half a year has passed, and in terms of hand-to-hand combat, Kiki is no longer Guo Yang's opponent at all. If Guo Yang uses the power of Qi, Kiki doesn't even have the ability to fight back and dodge. In this half a year, because the system will send a prompt tone from time to time, the notification of how much combat effectiveness has been increased and how many unused potential values have been obtained, which makes Guo Yang often lose his mind, and simply turns off the prompt directly without listening or watching. That night, Guo Yang, who was lying on the bed and preparing to sleep, suddenly heard Kikai anxiously calling himself, and he quickly came to the living room. I saw Kiki fall on the floor of the living room. "Kiki, what's wrong with you?" Guo Yang was so frightened that he quickly squatted down to check. I didn't know what was wrong, so I suddenly felt chest tightness and shortness of breath, and then I fell to the ground weakly, and now I can't even move a finger except to turn my neck and speak, as if I don't have long hands, and I can't even feel the rest of my body. Saying this, Kikai cried a little and said, "Guo Yang, you say that I will not become paralyzed and will never be able to stand up." No, Kiki, don't worry, you won't be paralyzed." Guo Yang comforted Kiki while asking if the system in his mind had a way, but Guo Yang was very surprised that the system had a way to cure Kiki. It's just that this method is a bit. But if not treated in time, Kiki may really be paralyzed for life. The reason is that 2 days ago in the sparring practice, he hit the back of Kiki's neck, although it didn't use any strength, but it happened to hit the neck gap. Today Kiki exercised again, which led to a sudden deterioration of the nerves in the neck, problems, and a complete loss of consciousness below the neck. The reason why the system told himself and Kiki said it originally. Guo Yang said with a cautious face, "The only way to cure you now is to use my unique acupuncture technique to pass my temperament, maintain the activity of the nerves, and then treat the problem in your neck, which will be good in about a month. Ask for flowers. Please comment, the previous chapter was banned, and my head was as big as a fight." Chapter 037. Kiki, I've started acupuncture. According to the methods and instructions given by the system, Guo Yang's control of the qi power in his body spread all over his hands, and in the faint light of his hands, he looked like he was wearing a pair of golden gloves. He held a 3-inch long silver needle in his hand. "Well, let's get started." Kiki closed her eyes. The acupuncture method given by the system was very effective, except for a few silver needles pricked near the back of the neck. After only more than 10 minutes, Kiki was able to get up and walk around normally. But her body is still a little weak, walking 10 or 8 points will be tired and sweaty, and she must rest for a while before she can have the strength to walk. "Kiki, you haven't been completely sharp now, you shouldn't walk and move more, wait a month, it'll be fine when you're completely sharp, and because the power of my qi nourishes all the cells in your body, Shi Niang, you have a certain chance to sense your own qi. It will take another month to cure," Kiki said. Guo Yang corrected, "Not once, but 3 times a day to completely cure your disease." "Oh!" Kiki blushed. "You rest early." As he spoke, Guo Yang had already left and returned to his room. As the so-called once born and too ripe, 10 times 8 times come and shout. "Guo Yang, it's time." Kiki's voice came from outside the door. Acupuncture treatments are performed 3 times a day, 7 hours apart, for 1 hour each, which is exactly 24 hours a day. Guo Yang, who was lying on his bed, looked up at the clock hanging on the wall. It was still more than 10 minutes before the time arrived. Was it so urgent? But he got up anyway and walked into Kiki's house. On the bed, Kiki was covered with a white silk quilt and lay flat in the quilt. The two chatted for a while with laughter, and then Guo Yang took out the silver needle and began acupuncture on Kiki's neck to heal injuries and diseases. An hour later, Guo Yang returned to his house. When treating Kiki with the power of Qi, Guo Yang could feel that all the cells in her body were changing little by little under the power of her Qi. This change, according to the system, even if it does not make Kiki have the ability to evolve and transform, at least it can make her age more than 10 times slower than others in the future, and after 30 or 50 years, Kiki's appearance and physical vitality are also similar now, and she will not look old. The days passed day by day, and today was the last day, and the last time came to treat Kiki with the power of Qi. After today, after this time, Kiki's illness will be completely improved, and it will also give her a great opportunity to sense the Qi she gets, so that she can also use the Qi skill and fly. Time does not stop because someone does not want to or not. The treatment is soon over, and Guo Yang goes back to his room. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Don't dare to write more, for fear of being blocked. Chapter 038. Fast forward to time. Another few months passed. There were only 3 or 5 days left before the two scions came to Earth. This day, early in the morning. After breakfast, Kiki asked, Guo Yang, are you going to the Heavenly God Temple today to join Qin and Tianjin dinner? Yes. Guo Yang nodded and said. How powerful those two scions were, Kiki didn't know. She only knew that in a few years, the entire human race on the earth might be alive or all dead. You must defeat those two scions. Kiki looked at Guo Yang who flew away, cheering for Guo Yang and the great demon king of Bike, as well as Qin. On the temple of the heavenly gods. 3 Eyes, who do you say is the three-legged cat Kung Fu who is not in the flow? Yamcha seemed to be a cat whose tail was stepped on at the moment, jumping on his feet and roaring, try it again, believe it or not, I beat you into paralyzed urinary incontinence. Tianjin Fan wrapped his arms around him, and said with contemptuous eyes, Yamcha, say your three-legged cat's Kung Fu, are you not convinced? Tianjin Rice, there is a kind of fight, don't just talk about it. Yamcha said angrily word by word. Okay, come on. Tianjin Fan hooked his finger and said defiantly, if you want to prove that you are not a three-legged cat's Kung Fu, then come and defeat me, otherwise don't call there. Ugh! Yamcha clenched his fists with both hands, and his body was full of momentum, like a flame burning, and he took an offensive posture. Seeing this, Qin on the side quickly grabbed Yamcha and persuaded him to extinguish the fire and not fight with Tianjin Rice. In fact, not long since everyone came to the Heavenly God Temple and received the special training of the gods, Yamcha and Tianjin Rice did not look at each other. 2 people, 3 days without fighting, the 5th day also have to fight early. Yamcha, Qin, you let go, I must teach the 3 Eyes a good lesson today. Tianjin Rice, you let him come. Tianjin Rice. Such as a small follower, the dumplings that revolve around Tianjin Rice all day are weak, and he is not allowed to fight with Yamcha, so as not to have problems when he fights scions. However, whether it is Yamuti or Tianjin Rice, how can they listen to the persuasion of Qin and dumplings? These 2 guys are really idle and have nothing to do. Yachirobe, who was sitting under the tree, gulped down while looking at Tianjin Rice and Yamcha like a fool. He said in his heart, there is time to fight, it is better to eat your stomach, maybe wait for those 2 scions to come, later. I don't have to eat. Thinking of this, Archie Loeb ate faster and more ruthlessly. As if not eating more. I really won't have a chance to eat in the future. Oh God! You said that Tianjin Rice or Yamcha, which of the 2 is more powerful? Bobo, who had dark skin, asked. On the side, the god on crutches slowly spoke, the difference between the combat effectiveness of Yamcha and Tianjin Rice is not too big, but if they fight this time, Tianjin Rice is more likely to win. Rumble. Rumble. While Bobo was talking to God, Yamcha and Tianjin Fan had already skyrocketed with chi and rushed towards each other. Touch. Touch. However, just as the two of them were about to collide together, a figure suddenly appeared without warning. The person who came stood between the two, stretched out two hands, and squeezed the fists of Yamcha and Tianjin Rice respectively, one left and one right. Ask for collections, ask for flowers, thank you for your support. Chapter 039. It's the Great Demon of Bike. When looking at who that figure was, everyone present couldn't help but exclaim. Tianjin Rice, Vic Chen, please get out of the way. Yamcha, Bike, don't stop me from walking 3 eyes. The two were very jealous of the Great Demon King Vic and spoke in a rather polite tone. Why is the Great Demon King of Vic here? Ya Chai Lobe suddenly chuckled in his heart, and said in his heart, it's probably okay if this big devil is coming, I'd better run first and hide far away. Immediately, he quickly held a pile of snacks on the ground, ran far, far away like a cigarette, and then sat down with a breath and continued to eat snacks. Oh God! Why is he here? Bobo involuntarily hid behind God. Compare the great devil, he is both respectful and afraid. It is true that the great demon king and god of Vic are actually one person. Afraid of death, the great demon king of Vic can be said to be a terrible demon king who kills people. The main thing is that he can't beat the great demon king Vic. The god of heaven lived on crutches and said slowly, don't worry, I can feel that over the years, the evil thoughts in Vic have been decreasing, and the good thoughts have increased, and he will not do anything too bad. Hearing this, the wavelength let out a breath. In this way, he was relieved, otherwise if Vic launched a madman, he was afraid that the entire heavenly god temple would be destroyed. At this time, Vic wrapped his arms around his chest and looked at everyone present. It's really lively, and there is even infighting. He glanced at Yamcha and Tianjin Rice, and sneered, you two still don't fight, there is no need for that, in terms of the strength of the two of you, at best, third-rate warriors, facing the scions who are about to come to the earth, it is just the role of cannon fodder, maybe not even cannon fodder, you two will still wait here at that time. This is no longer unpolite, it is simply humiliating the two. Vic Great Devil, you have the ability to repeat what you just said. Yamcha and Tianjin Fan suddenly said angrily. Although they are afraid of the great demon king of Bike, it does not mean that they are afraid of him Bike. Sure enough, when the big devil of Nabik comes, it's okay, I'm still hiding away, saving a fire at the city gate and the pond fish. Ya Chai Lobe, who had just run to sit on the ground in the distance, quickly ran further with his food. At this time, Klin suddenly asked, Bike, why didn't you see Gohan, where is he? It's just, why don't you see Gohan, did you kill him? At this moment, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings all looked at the great demon king of Bike. You know, in the hearts of everyone, Bik is a complete devil, so he will not care whether Gohan is a child or not, and it is not impossible to be killed by anger. Uncle Klin, Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Rice, Uncle Dumpling, I'm here. Son Gohan, who was standing on the railing at the edge of the heavenly god temple, jumped and came to everyone. See Son Gohan. Klin walked over and raised his hand to rub his head. He said, have you grown a lot taller, and your body looks a lot stronger. Sun Wuhan raised his head and looked at Uncle Klin, who was not much taller than himself, and said innocently, Uncle Klin, it's been almost a year, I've grown a lot taller, why haven't you grown yet? Klin suddenly didn't know how to answer. Height has always been his hard injury, and he was immediately embarrassed to be asked by the naive Gohan. At this moment, Tianjin Rice and Yamcha said very tacitly, Bike, you just humiliated me as a third-rate martial artist, I want to challenge you. In the Heavenly God Temple, after receiving special training from the Heavenly God for nearly a year, their strength has increased several times compared to a year ago, and their confidence is bursting, and they are not afraid of the great demon king of Bike. Vic sneered twice and said disdainfully, if you want to challenge me, you guys are not qualified enough. He pointed to Sun Gohan. As long as you defeat him, you are qualified to make a move with me, Bike. If you can't even beat him, saying that you are third-rate martial artists, it is all praising you. I still want to do it with me, Bike, I don't know how to write dead words. In the words, temporary callousness and disdain. In Vic's eyes, the strong are the strong, and the weak are the weak. On this earth, only Sun Wukong can enter his big size. As for what Klin, Yamuti, Tianjin rice, dumplings, all are not in the flow. Sun Wuhan hurriedly said, Uncle Bike, I. Shut up. Vic interrupted, how I arrange, you know. Yamcha couldn't stand it, Bike, what kind of skill are you to bully a child, come, let's fight if you have the ability. Vic still said that sentence, and said grimly, you Yamcha is not qualified to challenge me. You're saying it again. Yamcha said angrily. Vic did not care about the Yamcha who was shouting, but said to Sun Wuhan. Your training task today is to beat the two of them in 1 minute, otherwise, how far to roll me? After nearly a year of contact, the great demon king of Vic has already figured out Sun Gohan's character. If he is not forced, he will not make a move with Yamcha and Tianjin rice at all. The great demon king of Vic brought Sun Wuhan, but he didn't really want to join hands with the shrimp soldiers and crabs such as Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin rice and dumplings who trained God. Because, with him and Gohan joining forces, plus the resurrected Monkey King at that time, the three of them are enough to fight against those two scions. If none of the three of them were opponents of those two scions, none of these people present would be useful. He brought Sun Gohan over to show everyone his achievements and see how powerful the people he had specially trained were. Tianjin Fan said, Vic Kerr, I won't do it with children. Bike, my Yamcha also didn't do anything to Gohan's nephew, let's do it if you have the ability. Yamcha put on a fighting position. After nearly a year of cultivation here in the Heavenly God Temple, his strength is not what it used to be. Isn't it the great demon king Vic? He still has the confidence to fight. Without looking at him, Vic ordered Sun Wukong, 20 seconds have passed. Ugh! Sun Gohan was stunned. Then he looked apologetically at Tianjin rice and Yamcha. Two for uncles, Gohan has offended. Before the words fell, Gohan's body suddenly surged with light, casting the doppelganger method that Vic gave him, and suddenly became two Sun Gohan. Su. Two Sun Gohan rushed towards Yamuti and Tianjin rice respectively. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, support, thank you. Chapter 040. Face Sun Gohan. Both treated him as a child and didn't take him seriously. Yamcha stood there casually, shaking his right leg, looking unconcerned. Tianjin rice wrapped his arms around his chest, his bald head shining, and there was no slightest fighting intent. They heard Klin say. When he was dealing with Raditz, Sun Gohan showed extremely amazing strength. It was precisely because of Gohan's sudden outburst at that time. Only then did Sun Wukong have the opportunity to hold Raditz and give the Vic Great Demon King time to prepare the magic light-killing cannon. But after all, I heard about it, not saw it with my own eyes. Besides, Sun Gohan is just a 5-year-old child who has been practicing for less than a year. Awesome! How much more powerful can he be? Two uncles, be careful! The two Sun Gohan spoke at the same time. A Sun Gohan rushed to Yamcha and punched him. At this speed, it seems that Gohan is not very good under the training of the great demon king Vic. Yamcha raised his hand nonchalantly to block it. And yet, at the moment when his arm collided with his fist, Yamcha's face suddenly changed greatly. An irresistible and huge force spread throughout the body through the arm. The next moment, Yamcha was like being hit by a heavy hammer, and the whole person flew out directly. Brush! Sun Wuhan's figure flashed, leaving an afterimage at a fast speed, appearing directly in front of Yamcha, punching, legs, punching again. Bang bang! The attack fell on Yamcha like a violent storm. Meanwhile, on the other side, Tianjin Fan was being broken up by Sun Wuhan's other party, and he only had the power to parry and not fight back. Tianjin Fan was shocked while barely resisting. How can Gohan have such rich combat experience? I was just careless and fell into the downwind a little. This time, it was really a boat capsized in the gutter, and my face was lost. Bang! Bang! Yamcha and Tianjin Rice were all knocked out 18 or 9 meters away, fell to the ground and slipped out 5 or 6 meters before stopping. See this scene? Everyone's eyes widened in shock, and their eyeballs almost fell out. This battle is said to be long, but it is actually very short, from the time Son Gohan turns into 2 doppelgangers to the end, a total of only 28 seconds. You know, whether it is Yamuti or Tianjin Rice, they are very powerful and strong. Although the two of them were careless at the beginning, they lost the initiative in the first opportunity. But they were able to be so suppressed by Son Gohan, and they couldn't fight back, and they lost in just 28 seconds. This is enough to show that Son Gohan's combat experience, battle awareness, and control of the rhythm of battle have reached a very amazing point. Klin walked over and said with a smile, "Gohan, you are so good, I really didn't expect you to become so strong. Oh God! Is this the son of Monkey King? It's really amazing." Bobo kept rubbing his eyes with both hands to determine if he was dazzled and misunderstood. The elderly celestial god did not speak, looking at Son Gohan and not knowing what he was thinking. "Uncle Yamcha, Uncle Tianjin Rice, I was offended just now, you weren't injured, right?" Son Gohan lowered his head and said a little embarrassed. "Haha! Gohan, how could we get hurt? It just really hurts. Yamuti and Tianjin Rice can't be said either. Injured by a 4 or 5-year-old child. It's not nice to say." Defeated by a 5-year-old child, Yamcha said cheekily, "Gohan, you did well just now, but you have to continue to work hard, don't be proud. I and your uncle Tianjin Fan just tested you, and didn't want to fight you at all." "Humph!" Big snorted coldly and said, "Yamcha, give you another chance to show your strength." Immediately, the great demon king of Vic said to Sun Wuhan, "This time I will only give you 15 seconds. 15 seconds? Isn't this cursing?" Yamcha was furious. "Bike, do you look down on me?" "Yes." Vic nodded affirmatively and said, "Look down on you." Yamcha center that chi, this Vic great demon king is also too arrogant. "Come on, Gohan, show your true skills, Uncle Yamcha won't let you this time." Yamcha turned his head and looked at Gohan's harmony. "Well, Uncle Yamcha." Son Gohan nodded. "Uncle Yamcha, be careful." After that, he quickly rushed towards Yamcha. Buzz! At the same time, Yamcha's body suddenly evaporated, and a flame of moon-white chi appeared. Son Gohan's awesome! Yamcha had already received the lesson just now. This time he will not take it lightly. As soon as Pu made a move, it was all out. He wanted to use the momentum of thunder and surprise to suppress Son Gohan in an instant, so as not to lose face like just now. "Gohan, be careful!" Yamcha attacked strongly, and the light flame outside his body soared, leaving an afterimage, and he punched it directly. Bang! The void exploded, and the fist was fierce and dazzling. Despicable! Everyone was speechless. Facing a 4 or 5-year-old child like Gohan, Yamcha would release all his chi. Son Gohan drank lightly, and the golden light outside his body gushed out, like a roaring flame burning. Rumble. Gohan also punched out, clash with it. Touch. The two fists collided together, and the terrifying power was like a volcanic eruption, deafening, and golden and white flames of light bloomed in all directions. Son Gohan didn't move. Yamcha is also the 7 or 8 steps of the day after tomorrow. Hiss. Everyone was surprised and gasped. Yamcha, who attacked strongly, was actually repelled by Sun Wuhan, who hurriedly released his chi. Not bad, it's okay, but it also reassures me that it won't make people think that I'm bullying the small. Gohan, be careful. Yamcha, who was shocked back, was equally shocked. Rumble. The next moment, Yamcha rushed up, his fist was as fast as electricity, his fist was fierce, his moves opened and closed, and the dazzling snow-white light spread in all directions, like thunder shaking in the void. The momentum was powerful, and the divine power was dazzling. In an instant, two figures, one big and one small, fought fiercely together, and the speed was extremely fast, which was dizzying and dazzling. Fortunately, none of the people present were ordinary people, and they could all see the movements of the two of them. Bang bang! The field roared, the light and flame evaporated, dazzling. In just a few seconds, they collided with each other hundreds of times. Ugh! Yamuti drank violently, and the flame of light outside his body soared again, and his fist shook the void like thunder. Even a small mountain had to burst. In contrast, the small Son Gohan is more powerful. He hits fast, he hits hard, he bumps against it. Gohan is really powerful now. If I don't change my body, I won't necessarily beat him. In the place where no one paid attention in the Heavenly God Temple, Guo Yang, who had already arrived, quietly watched the battle just now, and the battle now. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. These 2 chapters give Gohan a few more shots. After all, the author himself still thinks Gohan is very good. Chapter 041. Bang! At this moment, only a loud bang was heard, and then the floor of the temple trembled. I saw Yamcha lying on the ground with a blue nose and a swollen face, and Son Gohan, who was fighting against him, was embarrassed to pull him up. Yamcha got up from the ground, and said with a face that was neither red nor white, "Gohan, you are really powerful. Uncle Yamcha's strength is not your opponent. As long as you practice hard in the future, you will definitely be as powerful as Uncle Yamcha in the future." Everyone was speechless again. Who can't see that he has used his full strength, and it is still 50%, and this cheeky skin is only afraid that there is only Yamcha. Good, 12 seconds. Vic nodded in satisfaction. Then he looked at Klin, Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Teja Lobe sitting far away eating snacks. He said, "Son Gohan is far more powerful than you think. A Yamcha T can't let him exert much strength at all. Don't you want to know how powerful Son Gohan really is?" How powerful is Son Gohan? In fact, Vic himself does not know how powerful Son Gohan is. Because the Saiyan bloodline in Gohan's body is extremely special, sometimes it will burst out with aura power that makes him feel depressed, as if there is an incomparably terrifying ferocious beast hidden in Gohan's body. This time, Vic didn't just want to shock everyone about Son Gohan's strength. At the same time, he also has to use the power of everyone to join forces to force out Gohan's true strength and see how strong he really is. Listening to Bike's words, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. What a proud person the great Demon King of Vic was, everyone present knew very well. When the great Demon King of Vic faced the Monkey King, he was unconvinced. But listening to what the great Demon King Vic said just now, he was obviously saying that Son Gohan's strength had not yet been used. This moment immediately aroused everyone's curiosity about Sun Wuhan's strength. Klin is also a militant, and fights with Sun Wukong when he is fine. He said, "Since Vic said so, then I'll try how strong Gohan is." "Gohan, show all your strength, don't show mercy just because I'm an uncle." Tianjin rice, dumplings, and Teja Lobe, the 3 of you are also on it with Klin, otherwise none of them will be Sun Gohan's opponent. The great demon king of Vic wrapped his arms around him in a commanding tone. Okay, okay. In the distance, Tajilobe nodded again and again in fear, quickly put down the snack in his hand, and trotted all the way over, looking more obedient and obedient. Tianjin Rice, since Vic said so, I am also curious about Tianjin Rice. How strong is Gohan? If Sun Wukong is a battle maniac, then Tianjin Rice is a cultivation maniac. Deep mountains and old forests, under waterfalls and deserted places are all his cultivation grounds. It's just that because of factors such as physical fitness. Even if Tianjin Fan practiced harder than Sun Wukong, but in terms of strength, not only did he not catch up with Sun Wukong, but the gap was getting bigger and bigger. So big that Tianjin Fan has lost confidence, and there is no idea of surpassing Sun Wukong. But now, Vic said that Son Goku's son, Sun Gohan, now has power beyond all of them. This made Tianjin Fan, who originally did not want to fight with Gohan, difficult to suppress the fighting intent in his heart. Gohan, if you can't do it in a while, remember to admit defeat, otherwise they will hurt you. Dumpling is an unassertive person, and everything is led by Tianjin Rice. Soon, Sun Wuhan's small figure was surrounded by Tianjin Rice, Klin, Dumplings, and Tajilobe. Gohan, be careful, Uncle Klin is here. Brush. Klin's figure flashed and rushed directly over. Brush, brush, brush. At the moment when Klin left, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Tajilobe also moved one after another. In the Heavenly God Temple for almost a year of practice, their strength has not only been reborn, but they have often contacted and besieged the enemy together many times. In an instant, Sun Gohan's left and right routes were all blocked. Bang bang! However, the next moment, Klin, Tajilobe, Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings all flew out faster than they rushed over just now. All of them were flown out by Sun Gohan either with his fists or feet at the moment just now. Come again! Vic and they stood firm, all drank violently, and released their chi, like four scorching sunlight masses. The momentum was extremely released, and they attacked again. Good to go. Sun Wuhan's immature face suddenly became serious. The battle intent in the body seemed to be led by the momentum of Tianjin Rice, and the golden flames were rising like fire. Sun Fist. The first to arrive was Tianjin Fan, who jumped into the air to cast the Sun Fist and stepped on the top of Sun Gohan's head with a surprisingly fast speed. At the same time, as soon as he shouted out a Tazi, Sun Gohan closed his eyes. Carefully sensing the chi and movements of Tianjin Rice, the next moment he grabbed his small hand sharply upward, and he clasped his ankles, like a wheel sledgehammer, and smashed it on the ground. Gohan, be careful! At this time, Klin appeared behind Gohan and punched out. However, his fist only hit the afterimage of Sun Gohan, and before he could see where the person ran, Klin kicked Gohan in the stomach and flew out with a bow. Psang! At this time, in mid-air, Dumpling's palms shone brightly, wanting to exert his unique special skill like chi power. However, before he could release the power of the special functional chi, Sun Gohan's figure had disappeared from the Dumpling's eyes, and then appeared behind him, touching it, and the Dumpling was kicked and flew out. See the three of them lose in an instant. Tajilobe was shocked. The movement of the hand slowed down a little. The next moment, his wrist was grabbed by Sun Wuhan, and the whole person flew out of the air, fell to the ground with a bang, and almost vomited out all the snacks he ate. Turtle Pie Chi Gong Wave. At this moment, Klin pushed the light in his palms forward. Airplanes. A dazzling pillar of light crashed towards Sun Gohan like a shooting star. The next moment, Sun Gohan grabbed forward with one hand without hurrying. Seeing this scene, everyone's faces changed. Gohan, don't take it, flash away! They shouted anxiously. How strong is Klin? Tianjin Rice, Yamuti, Dumplings, Taji Bello, Bobo, they are clear though. to pick up Klin's turtle faction Qigong wave with their bare hands, even if they dare not easily pick it up. However, in the next second, everyone's eyes widened. Sun Wuhan not only caught the turtle pie Qigong wave, but also bounced the turtle pie Qigong wave into the air, striking Klin himself in a semicircular arc, and flew out 70 or 80 meters. Full of scenes, silent. This is the result that everyone thinks of. Only Vic wrapped his arms around him in front of him, revealing a look that had known this result for a long time. Oh God! Bobo is not dreaming. Bobo kept rubbing his eyes with both hands, suspecting that what he was seeing was an illusion. Gohan, you really surprised me. Klin got up from the ground and said with a smile. He looked up at the Vic Great Demon King and said, I really didn't expect that Gohan had been with you for less than a year, and there would be such an amazing change, and I Klin was obeyed. For a long time, no one spoke. They all looked at Son Gohan like monsters, and the shock in their hearts could no longer be expressed in words. After a long time, Tianjin Fan said, Gohan is really powerful. It seems that in the face of the Scion who is about to come to the earth, we have some more chances of victory. It's just that Gohan is so powerful, we Earthlings will definitely be able to beat the Scions. Tajalobh agreed. Hee, Gohan, you're really good. Klin was completely undefeated, bald and lost, and some were just genuinely praised. He walked in front of Son Gohan and touched him. Gohan, you are so powerful, your father Goku must be very happy to know it. God looked at Vic and asked, Vic, who brought Gohan here to let him go to the Spirit Time House to cultivate? Yes. Vic nodded and said, Gohan's growth potential is terrifyingly amazing, what he lacks now is time to grow. If he can cultivate in the Spirit House for a year, he will definitely be stronger after coming out. Tenjin said to Bobo, go and take Gohan to the Time Spirit House to cultivate. Before Bobo and Gohan could leave, the Vic Great Demon King suddenly shouted, whoever is hiding there, give me out. His gaze looked at the place where Guo Yang was hiding. Ask for flowers. Review, to be honest, I didn't want to write Gohan too much, but Gohan is an indispensable and important role in Dragon Ball. Chapter 042. I just saw Gohan calmly defeat Klin and the others, and his breathing was a little louder, and he was discovered, but I didn't expect that the Great Demon King of Vic was really sensitive. Guo Yang was slightly surprised, and then walked out from behind a pillar in the temple. It's you. The Great Demon King of Vic narrowed his eyes slightly as he looked at Guo Yang, who walked out. He didn't expect that this person's aura converged to the point that even he almost couldn't find it. To be precise, if it weren't for the seemingly innocuous gasping sound just now, he really couldn't have found Guo Yang. It's Guo Yang. Klin smiled and waved to greet him. Brother Guo Yang. After seeing who the person was, the small Sun Wuhan suddenly ran over happily. I haven't seen it for almost a year, and brother Gohan has grown so tall. Guo Yang touched Gohan's head and bent down to pick him up. Sun Wuhan suddenly asked, Brother Guo Yang, my mother is so good, I miss her. Senior lady just learned that you were taken away for training by the Vic Great Devil, and I was worried that you were worried and fainted. Guo Yang immediately smiled and said, Fortunately, your brother Guo Yang, I am good at talking, saying that the Great Demon King of Vic will not hurt you. I don't know how many times I said this gradually got better. Gohan, you can rest assured, brother Guo Yang took good care of Kiki. Thank you brother Guo Yang for taking care of my mother. Son Gohan said gratefully. It should be, it should be. Guo Yang said. Mr. Klin. Holding Son Gohan and walking to Klin, Guo Yang greeted with a smile. That. Klin scratched his head a little embarrassed. Guo Yang, then you still call me Klin, it always feels strange to call the teacher. In fact, Guo Yang is not very accustomed to Guan Klin and Sun Wukong calling teachers and masters all day, but he likes to call Kikai Shinyang, especially before turning off the lights at night, the more excited he is. This is Guo Yang, a common disciple of me and Wukong. At this time, Klin Xiao introduced, "This is Lord Tenjin, this is Bobo, this is Yamuti, this is Tianjin Rice, this is Dumplings, this is Archie Loeb, this is Pool. The great demon king of Vic does not need to be introduced, you have seen it. Hello Guo Yang, I am Yamcha, the most handsome man, there is no one." Yamcha introduced himself without feeling his cheekiness. "Hello Guo Yang, I'm a dumpling." Dumpling whispered a little timidly. "Hello Guo Yang, I'm Tianjin Rice." Tianjin Fan looked at Guo Yang with some solemn eyes. He felt a powerful and terrifying aura from Guo Yang, and that aura even surpassed the Vic Great Demon King and surpassed Sun Wuhan who had just broken out. "Hello, my name is Archie Loeb, a sword-wielding samurai, it's nice to meet you." Akirobe stopped the snack in his hand and explained himself seriously. "I'm Pool, nice to meet you." "Hello, I'm Bobo, it's a great honor to meet you." Bobo said politely, his lowest skin waxed black under the sun. "Hello, Guo Yang, I am a god." Shen's old face showed a smile, and a pair of deep eyes looked at Guo Yang, not knowing what he was thinking. Pool flew to the same height as Guo Yang and spoke happily. When they were with themselves, Guo Yang also greeted them in return. "By the way, Guo Yang, when did you come?" Klin suddenly asked curiously. "Yes, Guo Yang, when did you come? We didn't find out. Your kung fu to hide your breath is really powerful." Archie Loeb also wants to know this question. Don't see if he can eat, he is very concerned about alertness. If it weren't for the discovery of Guo Yang by the great demon king Vic dynasty, Archirobe still doesn't know when someone came to this temple. Not only the two of them. It's all present. They were all curious about when Guo Yang came. Everyone was looking at her at the moment. Guo Yang put Gohan down and said with a smile, "I've been here for a short while, only a few minutes before Gohan and the Vic Great Demon King." "Earlier than Gohan and Vic?" Klin said with some surprise. At this time, Yamcha's eyes rolled around, as if he had thought of something, and said to Guo Yang, "I heard that Klin's body is as thick as the sea, and the qi is unfathomable." "No, no, no." Guo Yang repeatedly modestly denied it. "Don't be modest, I still believe in Klin's words." Without waiting for Guo Yang to continue to be modest, Yamcha spoke, "We have all tried it once with Gohan, Klin said that you are powerful, I also think you are powerful, it is not as good as you and Gohan once, if Gohan can't compare with you, you can also find the Great Demon King of Bike." He is still remembering the Vic Great Demon King, saying that he is just a third-rate warrior. "Yes, Guo Yang, you can compare with Gohan, and let us see your combat effectiveness." Klin agreed, he also wanted to know how powerful Guo Yang was. Not only them, but everyone in the Heavenly God Temple was curious at this moment, especially Sun Wuhan, who had just won the battle against Klin and several of them, he was even more curious, and he said, "Brother Guo Yang, let's try it out." "Okay, then Brother Guo Yang will play with you for a while." Everyone who wanted to be present was the strongest group of masters on the planet, and Guo Yang also wanted to show his strength, so he agreed. Brush! Sun Wuhan flashed, retreated more than 10 feet away, and spoke, "Brother Guo Yang is ready, I'm coming." After that, Sun Wuhan rushed towards Guo Yang in everyone's gaze, punched out, and went straight to the position of his chest and abdomen. "Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. Ask for flowers." Chapter 043. Facing Sun Gohan who rushed over. Guo Yang smiled slightly, and immediately grabbed it casually. Touch. The palm of the hand easily clenches the fist. He shook his head and said, "Brother Gohan, you better show all your strength, this power is useless to me." Then, the palm of his hand loosened his fist, and Sun Gohan's figure flashed, and he retreated more than 10 feet away. "Brother Guo Yang didn't expect your strength to be so strong, although my punch just now didn't use much strength, but it can also burst a mountain, this time I'm going to be serious, you have to be careful. Sun Wuhan drank lightly, and his figure moved. Brush. His whole person turned into an afterimage that could barely be seen with the naked eye, and the speed was like a bolt of lightning, directly rushing to Guo Yang. Rumble. His fist hair was shining, dazzling like a small golden sun. Touch. Guo Yang raised his palm again and grabbed Sun Wuhan's small fist. Without waiting for him to change his move and attack with another fist, Guo Yang flicked it casually, and Sun Gohan was like a badminton thrown into the air. Gohan, don't be tempted. Vic, who was watching the battle from the sidelines, said with a solemn face, release your chi directly, otherwise you are definitely not his opponent, and his strength is still above you. Got it, Uncle Bike. Reminded by Bike, Sun Gohan roared violently as he flew upside down in mid-air. Rumble. Suddenly, a golden chi light like flames evaporated from outside his body, and the small figure looked like the god of the sun descended, shining so brightly that the eyes of the piercing person could not be opened. As Sun Gohan released the huge chi in his body, a fierce energy shield wind centered on his body blew in all directions, and the tall and straight trees growing in the temple square were all bent by the wind. So strong! Clan Yamcha and the others exclaimed. His body was covered by the wind of chi that spread out from Gohan's body, and his clothes were hunting, and his steps involuntarily retreated. Brother Guo Yang, be careful! In mid-air, Sun Wuhan held a golden flame of light, like an extraterrestrial meteorite descending on the earth, dragging a long golden rainbow, and rushed towards Guo Yang fiercely and quickly in a sound of air shaking and humming. It's still a little bit of a look. Guo Yang, who looked ancient, in a faint smile, his body rose out of thin air and rushed over to meet Sun Wuhan. As he rose into the air, a layer of golden light that was not too dazzling suddenly stimulated from Guo Yang's body, forming an egg-like golden light curtain outside his body. In the cultivation of hand-to-hand combat in this half a year, Guo Yang's combat power can reach a maximum of 3,721 in an ordinary state. The body has also evolved to the point where it can transform 3 times, and each transformation can skyrocket to 3 times the combat power on the original basis. The transformation time has also been extended from 5 minutes to 15 minutes. His current combat strength can completely explode anyone present. Bang! In mid-air, the 2 fists collided, and the sound was deafening, as if 2 golden suns collided together, setting off a terrifying storm of golden energy. Bang bang! In an instant, the 2 intersected hundreds of times in mid-air. The skylight there surged and the sound was like thunder, presenting a terrifying picture. I have to say that the psion power in Sun Gohan's body is really strong. Guo Yang raised his combat effectiveness to more than 1,340 before he could barely suppress Sun Wuhan a little. Brother Guo Yang, you are too powerful, I want to go all out. Sun Wuhan roared, and a sleeping terrifying giant beast seemed to be awakened in his small body, and the breath on his body climbed step by step, like a volcano erupting. Oh my god, is this Gohan's true strength? It's also terrifying, and the breath alone scares me. It's worthy of being the son of Sun Wukong, it's really too strong. Klin, Tianjin Rice, Bobo, Yamcha, and others were all shocked and exploded under the strength of Gohan. However, what shocked them even more was that after Sun Wuhan burst out with such amazing strength, the aura on Guo Yang's body also skyrocketed, and he was only stronger than Sun Wuhan. Boom! Boom! The battle in mid-air became more and more comprehensible, whether it was Sun Wuhan or Guo Yang, they were all frantically attacking each other. The speed of their attacks was very fast, and the punches, and kicks were all so fast that they couldn't even see the afterimage. The people watching the battle below could only perceive the movements of Guo Yang and Sun Wuhan in the sky through the changes in chi. If you look with your eyes, you can't see anything. All that can be seen is that 2 small golden suns constantly collide in mid-air, emitting billions of golden light rains and explosions that shake in all directions. The battle in mid-air was really too intense. The people watching the battle below were stimulated by the battle intent of the two of them, and all the outside of their bodies were constantly shining. And all this is only because the energy fluctuations generated by Guo Yang and Sun Wuhan when they fought were too strong. If they did not release the light curtain chi to protect themselves, they were afraid that they would have to be suppressed by the combat power of the two and would not be able to stand up on the ground. Brother Guo Yang, be careful. High in the air, after Sun Gohan said these words, the whole person suddenly became two people. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for a monthly pass. Chapter 044. Doppelganger. It is one of the great masters of Vic the Great Devil. Both bodies are ontological beings and both are doppelgangers of each other. For a certain period of time, the combat power of both avatars has the original highest combat power. Brush! Brush! The two Sun Gohan rushed to the front and quickly punched Guo Yang one after the other. Bang bang! The three figures were fast and invisible in mid-air, but they could guide them through the golden aura outside their bodies, and the people watching the battle below saw that the three golden lights collided in mid-air, and the deafening sound set off a fierce wind that spread in all directions, and the terrifying rain of light spread over the void for more than 10 miles. To be honest, Guo Yang's ability to fight in close combat was trained and guided by Kikai. But in contrast, they are still inferior to Tianjin Rice, Klin, Vic Great Devil, Yamcha, and Gohan. It seems that you still have to improve some combat effectiveness, and use one force to drop 10 times to be able to suppress two Sun Gohan. At this time, Guo Yang suddenly roared, "Ah! Rumble!" The golden chi flame outside his body suddenly skyrocketed wildly, and in an instant, it increased by 3%, and his combat effectiveness also reached 1886. 1886 combat power. This is the energy fluctuation displayed by the power of body chi. If you use 1866 combat power to actually combat turtle faction Qigong waves, the damage caused by the turtle Qigong wave can be tripled to achieve the effect of 5598 combat effectiveness. If Guo Yang raises his combat effectiveness to the strongest 3721 in the use of turtle Qigong, at least 11,163 combat power damage effect can be caused. If you perform a transformation, the strongest can cause 33,489 combat power destruction effect. If the second transformation is performed, the strongest can cause 100,467 combat effectiveness destruction effect. If you perform 3 transformations, the strongest can cause 301,401 combat power destruction effect. In other words, if Guo Yang was willing, he could instantly complete the third generation, and the strongest combat power destructive effect could reach 31,401. It's a pity that he can only achieve 3 transformations at present. If the 4th transformation can be performed, the combat power will increase by 3 times on the basis of the 301,401, and the terrifying number of 904,023, 904,203, can be reached. If the turtle sect Qigong wave is turned into a Qi Yuan slash, how much combat power can the destructive power reach? Guo Yang didn't know. Because the strongest part of the gas element chop is to split physics in two, not to cause a big explosion. It can only be said that the stronger the combat effectiveness, the stronger the cutting ability of Qi Yuan chopping, and almost nothing can stop it. The only biggest flaw is that the time to gather Qi Yuan slash is too long, and it cannot be launched in an instant like after the turtle sect Qigong wave is mastered. Touch! Touch! Not long after Guo Yang increased his combat effectiveness to 1886. The two Sun Gohan were all grabbed by his ankles with faster reaction speed and strength, and threw them on the ground of the Heavenly God Temple Square without light or heavy. It didn't hurt? Guo Yang asked with a smile. It doesn't hurt, it doesn't hurt. The two Sun Wuhan on the ground fused together. Turning into a Sun Wuhan scratching his head and saying, "Brother Guo Yang, you are so powerful, I can't beat you both, how did you cultivate? Guo Yang told Wu Han truthfully and said, Brother Guo Yang is so powerful, it is still the credit of Shi Niang, if there is no Shi Niang, Brother Guo Yang will never be so strong again. When Klin, Tianjin Fan, Yamcha and the others heard Guo Yang's reason, they all smiled and said nothing, thinking that he didn't want to say how he cultivated, so they pulled out Kikai as a shield. However, Gohan didn't know this, and he said depressedly, it turns out that my mother is so powerful, she doesn't teach me training, she only lets me learn to do my homework. Immediately, his little face was full of curiosity and asked, Brother Guo Yang, are you tired when you train with my mother? Have you been disciplined by her often? In Gohan's eyes, his mother Kiki is very, very strict. Tired or not? Guo Yang said with a smile, tired, training is not tired and not trained. Guo Yang touched Gohan's little head and said. At this moment, the system prompt tone suddenly sounded in my mind. Byte. System prompt, a new host task has appeared and cannot be rejected. Mission, now go and defeat the great demon of Vic Dynasty. Mission rewards. First, if the host defeats the Vic Great Demon King in 10 minutes without changing his body, he can increase his combat power by 1,000, 2,000 unused potential points, and 50 million money after victory. Mission Condition 2, the host defeats the Vic Great Demon King within 10 minutes in the case of transformation, and after victory, it can increase 300 combat power, 500 unused potential points, and 5 million money. Note, if the host does not defeat the Vic Great Demon within 10 minutes, the combat power will be deducted by 3,000, the number of transformations will be reduced from 3 to 1, and the talent will change from very good to normal. The task time will start counting down exactly 10 minutes after 1 minute. The task is not difficult. Guo Yangzhen said, but this task reward is quite rich. Immediately, he looked at the great demon King Vic and said, Vic Chen, I defeated Gohan, I can challenge you. To put it mildly, it is a challenge. If you are not polite, whether the great demon King Vic refuses or does not accept. Guo Yang started directly, it is really a system task that cannot be refused. Well, that's exactly what I mean. The great demon King Bike's eyes boiled with trembling intent, watching your battle with Gohan just now, the fighting intent in my heart has been stimulated. Even if you don't challenge me, I will challenge you. This is not suitable for a strong competition like you and me, let's go to the air. Brush. After the great demon King Vic finished speaking, the whole person flew directly to the sky above the temple. Okay, then go to the air. Guo Yang had already learned the art of air dancing and flew high in the air after the great demon King Vic Demon Queen. God, who do you say can be more powerful than the great demon King of Vic or Guo Yang? Bobo asked. I think it's the great demon of Bike. Without waiting for God to speak, Yamcha preemptively stated his point of view, although Guo Yang is powerful, in the battle with Gohan just now, if he hadn't crushed Gohan with great strength and speed, and only used his tricks to fight hand to hand, he would not have been as powerful as Gohan. Although Guo Yang's internal chi power is strong, I estimate that it should be similar to the great demon King of Bike. If the power of chi is similar, it must be the big great demon king who is richer in hand-to-hand combat. I also agree with Yamcha. Tianjin Rice rarely agrees with Yamcha's view. That's what I thought. Klin said the same as Archie Loeb. The god fell silent, and the old voice said, I think Vic may not be able to defeat Guo Yang. He once used the thought of God to find Guo Yang on earth, hoping that he could come to the temple to receive his own special training, but he couldn't find it. Even if Guo Yang was standing in front of him just now, divine thoughts still could not perceive his existence, as if there was no such person in this world, but his eyes could see it, rarely mysterious and strange. Just as they discussed. Extremely high in mid-air. The great demon king of Vic was full of light and steaming, and he said, Are you ready? Guo Yang said, Don't worry. Drink. The great demon king of Vic shouted, turned into a stream of light, shook the void, and rushed towards Guo Yang. Rumble. One punch blasted. The void suddenly showed the terrifying power of the sky collapsing and the sun and moon without light. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. The author has a super serious cold. As for the fight scenes in Dragon Ball, the author writes according to exaggerated words. After all, the fight scenes in Dragon Ball are also exaggerated to burst. Chapter 045. Big Great Devil King, Guo Yang did not dare to be careless. Rumble. He increased his combat power to 3000, and the golden light outside his body exploded like an explosion, shining brightly. From the ground, it was as if a golden sun suddenly appeared in mid-air, running through the void. Bang! He collided with the Vic Great Demon King with two fists, and in the deafening sound, the sky was like a mirror attacked by a heavy hammer, and one after another terrifying pitch-black cracks spread out in all directions. My god, Vic and Guo Yanjai are too terrifying. Tiandu has been shattered. On the ground, everyone looked up at the sky, their hearts trembling, and they were stunned. I don't even seem to be able to take a punch from the two of them. Yamcha's lips are dry and difficult openings. Not only him, but also Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Yachai Lobe also feel this way. The battlefield is quite calm, only God and Son Gohan. God and Vic Great Demon King are really one person, and they know very well how strong the Vic Great Demon King is. The only thing that surprised and shocked God was Guo Yang, who his divine thoughts could not perceive. You know, he is a god on earth. As long as it is a matter on earth, there is nothing he can't count, whether it is people on earth or other planets who come to earth, there is nothing he can't find. But Guo Yang, he really couldn't find it with the thought of God, as if Guo Yang was not in this heaven and earth, and did not belong to the existence in this universe. Bang! Bang! At this moment, the battle in the sky became more and more intense. A golden light, like a round of brilliant sun moving across the void, Megatron heaven and earth. A silver vast path, just like the bright moon in the sky descending across the universe. This person is incomparable. Kill! The great demon king of Vic roared, his momentum climbed the strongest, and his combat power was fully opened without reservation. Rumble! One punch. The void shattered, and light burst into the sky like rain. Good to go. Guo Yang laughed loudly, his eyes were full of fighting intent, his body roared like thunder, and his combat effectiveness was increased to 3325. Touch! 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 The two touched and separated, then quickly collided, and then separated, in a fierce collision, as if the two ancient sacred mountains were constantly colliding there, bursting out with power to terrify the person, and the void was easily torn to pieces by Yubo like paper paste. Fortunately, such battles took place over the temple. If it happened in a city on the ground, it would be an absolutely terrifying disaster. Two people can easily destroy a city with a single blow, which is no longer the ability that people should have, and the most ordinary people are afraid that only gods and demons can have such terrifying destructive power. How can this Guo Yang be so terrifying, much stronger than me a year ago, and Sun Wukong, and that Sion Raditz, who is he? The more the great demon king of Vic fights, the more frightened he is, the more he is puzzled. He thought that the strongest opponent in his life was Sun Wukong. But I never expected that there would be such a terrifying existence as Guo Yang. However, at the moment, he couldn't help but think too much about this shoe problem. Because Guo Yang with his combat power of 3450, whether it is movement speed or his own reaction ability, he has all been raised to a point that makes the great demon king of Vic feel terrifying. If it were not for his extremely rich fighting, I am afraid that he would have been knocked to the ground by Guo Yang by now. At this time, Guo Yang also found out the combat effectiveness of the Vic Great Demon King through battle. The Vic Great Demon King should have more than 1000 combat power in his normal state. If it is the Vic Great Demon King who releases his chi, the combat power should be about 2000. With full combat effectiveness, the combat power of the Vic Great Demon King should reach about 2007-8. Of course, Guo Yang and the Great Demon King of Vic all tacitly agreed, and did not use the powerful chi skill to fight. At one point, Guo Yang had to admit that if he got his combat power to the same 2007-8 as the Vic Great Devil, he would definitely not be able to defeat Vic, who was experienced in battle. However, whoever makes his combat effectiveness nearly 1000 or so higher than Vic can rely on absolute strength, ignore all fighting skills, and carry out a 1/4 drop of 10 sessions. Of course, if Guo Yang wanted to, he only needed to perform one transformation, increase his combat effectiveness by 3 times, and he could hit the crippled Vic Great Demon King with one punch. But in that case, he will receive many fewer system task rewards. Doppelganger. At this moment, the Vic Great Demon King roared. The next moment, he split in two. Become 2 Vic Great Devils. He launched a crazy attack on Guo Yanji, left and right, and his fists and feet rained down on him. In a short moment, Guo Yang had a feeling that his hands and feet were not enough, but the speed of the other party was too fast. No way! Guo Yang roared, ah! The combat effectiveness was instantly increased to 3630. At the same time, his body's strength, defense, and reaction speed suddenly increased a lot. How did it go up again? The 2 Vic Great Devils trembled in their hearts, and whenever he thought he was going to win, Guo Yang increased his combat power as if his combat power was endless. Boom! Guo Yang, whose combat effectiveness has increased to 3630, is like a terrifying giant beast at this moment. In a single move, the void exploded, with the power to reverse the situation. Whether it's 2 bikes or Klin and others below. There is one kind of thing, and that is not man, but a god who is more god than god. Bite. The system prompts, task time, the longest minute left. 60 seconds, 59 readings, 58 seconds, 57 seconds, 5. The combat effectiveness experiment is over, and it's over. Guo Yang drank loudly again, and his combat effectiveness suddenly increased to 3721. This combat effectiveness has increased again? The 2 Vic Great Devils who were pressed downwind by Guo Yang's 3630 combat power were shocked. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. If there are many flowers, the author endures a cold and writes a chapter at night, asking for flowers. Chapter 046. Touch. Touch. 18 seconds after Guo Yang raised his combat power to the limit of 3721, the 2 Vic Great Devils fell from mid-air like sandbags, and the entire Heavenly God Temple Square shook violently a few times. Bite. System prompt: Host Guo Yang has completed the mission to defeat the Great Demon King of Bike. Mission rewards increase combat power by 1000. Mission rewards increase unused potential by 2000. Mission rewards increased by 50 million to bank cards. Brush. Guo Yang converged the aura of combat power on his body and landed unhurriedly from the sky towards the bottom. While landing, he opened the system host personal information. System host, Guo Yang. Special abilities, body evolution, transformation. Talent is very good, 25,000/. To reach a genius, you need a potential value, 25,000/30,000. A little potential value can be added to a little talent value. Combat effectiveness, 4721/. Skills, Turtle Kigong Wave / Destructive Power tripled, Chi Yuan / Super Cutting. Unused potential, 5263.3/. Number of body evolutions, 3/. The fourth evolution of the body requires potential, 20,000/30,000. Combat power after one transformation, 14589.9/14589.9. Combat strength after the second transformation, 43769.7/43769.7. Combat effectiveness after 3 transformations, 131309.1/131,309.1. The money in Dragon Ball, 586.72 million yuan. Looking at the data on personal information, the combat effectiveness has indeed increased by 1000, the potential value is 2000, and 50 million money is also all given. Guo Yang calculated that he still needed 5,000 talents to reach geniuses and 10,000 evolution transformation points to have the 4th transformation. Altogether, you need 15,000 potential points. And now, he only has 5,263.3 potential points, which is less than 10,000 potential points to reach the ability of the 4th transformation. Potential value can only be obtained by completing system tasks. No matter, let's get the talent to the genius level first. As soon as Guo Yang's thoughts moved, the system automatically filled up the 5,000 talent points that were still missing. Now his talent has gone from being very good to being a genius. Talent genius, 30,000/. To reach a super genius, you need a potential value, 30,000/50,000, 20,000 shortage. Just returned the unused potential value of 5,263.3. As a result, there is 5,000 less, leaving only 263.3 unused potential. At this time, Guo Yang had landed on the square of the Heavenly God Temple from a high altitude. He smiled and said to the Vic Great Demon King, who had already stood up from the ground, "I offended a lot just now." The Great Demon King of Vic snorted coldly and said, "Losing is losing, and I still lose Vic. However, if it is a real life and death fight, you may not be able to win." I was still a little unconvinced in my heart. After all, he still had a trick that he hadn't used. Guo Yang was not unhappy when he saw this. Vic is a person with this personality. Oh my god, Guo Yang, you are so powerful. Yes, you are really strong. Well, there is another strong man, and the odds of winning against those 2 scions are a little greater. Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, Sun Wuhan, Yachai Lobe, and Bobo and others all came over and said with shocked and happy faces. Just when everyone gathered around Guo Yang and spoke enthusiastically, the Great Demon King of Vic walked before the gods. He said, "Let Bobo open the Spirit Time House. I want to let Gohan in. He has a very huge potential in his body that has not yet been stimulated. In 2 days inside, I believe he must be stronger than now, and if he hits the Scion, we will have more chances of winning. Bobo, I'll take Gohan to the Spirit Time House later." After God finished saying to Bobo, who was a little afraid of Big next to him, he immediately summoned Son Gohan over and explained to him some precautions in the Spirit Time House. When the god finished instructing Gohan, Guo Yang came over and spoke, "God, I want to drink some super divine water to stimulate the potential of improving my body, I don't know if I can." This time to the Heavenly God Temple, Guo Yang's main purpose is to super divine water. He asked the system if drinking super divine water was useful to him, and the system said that it was useful, which could make his body stronger and increase a certain combat effectiveness. Yes. God nodded, and immediately ordered Bobo on the side, "Go and bring the super divine water." Yes. Bobo turned away. "God, what is the divine water that day?" Yamcha came over and asked. He had just heard Guo Yang say, "Super God water can stimulate the potential for improvement." Such a good thing, how could he let it go? Not only Yamcha, but also Tianjin Rice and Klin, they all came over curiously. Immediately, God spoke to everyone about the power of super divine water. Super divine water, the holiest water in the world, can purify all evil forces and toxins. After people drink it, it can stimulate and improve their physique. However, if you drink a large amount of super divine water directly, if you can't withstand it, it will become highly toxic and poison people. After Yamacha and the others learned about the benefits and harms of Chao Shen water, their faces all changed, and finally they all decided to drink Chao Shen water to stimulate their own potential, because they didn't want to have a bigger gap with others. Not long after waiting, Bobo, who had a dark complexion, brought Chao Shen Shui, which was a not too large bottle, similar to a vase with flower arrangements. God pointed to the super divine water held in Bobo's hand and said, "Different people, the strength of the body is different, the amount of super divine water that can withstand is also different. I hope you don't be greedy, you should drink according to the condition of your body. Guo Yang, let's start with you." "Okay." Guo Yang nodded. At this time, I saw Bobo turn his hand, as if by magic, and an extra bowl came out of his hand, and handed it to Guo Yang along with the bottle containing super divine water in this bowl. Everyone's eyes were glued to him. Because the more super divine water it endures, the stronger and better the body. They all wanted to know how much super divine water Guo Yang's body could withstand. At this time, Guo Yang had already poured all night of super divine water. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. Today is Monday, the author wants to be on the weekly list of flowers, you need to vote for flowers to support, trouble everyone. Thank you. Chapter 047. When his tongue touched the Chao Shen water, Guo Yang found that the taste of this Chao Shen water was no different from ordinary water, and immediately drank the bowl full of Chao Shen water as soon as he leaned his neck. Rumble. The next moment, he felt as if a fire exploded in his stomach, and streams of heat rushed along his limbs and bones in his body. Guo Yang knew that these heat currents were a sign that the super god water was stimulating his body's potential. Nothing. Guo Yang suddenly had a feeling that a bowl of super god water was not enough to raise the potential in his body to the extreme, and he could continue to drink several bowls of super god water. Later, he poured another bowl of Chao Shen water and drank it. Ah! Another bowl? Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. God just said that only people with particularly strong physical constitutions can withstand a bowl of super divine water. The physical constitution is strong, but it is not the strength of the body and the strength of the defense. It is a kind of similar genetic strength, just like being able to drink a bowl of super god water at the age of 1, he is an adult at the age of 20, and he can only withstand a bowl of super divine water, and it will not change because he grows up from a child. God also said before that Sun Wukong had already reached the limit when he drank a bowl of super divine water. How strong Sun Wukong's physique is, everyone present is very clear. But now that there is a person who is stronger than Sun Wukong's physique and can drink 2 bowls of super divine water, how can they not be shocked? However, their shock did not end with the second bowl of super divine water. Next, under the stunned gaze of everyone. 3rd bowl. 4th bowl. 5th bowl. Before pouring the 6th bowl of super god water, Guo Yang's face was already red, his body shook slightly, just like a drunken drunkard. He said incoherently, I can still. Before the words could be spoken, the whole person fell backwards unconsciously. Bobo quickly grabbed him and immediately laid him flat on the ground of the heavenly temple square. Super god water can purify the evil chi and toxins between heaven and earth, but it is also a kind of poison. After drinking 5 bowls of super god water, not even 3 or 5 breaths, Guo Yang's whole body skin has become hot and red, just like burning red iron emitting amazing heat. The clothes he is wearing have begun to smoke and catch fire, burning. Oh God! God! Bobo panicked a little overwhelmed. Guo Yang, is this poisoning? Is this the body going to self-immolation with internal heat? Klin, Yamacha, Tianjin rice, dumplings, pool, and Yachai Lobe all surrounded in horror and worry. God, quickly save brother Guo Yang! Sun Gohan said with a crying voice. Yes, God, quickly save Guo Yang! Everyone followed. Don't worry. The god squatted down and began to check Guo Yang's physical condition. It didn't take long. Shen Ke let out a long breath and said, "Don't worry, Guo Yang, he is not poisoned by the super divine water, his body is now hot like a burning red soldering iron, because Wu Bowl super divine water stimulates the potential in his body. I have to say that Guo Yang is the strongest physical existence I have seen so far, much stronger than Sun Wukong. Guo Yang, it's great that he's okay." The heart that everyone was hanging on finally let go. At this time, God looked at Bobo and commanded, "Bobo is coming to a bowl of super divine water." Bobo was stunned for a moment, and then asked in disbelief, "God, you won't want to give Guo Yang super divine water, right?" "Well, yes." God nodded and explained, "Guo Yang's physique is amazing. 5 bowls of super divine water are not enough to stimulate all the potential in his body, and he has to drink a few bowls. I'm going to give him a few more drinks." When everyone heard this, they were shocked. Clin asked with some concern, "God, brother Guo Yang is not poisoned now, but if you drink some super god water, what if you are really poisoned?" His fears are justified. Guo Yang is not poisoned now, but it does not mean that he will not be poisoned if he continues to drink Chao Shen water. In case of being poisoned by the super divine water, that's a big problem. Through Guo Yang's battle with Gohan and the great demon king of Vic just now, it has been shown that Guo Yang's strength surpasses everyone present and is the main combat force to face the 2 scions who are coming to Earth. If Guo Yang is poisoned, although he can be resurrected with Dragon Balls. As we all know, after using Dragon Ball, it cannot be used for a year. But Dragon Ball's main purpose now is to resurrect Goku. And now, it hasn't been too long since those 2 Super Scions arrived on Earth, and they can't wait for the outer envoy to resurrect Guo Yang. Guo Yang is now very strong, and after drinking 5 bowls of super divine water, his potential will be greatly improved. He will wake up stronger. In the eyes of everyone, there was no longer any need for Guo Yang to continue to drink Chao Shen water, the risk was too great. The old face of the god looked at Gohan, who was lying asleep on the ground. Laughing and explaining to everyone, the potential in Guo Yang's body is amazing to an unimaginable level. If you don't stimulate this potential now, and drink super god water in the future, you will lose the effect of stimulating and improving potential. Rest assured, I will always check Guo Yang's physical condition, and it will be determined according to the degree that his body can bear, and he will not be poisoned." With God's assurance, everyone was relieved. Afterwards, Bobo poured a bowl of supernatural water and handed it to the god. God took the bowl and drank it for Gohan while observing his physical condition. When this bowl of super divine water was poured down, Guo Yang's body became redder, and the heat emitted became even hotter. Next, God poured a 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th bowl into Gohan. "It's so hot! It's so hot!" The heat emitted by Guo Yang's body at this time had reached a very terrifying point. Tianjin's, Sun Wuhan, Kellen, Yamcha, Dumplings, and others had to release their qi to block the billowing hot air. At the same time, a light of qi was also generated outside the god's body to block the terrifying heat emanating from Guo Yang's body, and continued to give him a jar of super divine water. Monday, want to rush off the flower weekly list, ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for support, thank you. Chapter 048. Rumble. The moment God poured the 10th bowl of heavenly god water into Guo Yang's body suddenly steamed with an extremely amazing momentum, and at the same time, there was a golden flame like qi burning outside his skin, and the heat emitted made Yamcha and the others unable to withstand it, and they kept retreating. It wasn't until they retreated 170 or 80 meters away and the heat was not so strong, that they stopped, and they all looked at Guo Yang lying on the ground in shock. They didn't expect his body to be able to withstand such terrifying heat. At this time, God walked to everyone with the bottle and bowl of super god water, and said to everyone with a shocked face, I really didn't expect Guo Yang's body to be so terrifyingly strong, enough to withstand 15 bowls of super god water, which is 15 times that of Wukong. What kind of terrifying power Chao Shen Shui has, Gohan, Klin, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice and others don't know much about it. However, after knowing that the amount of super divine water Guo Yang was 10 times that of Sun Wukong, they were all shocked and speechless. Because, Sun Wukong has been a monster in their hearts, and Guo Yang is even more vocal than Sun Wukong, a monster. This Guo Yang is simply monsters within monsters. The atmosphere was silent for a long time in the shock of everyone. Yamcha suddenly spoke, rubbed his hands, and said with a smile, God no, now Guo Yang doesn't drink Chao Shen water, can it be our turn? He stared at the bottle containing super god water with burning eyes, and he couldn't wait to grab it and drink it in one sip. As soon as he said this, the eyes of Klin and Tianjin Rice, Dumpling, Gohan, Yachilobe and others all suddenly lit up. Yes. God nodded, and then reminded, your physical physique may not be as good as Wukong back then and Guo Yangqiang now. Drinking too much super god water will be poisoned if you don't get it right, so I suggest that when you drink super god water, don't drink it all at once, and drink it slowly little by little, until you feel that you can't bear it. God is very clear, but Yamcha does not die. Over the years, the strength of his friends Goku and Klin has surpassed him too much. Now, since he knew that the super god water could enhance its potential, how could he be willing to give up? He said, God, I know that I don't have the scion physique of Goku and Gohan, but even if my body can't withstand the toxicity of a bowl of super god water, my body can always withstand half a bowl, a small half bowl, a bowl of super god water. Those two scions are also coming to Earth, and if our strength can be improved a little now, then the victory of Earth will be a little more. Okay, God, we got it. Yamuti, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Klin, Gohan they nodded. God saw that they were all excited, afraid that they would not listen to their own words, and instructed again, remember, don't be greedy, otherwise if you really get poisoned by the super divine water, I can't solve it. Okay, God, don't worry, I won't joke with my life. Yamcha smiled, took the Chao Shen water bottle and bowl from God's hand, and couldn't wait to put the Chao Shen water into the bowl. Boom! As the mouth of the bottle tilts, the super god water flows out of it like a transparent line, falling into the bowl like a column of water when a child chews. Soon, the bowl was full. Yamcha put his lips on the bowl and began to take small sips. However, after only 2 sips, Yamcha felt a hot stream of hot water evaporating in his abdomen, like underground magma strung in his body, and he squatted directly on the ground unable to speak. The bowl also fell to the ground, and all the super divine water that had not yet been drunk and it was spilled on the ground. Yamcha, what's wrong with you? Yamcha, are you all right? Everyone asked with panic and worry. I didn't. Before he finished speaking, Yamcha fainted directly. Klin exclaimed, God, look at Yamcha. Don't worry. God squatted down unhurriedly and began to check Yamcha's physical condition. Not long after, God withdrew his hand and said, it's okay, as long as he sleeps for an hour or 2, he can wake up. When everyone heard this, they breathed a sigh of relief. God looked at Klin, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Wuhan, and Yachilobe, and once again instructed, the super god water that Yamcha just drank is almost equivalent to 2/10 of a bowl, remember, don't drink too much at once, it's best to be appropriate. We know God. Several people said in unison. Next, Tianjin Rice picked up the crooked bowl on the ground, took the Chao Shen water bottle, did not pour it full, afraid that he would not be able to drink it and sprinkle waste, only half a bowl of Chao Shen water to the left and right, and then drank it into his stomach one by one. The Chao Shen water he drank was slightly more than Yamuti, about 2.5/10 of the full bowl, that is, a quarter. Without any accidents, Tianjin also quickly stepped into the footsteps of Guo Yang and Yamcha. His skin was red and hot, and he fell to the ground and fainted. Tianjin rice. Dumplings cared about making the unconscious lie flat. Then Dumplings also began to drink Chao Shen water. He drank less than Tianjin rice, but a little more than Yamu tea, and fell asleep on the ground next to Tianjin rice. After that, there was a Kilobe. Seeing a few people who fainted, he was a little scared in his heart, and he didn't want to drink any super god water. He had come to the heavenly god temple with Goku before. He dipped his fingers a little, the taste he didn't want to try once, but under the gaze of the Vic Great Devil, he still smiled on the surface, and reluctantly took the super god water and drank it in his heart. Originally, Archie Loeb only planned to take a small sip. However, under the gaze of the Vic Great Devil, Archie Loeb, who was afraid of the Vic Great Devil in his heart, drank one mouthful after another, and drank directly about 1/3 of the bowl, only then shouted hot and hot, fell to the ground with a pop, and completely fainted. Next came Klin, who drank about the same amount as a Kilobe, about 1/3 of the full bowl, before shaking his head and fainting like drunk. Gohan has arrived at you. Vic the Great Demon said. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. The author believes that the potential of Yachai Loeb is also very large, but because of personality problems, neglect of exercise is not as good as Klin's. Please help on the Flower Weekly list, thank you, please support the author. Chapter 049. Yes, Uncle Bike. Sun Wuhan, who was a small figure, stretched out his hand to take a bowl full of super divine water from the Vic Great Devil King, remembering the words that God had repeatedly told him just now, and drank it little by little. After drinking the bowl, Sun Gohan's little face blushed. He was able to drink a bowl full of super divine water, and neither God nor the great demon king of Vic was surprised at all. At that time, Sun Wukong could drink a bowl of super god water, and Sun Wuhan, who had awakened the blood of science, had much more amazing potential than his father Goku. Next, Sun Wuhan drank another bowl of Chao Shen water. His whole body was red and hot, and the skin of others who were taking the test 2 or 3 steps away was hot. 2 bowls of super god water were not the limit of Sun Wuhan, and then the great demon king Vic gave him another bowl of super god water. This time, Sun Gohan did not drink a bowl, only drank most of the bowl, about 2/3 of the full bowl, then swayed his steps and fainted backwards. 2.5 bowls a little more. At this time, his limit is more than Sun Wuhan back then. At this time, the great demon king Vic stretched out his hand, not afraid of the heat emitted by his body, took him in his arms, and said to the gods and Bobo, the Scions still have a few days to come to Earth, and I continue to take Gohan to practice. After that, the Vic Great Demon King left the Heavenly God Temple with Sun Gohan, who had fallen asleep, and flew towards the distance. God, he's finally gone. Looking at the direction where the Vic Great Demon King left, Bobo, who had dark skin and bright skin, finally stopped breathing nervously. The person he revered most was God. The person he feared the most was Vic. As long as Vic came to the temple, Bobo was afraid that the Vic Great Demon King would go crazy and demolished the temple. Among the crowd, the first to wake up was to drink Yamu tea, which had the least amount of water in Chao Shen. After discovering the physical changes, Yamcha almost jumped up with excitement. Oh my god! My physique has actually improved by about 20%. 20% increase in potential, what is that concept? In other words, from now on, his cultivation speed would be 20% faster than before drinking the super divine water to increase his potential. And the benefits don't stop there. Even the combat power is about 2% stronger than before drinking the super divine water. If he is allowed to fight with Tianjin Rice now, he can definitely defeat Tianjin Rice. Think of Tianjin Rice. Yamcha's expression suddenly became not very happy. He drank Chao Shen water, then it was strange if Tianjin didn't drink it. Then, Yamcha suddenly noticed Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Klin, and Yachai Loeb lying on the ground beside him. He wondered in his heart how much supernatural water they had drunk. Yamcha looked at Bobo, who was watering flowers and plants, and walked over and asked, "Bobo, do you know how much super divine water they all drank from Tianjin rice, Klin, dumplings, Wuhan, and Ya Chai Lobe?" Bobo stopped the movement in his hand, looked up at him, and said in detail, "The dumplings are similar to the super god water you drank, they are about 2%. Tianjin rice is a little more than you, about 2.5. Archie Lobe is a little more, about 1/3. Klin and Akilobe are about the same. Both about 1/3. As for Xiao Wuhan, although he is not as terrifying and expressive as Guo Yang, he has also drunk 2.5 bowls of super divine water, more than his father's son Wukong. How is it more than me?" Yamcha squeezed his fist unwillingly. "Why is he the least? Am I not even as good as Tianjin rice?" Bobo noticed that Yamcha's face was a little unpleasant, and asked with concern, "Yamcha, what's wrong with you? Are you unwell?" "Nothing, my body is fine." Yamcha collected the unwillingness on his face, raised his head, and said with a grin as usual, "By the way, Bobo, I want to take advantage of the fact that there are still a few days to go to practice for a while, and you say goodbye to everyone for me." Bobo nodded, "Okay, Yamcha. Pool, let's go." Yamcha shouted Flying Cat Pool, rushed out of the Heavenly God Temple with a whoosh, and flew towards the surface. "Even if I'm not as good as Guo Yang, Wukong, Gohan, Baek, Klin, and Ya Chai Lobe, am I still inferior to you Tianjin rice? What is the potential talent? I will redouble my efforts to practice. Tianjin rice, you are waiting to be defeated by me. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation. There are too few flowers, we can't go up the flower week list, but I still ask everyone for flowers. Please support the author, thank you." Chapter 050. It wasn't long before Yamcha and Pool left the temple. Dumplings also woke up. The first thing he woke up was, "It's not about seeing how much potential you've improved. Instead, look for Tianjin rice first." When I saw the sleeping Tianjin rice on the side, only then did the dumplings settle down. He called softly, "Tianjin rice! Tianjin rice!" Bobo stopped watering the flowers and plants and said, "Dumplings, don't worry about Tianjin rice, he drinks more super god water than you, and he will sleep for a longer time, rest assured that he will wake up in a while." "That's how it is." Dumpling said politely, "Thank you Bobo." "No thanks." Bobo saw that the dumplings did not ask anything more, so he continued to take the water pipe to water the flowers and grass. There is nothing going on in the temple, watering flowers is Bobo's daily work and the joy of his life, and he loves the flowers and trees in the temple. But there were only 2 people in the temple, he and the god, so Bobo and the plants growing in the temple became friends and happily watered them every day. Dumpling looked at Bobo, who was happily watering flowers and plants for a while, and sat next to Tianjin rice, quietly waiting for him to wake up. About 20 minutes or so, Tianjin Fan woke up. He checked his body, and his potential increased by about 25%, and his strength also improved a lot. However, after learning from Bobo's mouth that Yamcha had left and went to practice elsewhere, Tianjin Fan also left with dumplings and returned to the surface of the earth to find a place to practice hard. He can be surpassed by Goku, can be surpassed by Gohan, can also be surpassed by Klin and Akirobe, but he absolutely cannot tolerate being surpassed by Yamcha one day. If he was surpassed by that guy from Yamcha, wouldn't he be the weakest among the crowd, which was something he would never allow to happen. Tianjin rice and dumplings are gone. Archie Lobe drank Klin and also met and woke up. Both of them had increased their potential by about 33%. After Archirobe discovered that the great demon King Vic was gone, he quickly climbed down the Temple of Heaven and fled, preparing to return to the lively city of Earth to spend all his money and eat in the food store. Archilobe didn't think that this side of the Earth could defeat the 2 terrifying scions. He now just wants to eat and eat desperately before he dies, and the most delicious thing is to support himself, which is better than being beaten to death by a scion. Qin looked at Guo Yang, who was lying on the ground in the distance. His body was still emitting amazing heat. He found God and asked when Guo Yang would wake up. God was also not quite sure when Guo Yang would wake up, only telling him that it might be a day or two later, or maybe 4 or 5 days later. In short, Guo Yang drank 15 bowls of super divine water, and when can he wake up? He can no longer use normal algorithms. Qin waited for Guo Yang in the heavenly god temple for a day, and did not see any signs of him waking up, so he resigned to God and Bobo and returned to the Turtle Immortal house, and told the Turtle Immortal about the training he received in the temple this year, and the people drinking super divine water. Time is long, 3 days have passed in the blink of an eye. Guo Yang, who has drunk 15 bowls of super divine water, has not yet woken up. And Bobo will look at him for a while when watering flowers and grass. Bobo has always wondered how this ugly Guo Yang can be more terrifying than Sun Wukong's pair of father and son who have a monster-like attitude. At this time, on the Northern King, the king of the Northern Realm looked at Wukong and said, "Now come and review what I taught you before, come and try it." Gaku nodded. First of all, barbless. The king of the Northern Realm looked at the pet chimpanzee on the side. Barblos uttered an orangutan language and walked over to Gaku and stood up. Ready. The king of the Northern Realm pressed the second change in his hand and said loudly, "Start." As soon as his words fell, the chimpanzee Barbless ran out first. Seeing this, Gaku chased after him. After only a short while, Gaku captures the chimpanzee Barblos. The king of the Northern Realm looked down at the stopwatch. Immediately startled by the numbers above, he said in shock, 0.8 seconds, an innovative record. Hearing the innovation record, Gaku hee. Laughing and putting down Barbless, the chimpanzee he had caught. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask everyone to help rush to the flower weekly list. The plot is a little stuck, mainly because the battle arrangement between Vegeta and Nabar is a little stuck. Chapter 051. The chubby king of the Northern Realm said with sunglasses, "Next, Bregly." Bregly jumped in front of the Northern Realm king and saluted respectfully, "Yes, Lord Northern Realm king." Wu, the chimpanzee Barblos came to Gaku with a hammer. "You have to be careful, don't get your head smashed out of a big bag with a hammer." Gaku took the hammer from Bruce and looked at Bregly with a smile. "With your speed, you can't beat my Bregly guard." Bregly hugged his arms, his wings vibrating behind his back, and said with a grim and proud face, "Ready." The chubby king of the Northern Realm pressed the button on the stopwatch in his hand and said, "Start." Su. Bregly jumped into the air from the ground, emitting a blue halo all over his body, and said, "Gaku, I'm going to start running." Before the words fell, it was like a blue ball of light, flying towards the distance. Brush. At the same time, Sun Wukong's figure also moved, leaving an afterimage in place and chasing after him. While. Oops! It hurts me. The Monkey King appeared behind Bregly, and the hammer in his hand lightly hit its head. 1 second 2. The chubby Northern Realm King was surprised to look at the actual time on the stopwatch. "I can't believe the time, Goku's speed is so fast." "It hurts you." Sun Wukong somewhat apologetically lifted Bregly up from the ground, turned his head and asked the chubby Northern Realm King, "Lord Realm King, then what to do next?" The chubby king of the Northern Realm put the stopwatch in his hand into his pocket, and the fat hand pushed the large sunglasses on the bridge of his nose. "Well, finally check to what extent your Yuan Chi bomb cultivation has been." Sun Wukong clenched his fist hard with anticipation. "Yay, finally let me wait for yay." Subsequently, the vitality on the Realm King began to gather towards Sun Wukong, forming a white light outside his body, and finally all these vitality were concentrated on his right fist, shining brightly. Gaku looked at the king of the Northern Realm. "Come on." The king of the Northern Realm nodded and said, "Well, you can start." As soon as he pointed his hand, a large red brick flew from a distance. The king of the northern realm said, "Next, it depends on whether your Yuan Chi bomb can hit this one in my hand, super fast big bricks." Gaku nodded, "Good." The northern realm king waved his arm and said loudly, "Go." Su. The big red bricks flew forward at an extremely fast speed. Speed up! The king of the northern realm increased the output of chi, and the speed of the large bricks and tiles suddenly increased exponentially, and the fast air emitted a huge sound. Ugh! Gaku Mendi let out a low roar and knocked out the Genki bomb in his right hand. Rumble! The Genki bomb hit the big red brick tile, and an explosion occurred, uprooting the big trees on the planet of the Realm King that were blown by a strong wind. See this scene? The chubby king of the Northern Realm couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow! It's amazing to be able to follow so easily, Sun Wukong. To be honest, I never dreamed that you would use the Genki bomb so well. Monkey King, I put a lot of thought into it." The king of the Northern Realm nodded and said, "I know, I've said it many times. But you must remember. The Vitality Bomb is to bring all things in the world, people, animals, grass, wood. Even after absorbing some of the energy of the atmosphere, it is a stunt that is concentrated and used. You are just gathering the King Star now, and this kind of Yuan Chi bomb on a small planet already has such great power." The Northern Realm King's face suddenly became solemn, and then he admonished, "The battlefield Earth you are about to step on, the gathered vitality bombs will be even greater, and even the sun with huge energy will help you. The power of the Genki bomb is too great, and if you are not careful, even the planet you want to protect yourself may be destroyed by you. So, it's not a last resort. I only allow you to use the Genki bomb once. You know? Well, I see." Sun Wukong nodded and said, "I will definitely find a way, just use the Realm King Fist. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review." Chapter 052. The chubby king of the Northern Realm carried his hands on his back and said, "Well, the day of the decisive battle is coming, and tomorrow the Scions will come to Earth." Oops, oops. The chubby king of the Northern Realm seemed to suddenly remember something, and suddenly shouted. Gaku was puzzled, "What's wrong with the king of the Northern Realm? What happened?" The chubby Northern Realm king was a little annoyed and reproachful, and said smoothly, "I actually forgot to count the time you spent passing through the snake path." Sun Wukong was also shocked and asked, "Lord Realm King, you should have the ability to send me directly back to the human world now." The king of the Northern Realm shook his head, "It's impossible, I don't have the ability for you to send you back to Earth directly." Hearing that he couldn't, Gaku was suddenly anxious, "Ah! Am I going to run again? That's another half a year." The chubby king of the Northern Realm fiddled with his hands and comforted, "Wukong, don't worry first, with your current strength, you can run the Snake Road in 2 days, I will tell the Earth God about this." Sun Wukong's face was embarrassed, and said, "Lord King of the Northern Realm, but even so, 2 days, that's more than 1 day, that's too late, I'm afraid that if I reach Earth, they will all die." The chubby Northern Realm King was a little annoyed by what he said, "Okay. Stop being verbose, do I occasionally make mistakes?" Gaku froze. The chubby king of the Northern Realm said, "Okay, you hurry up and tell the companions of the Earth that you are ready to use the Dragon Ball to revive you. Turn. Send word." Sun Wukong turned his head, looked left, right, and asked, "Lord King of the Northern Realm, there is no communication device here that can connect to the Earth, you want me to tell me, how to tell it?" The chubby king of the Northern Realm turned around and looked back at Gaku. He said, "Just put a hand on my back and meditate in your heart, hurry up, don't waste any more time." "Really?" Sun Wukong stretched out his right hand suspiciously, pressed it on the back of the Northern Realm King, and asked, "Is that so? Hurry up, don't waste time." The king of the Northern Realm urged. Then, Sun Wukong began to meditate in his heart, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, I am Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, have you heard my voice? In the Turtle Fairy house. The Turtle Fairy sitting on the toilet looked at the beautiful girl magazine and praised, this girl is so beautiful. Hey! The Turtle Immortal was stunned, why do I seem to hear Gaku calling me? Gaku, is it really Gaku you? Are you back? Where are you? Grandpa, you really heard me. After hearing the words of the Turtle Immortal, Wukong, who was on the back of the Northern Realm King, explained, Grandpa the Turtle Immortal, I am still on the Yellow Spring, and I am now far away, talking to you with my heart. The Turtle Immortal was stunned, and then wondered, are you in Huangchuan? Yes. Sun Wukong asked, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, have all the Dragon Balls been found? Found it a long time ago. The Turtle Immortal explained, this is what everyone desperately found in order to bring you back to life, you know. Thank you so much. Sun Wukong, Grandpa Turtle Immortal, there is one more thing I need to ask you for help. Now please call out the Dragon God immediately, please ask the Dragon God to resurrect me. He explained, Scions are coming to Earth tomorrow. What? You said the Scions will arrive tomorrow. The Turtle Immortal was frightened, and the magazine in his hand fell to the ground. Gaku said, although it may be a little late, I will definitely find a way to catch up. At this time, the King of the Northern Realm, who supported Wukong and the Turtle Immortal to speak, his face turned red and said, Hey, Gaku, have you finished talking? I am in great pain now. Gaku said apologetically, I'm sorry, Lord Kai Wang. That's right, Gaku. The Turtle Immortal asked curiously, I heard that you are doing special cultivation in Huangchuan, what are the results? Monkey King, very good. Turtle Immortal, that's right, then I'll be relieved. In the living room of the Turtle Immortal house, Oolong heard the Turtle Immortal talking to someone in the bathroom, and whispered to Boomer with some worry, what's wrong with the Turtle Immortal, he is alone in the bathroom, talking to himself. Boomer said, he may have Alzheimer's disease. Touch. The Turtle Immortal pushed open the bathroom door, came out with his pants on, and he said eagerly, the Scions will come to Earth tomorrow, quickly take out the Dragon Ball and resurrect Sun Wukong. Ask for flowers, ask for monthly passes, ask for evaluation, the author continues to code. Chapter 053. Outside the Kamizan house. Come out. Dragon. The Turtle Immortal standing in front of the Dragon Ball said loudly. Father. Dragon Ball began to glow. The sky also darkened in an instant, overcast with lightning and thunder. Although it's not the first time I've seen the scene of summoning the Dragon God, I'm still scared. Oolong hugged Boomer's thigh in fear and shivered. Oolong, get out of the way and let go of my thighs. Don't let go, kill me and don't let go, I'm afraid. Oolong Drink Boomer soon started arguing. It's getting dark. In a mountain forest, the great demon king of Vic and the small figure of Son Gohan stopped fighting, and they looked up at the black cloud that suddenly appeared in the sky. This is the vision of heaven and earth generated when the Dragon Ball summons the Divine Dragon. The Vic Great Demon looked at the dark clouds above. Frowning, he said, it seems that this is the Scion who is about to come to earth, and the people over there in the Turtle Immortal house are going to resurrect Sun Wukong. I don't know how much strength Wukong has improved by practicing in Huangchuan. Does he have the strength to defeat those two Scions? Uncle Bike, rest assured, my father will definitely be able to defeat those two Scions. Gohan said proudly, in his heart, Dad is the strongest existence in the world. Just as the Vic Great Demon was talking to Gohan. On the side of the Turtle Immortal house, the Divine Dragon has appeared. The huge Divine Dragon floated in the air. It lowered its head, looked at the people outside the Turtle Immortal house, and asked, people who summon the Divine Dragon, name a wish, I will fulfill it for you. Oolong was a little scared and asked, I want to ask Shenlong to kill the scions to save the earth, is this wish? Oolong. Boomer looked at Oolong angrily and roared, what are you talking about, do you know? Don't you want to revive Monkey King? It's just too much for you. An Oolong who was startled by an angry Boomer. With a tense face, he explained, scions are terrible. I just want the dragon to kill the scions first. When the Dragon Ball can be used next time, let the Dragon God resurrect Goku, it's not that he doesn't want to resurrect Goku. Boomer's face softened. If Oolong dares to have the idea of not wanting Goku to be resurrected, she will definitely not let Oolong go. At this time, the Dragon God opened his mouth to refuse Oolong, and said, I can't fulfill this wish of yours. I am something God created. Therefore, when the wish is beyond God's power, the wish cannot be fulfilled. Let's change your wishes. Turtle Immortal Humane, Dragon God, then please let Sun Wukong be resurrected, is this wish okay? The wish is simple. The Dragon God nodded and said, I'll resurrect Sun Wukong. Father. The next moment, the pair of huge red eyes of the Dragon God began to glow. At the same time, on the planet King, the aperture representing death on Sun Wukong's head disappeared. The chubby king of the Northern Realm saw this scene and said, okay. Goku, the aura on your head has disappeared and you have been resurrected. Sun Wukong also said excitedly, it's great. The chubby king of the Northern Realm urged him, Goku, go back quickly. Yes. Goku nodded. The chubby king of the Northern Realm instructed him, remember, the enemies you face are powerful beyond imagination. And you must not be careless against them, you know. Bregly flew over and said, Goku, don't think that you can be resurrected if you die, just beat it around. Sun Wukong said, don't worry, Dragon Ball can only resurrect a person once, I won't let people die. Sun Wukong bowed and said, Lord King of the Northern Realm, thank you for taking care of me for such a long time, if I unfortunately die in battle this time, I will come to you again. Bregly, Barbless, I'm leaving. Monkey King waved goodbye to them. Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review. The protagonist will come out at a critical moment, I will quickly update first, finish the plot of the transition foreshadowing, and ask for flowers. Chapter 054. At this time. Outer space. Two spacecraft enter the solar system. In a spaceship, Scion Prince Vegeta took the intercom, well, how long do we have to reach Earth? In the other spacecraft, after hearing Vegeta's voice, the big bald head suddenly got excited, picked up the intercom and replied, now that we have entered the solar system, it is estimated that it will not take long to reach the Earth. Okay then. Vegeta put down the intercom and began to fantasize about finding the Dragon Ball and making his wish to the Dragon God. On Earth. On the streets of the city. Dad, I'm hungry. A little girl looked up at a man in a suit. I looked at the watch on my wrist, and it showed 11:43. The man in the suit said, Dad, take you to eat delicious. The little girl said happily, yay. What sound? Suddenly, the father and daughter seemed to hear something, suddenly raised their heads, and looked at the sky. Dad, what are those two balls? They fell at us. The little girl clutched her father's clothes next to her in fear. Bang! A Scion spaceship fell to the ground, and a building was unfortunately crashed. Bang! Immediately after that, there was another loud bang, and the second Swishian spacecraft crashed another building next to it. Help! Nearby passers-by were collapsed by the two buildings and had to flee in all directions. After the soot clears, two large craters appeared where the building disappeared. There are daring people approaching the past. What are those two balls? They seem to have fallen out of the air. People don't recognize the two orbs in the pit. Look! It's human. Two people came out of it. Who the hell are they? Oh my god, they flew. looking at the two people who slowly flew up from the pit. Some people retreated in fear. At the same time, in the barren mountains and forests, the face of the great demon king Klin changed slightly, and he said solemnly, "Gohan, I feel two strong auras suddenly appear on the earth." Don't look at Son Gohan's young age, but he was smart, guessed the reason, and said, "Uncle Bike, these two amazing chi are very strange, it should be those two scions who came to earth." The Vic Great Demon King looked at him approvingly and said, "Gohan, let's go find those two scions." Brush! Vic soared into the air and flew in the direction of the two strange chi he sensed. Su! Then Son Gohan, who took off into the air, caught up with the Great Demon King Vic. "Uncle Bike, the battle between us and those two scions is destined to be very destructive. If the battle takes place in the city, many ordinary people will be affected, causing unimaginable disasters. Let's go find a place where no one is, release the gas, and lure those two scions over, okay?" "Yes." The Great Demon King of Biker nodded in agreement without hesitation. If this had been done before, he would not care whether the battle took place in the city or in the wilderness, nor would he care how many ordinary people would be killed or injured. But during the year of training with Gohan, the Great Demon King of Vic himself did not notice that he was becoming kinder. Listening to Uncle Vic agree, Son Gohan said happily, "Thank you Uncle Vic." It didn't take long for the Great Demon King and Son Gohan to find a deserted place to land, release their chi, and tell the two scions who came to Earth that they were here. The first people who noticed their anger were not the two scions, but Akbalo, Yamcha, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, and Klin and Turtle Immortals in the Turtle Immortal House in different parts of the earth, and the gods and Bobo in their own heavenly temples. "Dumplings, it will be dangerous there, you stay here, I'll go and join the Great Demon King Vic and Gohan," Tianjin Rice said to the Dumplings in midair under the waterfall. For Tianjin Rice, Dumplings are like his younger brother, and they don't want him to be in danger and harm. For Dumplings, Tianjin Rice is also his relative, just like his brother, he does not want to leave Tianjin Rice for a moment. Nope. Dumplings should be with Tianjin Rice, and Dumplings should fight with Tianjin Rice. Dumpling shook his head and looked at Tianjin Rice with a firm gaze. Tianjin Fan knew what character Dumplings had, and he finally agreed, "If we don't defeat those two scions, we will all die, and one more person is also one more strength, so you should follow." Then, the two of them flew towards the direction where Son Gohan and the Vic Great Demon were located. In a small mountain river, Yamcha rushed out from under the water and flew towards the direction where Son Gohan and the Great Demon King of Vic were. "Isn't it just two scions? Yamcha alone can solve those two scions without anyone else making a move," he said to himself confidently. "Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, today the update is a little much, the author's head is dizzy, ask for flowers." Chapter 055. Is this the Earth? Scion Vegeta looked at the panicked crowd around him and sneered, "This planet is not good." The Scion next to him had a bald head, and said with a smile, "How about a greeting to the people of this planet?" Scion Vegeta folded his arms in front of him and sneered, "Don't start too hard." Seeing that he agreed, the Scion bald man's right hand raised upwards, and a terrifying energy was released from the palm of his hand, gathering into a dazzling ball of light. "Disappear." Na showed a cruel smile and threw the newly gathered ball of light in his hand towards the city ground below the person. Bang! The ball of light fell to the ground and a large explosion occurred. Accompanied by a loud noise, there was a dazzling white semicircular ball of light, which expanded outward at an extremely fast speed, and everywhere it passed, whether it was pedestrians and vehicles or high-rise buildings, all vaporized and disappeared in an instant. Abominable! What the hell did they do? How can there be such a terrifying explosion? At the same time, Klin, Vic Great Devil, Sun Wuhan, Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Yamacha, Yachilobe, and others all felt the terrifying energy fluctuations generated by this explosion for the first time. When the blinding white semicircular ball of light disappeared, the city with its original high-rise buildings disappeared, and a huge round crater appeared. In mid-air, the Scion balled his head and said proudly, "It seems that the attack is too heavy, and it accidentally destroyed the entire city." At this time, Vegeta said in a deep voice with some dissatisfaction, "Stop playing, then, if the destruction is too ruthless, this planet can't be sold." It seemed that he was very afraid of Vegeta. "Vegeta, you're right." After hearing the dissatisfaction with himself in Vegeta's tone, the bald bar's body trembled slightly, and he quickly changed the topic. "I remember that this planet has that Dragon Ball that can fulfill any wish." Vegeta was really distracted, and he slowly spoke, "We have to find the person who killed Raditz and ask about Dragon Ball." Na Bar chimed in, "You're right." Vegeta glanced at the big pit at his feet. "If the Dragon Ball is in the city you just destroyed, then our wish to find the Dragon Ball to make immortality will not be fulfilled." Speaking of this, he looked at the bald head. His gaze had become cold, as if he could strike at any time. Then his heart trembled, and he quickly admitted his mistake. "I'm sorry. It's all to blame that I was excited just now, so I forgot." Vegeta withdrew his gaze with satisfaction and looked into the distance. "Forget it, the matter has passed, regret is useless. In short, first find out the most combative guy on this planet, either that guy killed Raditz, or Kakaroto's son did it." Drib. Drib. Vegeta and the bald man raised their hands and pressed the red button on the combat power probe worn in front of their eyes to find the strongest on the planet. "Over there." Soon, the two detected the direction where the great demon King Vic and Son Gohan were, and then they were a little surprised. "Strange, the combat power is more than 1,000, and it is not one person, but two people. How can there be such a strong person on this low-level planet?" "Ask for flowers. Ask for flowers. Ask for a review." Chapter 056. It's just two existences with a combat power of more than 1,000. Vegeta said nonchalantly, "Don't panic. No matter how strong they are, they will definitely not be our opponents anyway. In short, we must first find the guy with the highest combat effectiveness." "Yes." "Then nod. Let's go, then, let's go over and have fun with them." Vegeta flew quickly in the direction where Son Gohan and Vic Great Demon were located. Then it flew after it. Meantime, the Vic Great Devil King, who was far away in the barren mountains, suddenly looked up and said, "Gohan, get ready for battle, the chi of those two scions is flying towards us quickly." Gohan also noticed that his tense body was a little tense, and although he often fought with Uncle Bike, he was still a little timid about the real life and death fight in his heart. Didn't wait long. The two of them looked up at the same time and looked into the distance in unison. "Those two scions are coming." The young Son Gohan looked at the two figures and said with some trembling, "Are they scions? It's really powerful. I felt the chi in them terrible, it scared me." As he spoke, Scion Vegeta and Bald Nabar had arrived, and the two of them fell from mid-air to the ground, standing in front of the Vic Great Demon and Son Gohan. "Looking at your appearance, it seems that you have come prepared, and you have been waiting for us here for a long time." Vegeta sneered. "You're right." The Great Demon King Vic asked in a deep voice, "What are you doing here? How does the sound familiar?" Vegeta narrowed his eyes, recalled, and said very affirmatively, "I know, the guy who hit Raditz is you." "Sound?" Vic Great Demon King was surprised. "What sound?" Vegeta raised his hand and pointed to the combat power detector on his left eye. "Didn't Raditz tell you? This thing also has the function of a communication machine." The Great Demon King Vic then understood what the voice of this scion was. The bald head stared at the Vic Great Demon King seriously for a while, and suddenly asked, "Vegeta, is he the nemesis you said? Should it be?" Listening to that, Vegeta looked like he suddenly realized, and said, "No wonder that Raditz Waste will be killed on such a low-level planet, it turns out that the enemy is the Namisien." Sun Wuhan was also abrupt and said, "Uncle Bike, it turns out that you are also a cosmic person. No wonder you look so handsome." He didn't dare to say Uncle Bike, "No wonder you look strange." Vegeta recalled, "As far as I know, the Navixians are not only capable of fighting, they are also incredibly capable. It turns out that. So I'm a nemesis? This is the first time that Vic Great Demon knows who he is. I've also heard about the mysterious abilities of the nemesis, just like magicians." Vegeta looked at Vic and said, "I think you're the one who created the 7 Dragon Balls, right?" Hearing Dragon Ball, Gohan said a little flustered, "They even know about Dragon Ball." The corners of Sion Naba's mouth rose, "The purpose of our coming here is for the Dragon Ball." Na stretched out his palm and said, "If you don't want to die, just obediently hand over the Dragon Ball. Even if you are a nemesis person, you are not much stronger than an ant on the side of the road in our eyes." Vic snorted coldly and said, "I have to thank you a lot, thanks to your blessing. I finally know who my ancestors are. It's a pity, the person who made the Dragon Balls is not me, what I'm best at is fighting." Speaking of, the Great Demon King of Vic had a fighting intent in his eyes, and said angrily, "Am I only a little stronger than ants? Only after the battle will I know. You let the horse come, Sion. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation." Chapter 057. Hum on. At this time, several helicopters flew over, some remembering to take video cameras to shoot at the few people below. "Annoying stuff, it's really noisy." Listening to the sound of the helicopter engine, the corner of the bald man's mouth showed a cruel smile, and then his palm glowed and shot a pillar of light at one of the helicopters. Rumble. The helicopter suddenly exploded, blowing into countless pieces. "Ah! Fly far!" The reporters on the other helicopters suddenly turned pale with fright. "You guys are so hateful, how can you kill people casually?" Son Gohan, who was looking for him, looked angrily at the bald head. "Looks like you guys don't want to tell us about Dragon Ball." Vegeta clasped his hands in front of him and said with a grim expression, "Well, you play with them first. Then I'll play with them first." Bara grinned happily, and said with some excitement and cruelty, "In that case, then I will beat you guys to tell you about the Dragon Ball." He pressed the detector button on his glasses, looked at Vic and said, "Combat power is 1848. Then, he looked at the little Sun Wuhan again, and said a little unexpectedly, "This little ghost's combat power is 1721, it's really incredible." "Well, take the detection data down." At this time, Vegeta spoke. 4. Why? Then he touched his bald head suspiciously and wondered. Vegeta said in a cold voice, "The combat effectiveness of these guys will change with the battle situation, but don't be fooled by the data on these machines." With that, he took the detector off and threw it on the ground. "You're right." Then he also took down the detector and threw it on the ground, saying, "I almost forgot, Raditz's useless garbage waste, just believed the data on the detector, which led to the killing of the enemy." Raditz's garbage waste. The Vic Great Demon King was shocked in his heart. He knows how terrifying Raditz is, such a terrible person was actually said by the other party to be garbage waste. It is enough to see that the combat effectiveness of the bald scion on the opposite side is much stronger than that of Raditz, otherwise it is impossible to describe Raditz with garbage waste. Son Gohan next to him asked, "Raditz, he was defeated by Yopapa and the Great Demon King of Bic, didn't he? Is he really a weak scion?" "Not bad, Raditz's combat power is garbage in the eyes of the two of us." Vegeta nodded, then said to the one. "I remember the seeds of the vegetable man, it seems that there are 6 left? You take it out and let the vegetable people play with them." He laughed, "Vegeta, you really love to play too." "Vegetable man? What is that thing? Sun Gohan looked at Uncle Debik beside him. The great demon King Vic shook his head, indicating that he didn't know what a vegetable man was. Vegeta sneered and said, "Don't worry, when you see the combat power of the vegetable man, you will take the initiative to tell me about Dragon Ball." At this time, he took out a small bottle, squatted on the ground and squeezed the soil, and said with satisfaction, "The soil here is very good, and you can grow very good vegetable people." He pierced several pits in the ground with his fingers, planted the seeds of the vegetable man, and dripped some green liquid from vials. The next moment, frightened by the gazes of the great demon King Vic and Son Gohan, 6 large earth bags were puffed up by the ground where the seeds of the vegetable man were planted. The earth bag cracked. 6 green heads are exposed. Then, the 6 vegetable men stretched out their arms from the soil, peeled off the soil, and drilled out of the soil. Ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, ask for flowers. Chapter 058. Look at the vegetable man who came up from the soil. Son Gohan was stunned and said, "What a disgusting thing! But they look strong." Swish! The next moment, the 6 ugly-looking vegetable men suddenly rushed over and surrounded Bic and Klin, but the vegetable men did not attack them, but attacked the nearby rocks around them. Bang bang! Those mountain rocks, under the claws of vegetable people, are like tofu, all of them are shattered in an instant. After doing this, the 6 vegetable men returned to Vegeta and stood in front of the bald bar. "See, this is the combat power of vegetable people." Vegeta sneered, "Vegetable people, see those 2 people, your goal is to beat them up hard and give them some color." When the vegetable man heard this, he immediately made an attack gesture, but before they could start attacking, a childlike voice suddenly sounded, "Gohan, Bike, we're coming." 2 figures, one large and one small, appeared in the sky. Seeing the people coming, Gohan said, "Uncle Tianjin Rice, Uncle Dumpling, you are also here." Dumpling nodded at him. Tianjin Fan was puzzled, "Aren't there only 2 scions? How can there be 8 people?" Gohan explained, "The next 2 are scions, the 6 green people are vegetable people, and in short, the number of people on the other side has increased." Humph! Tianjin Fan snorted coldly, "A few are the same." That bar is dissatisfied with the contempt in Tianjin's eyes. He commanded the vegetable man, "Vegetable man, kill all the people on the other side for me. Come on! Let me see how effective the vegetable man is." Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Bic, and Klin instantly entered the battle state. "Vegetable man, what are you doing there?" The bald man reprimanded loudly, "Didn't you hear me just now? Don't you go and kill them for me immediately." When the 6 vegetable people heard this, they immediately rushed towards several targets on the opposite side with great momentum. However, at the tense moment when this great battle was about to break out, a loud shout suddenly came from above, "Wait a minute!" Su! A figure descended from the sky and landed between the vegetable man and Vic and them. "Sorry I'm late." Son Gohan looked at the person happily and said, "Uncle Yamcha, you are here, great, we have another person." "And me?" Another figure fell from the sky. "It's Uncle Klin." Son Gohan said happily. "It's me." Klin landed beside Gohan and touched his head. Yamcha asked, "Hasn't Goku arrived yet? Didn't he come to a kilobe?" Then he looked at the great demon King Klin and Sun Wuhan and asked, "Guo Yang didn't come, hasn't he woken up yet?" "A kilobeta. It should still be on the way, right?" Klin scratched his bald head and said with some uncertainty. In addition to being gluttonous, that guy in Yachilobe is afraid of death, and he is really not sure if he will come. Guo Yang hasn't woken up yet, and it's estimated to be soon. Klin looked at the 6 vegetable men and the 2 scions, and everyone in the team said, "But our strength has improved a lot in the past year, and we should be able to defeat them." 2. Yamcha said confidently, "With our current strength, it is indeed possible to defeat them. Humph! Interesting, you earthlings are really interesting, one by one, they are so loud. Vegeta looked at Yamcha, who had just arrived, and for some reason, a nameless fire suddenly rose in his heart. How to look at him, how to be unpleasant. Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for evaluation, find a foreshadowing according to the original Dragon Ball plot, otherwise Guo Yang's direct appearance will be not interesting. I will update quickly, write this plot over, don't worry, the protagonist will shine when he wakes up. Chapter 060. However, just as the crowd cheered for Klin to hit the seance, an abrupt voice suddenly sounded. It seems that you are happy a little too early. In the smoke, two figures, one short and one tall, walked out. The short one is Scion Prince Vegeta, and the tall one is Scion Naba. Ah! Not dead. After seeing the two of them, everyone was shocked. The air bombs I shot with all my strength had no effect on them. Klin's voice trembled a little. The attack he had just attacked was very powerful, those few vegetable people were all beaten and exploded, and these two scions were not only not dead, they were not even injured at all, which was simply terrifying. With this level of attack, hitting the body is almost the same as tickling, how can it kill us? Vegeta clasped his hands in front of him. Hey! Two voices said, it's time to end this boring game too. Finally, it's time to fight. The bald head on the side said excitedly, I'm really looking forward to it. Looking forward to the howls of your weak in my hands. Immediately, he looked at Vegeta and asked for his opinion. Vegeta, let me come, I want to solve all of them in one go, what do you think? Vegeta said indifferently, whatever you want, but only that Nemesis don't kill him first, and he will ask about Dragon Ball from his mouth later. Well, Vegeta, I see. Then he walked forward and said, let me play with you now. But which one to start with? Finally, his gaze fixed on Klin, and he grinned, then let's start with you. After that, his tall and burly figure rushed towards Klin with great momentum. Su! The figure of the great demon king of Vic suddenly blocked in front of Klin. Let me come! Rumble! The great demon king of Vic had long seen that these two scions were not pleasing to the eye, and there was thunder and lightning flashing outside his body, and with a wave of his right hand, his fingertips shot out a fierce and terrifying beam. This beam of light was very fast, and it came to the bar in the blink of an eye. However, Nabar's reaction was faster, and he took a step to the right and dodged the beam. He dodged it, but the mountain behind him suffered, and he was hit by this beam, and it exploded with a bang, and the rubble in the sky suddenly rained in all directions. Go and die! The bald figure flashed and appeared directly behind the great demon king Vic. The Vic great demon king looked back, and the figure of the bar disappeared again. Turning his head to the right again, Nabar's figure disappeared from his right again. Just as the Vic great demon king turned his head to look to the left, Na Mendi, who appeared on the left, raised his right leg and kicked him in the stomach. Ugh! Vic screamed, hunched his waist, as if hit by a fierce beast, and the whole person flew out in an instant, crashing a hill behind him to pieces. Vic! Uncle Bike! Others were flabbergasted. I'm okay. The Vic Great Demon King stood up from the ground with his stomach covered. It's not bad, I can still stand up. Then he grinned and said with a cruel smile, then. I'm going to use my real skills next, and I hope you can still stand, otherwise it's too boring. Rumble. A terrifying aura spread out from him. As this chi became stronger and stronger, the earth suddenly began to shake, and bottomless cracks appeared, as if an earthquake had occurred. Boom! The chi gathered in that body's body was so powerful that it caused the heavens and the earth to change color, and a series of lightning-like rays surrounded his body, like a thunder god descending into the world. Well? Na Bar suddenly frowned, sensing that a weak force was interfering with his gathering chi. Later, he found that it was a dumpling in midair that was ghosting, and said, "Find death." Dumplings have superpowers that can interfere with enemy gathering chi, and use chi. However, Nabar's strength exceeded him too much, and the superpower did not play any role. Dumpling's face turned pale and said, "Tianjin rice, my superpower has no effect on him." Dumplings flash away. Tianjin Fan said anxiously. However, his reminder was a little late. "I saw that Meng Di opened his mouth, and a pillar of light flew out of his mouth." Rumble. The dumpling was hit by a pillar of light, flew far away, crashed into a low mountain, and only then stopped. "You look for death." Seeing that the dumplings were sent out, Tianjin rice instantly flew away. He roared angrily, and rushed towards the bar with great momentum. "Since you are in a hurry to find death, then complete you." Then the bar also rushed towards Tianjin rice. Bang! The two fists collided, and the void trembled, emitting a deafening explosion. Tianjin rice quickly dodged. "Don't go head to head with him." At the moment when the two of them clashed, the great demon king of Vic saw the distortion on Tianjin Fan's face, an expression that only pain could appear. However, Tianjin Fan ignored it and continued to wave his fist to attack Naba. In his heart, "No one can bully dumplings." Vegeta, who had been watching the excitement, seemed to be a little dissatisfied. "Well, you can't do it, you can't solve such a weak waste, do you want me to make a move?" But for Vegeta, Nabar has always been very fearful. Listening to Gita's tone seemed to be a little dissatisfied, then his heart was suddenly startled, and he quickly said, "I'm sorry, Vegeta, I was just playing with him just now, I'll solve him now." As he spoke, the eyes of the bald man suddenly showed cruelty, and the strength in his hand suddenly increased, and he slashed towards Tianjin rice like a knife. In the face of this blow, Tianjin Fan also drank loudly, raised his arm to resist. Ugh! However, in the next instant, Tianjin Fan let out a scream, and the front half of the raised right arm fell to the ground as if it had been cut by a sharp fast knife. Tianjin rice. Seeing this, the dumplings that flew out of the collapsed mountain cried out in grief. Seeing this, Vegeta nodded with satisfaction. "Well, is this what we Scions look like when we Scions fight? Continue." As if encouraged, the bald head rushed towards Tianjin rice again. "Such a weak waste, let me die." Brush. Tianjin Fan endured the pain at the broken arm, jumped into the air, and gathered a ball of chi light in the palm of one hand. However, before he could throw the ball of light out, the bar standing on the ground appeared directly above his head in a flash, and the thick thighs hit the back of Tianjin rice with a round. Ugh! Tianjin rice screamed. The body quickly hit the ground, smashing the ground out of a large pit. Die! That, the tall figure landed with Tianjin rice, and kicked down against Tianjin rice, who fell to the ground. Ugh! Tianjin rice, who fell in the big pit, suddenly screamed, opened its mouth, and bled out along the teeth, and then widened its eyes and died tragically on the spot. Tianjin rice! Tianjin rice! The dumplings rushed over like crazy. "Don't go, dumplings, come back quickly!" Klin and the others were yelling. However, at this time, the dumplings only wanted to avenge Tianjin rice. How could they listen to them? "Since this little thing of yours wants to accompany him to the funeral, let's go together." Then it is a cruel smile and a punch to the dumplings rushing over. The combat effectiveness of dumplings is not as good as Tianjin rice and Yamuti. With just one punch, the dumpling collapsed in the chest, spitting out blood, and then hit by a pillar of light spit out of the bar's mouth, and he died on the spot. Dumplings! Dumplings! Klin, Son Gohan roared sadly. "Ask for flowers, ask for flowers, ask for flowers." It used to be dumplings holding that bar and self-detonating, but it was not written according to the original book. The protagonist Guo Yang in the next chapter is going to wake up and ask for flowers.